Now in the presence of a king. Now in the presence of a You are now in the presence of a king.
back to back to back to back to back to back to back. Like the neighborhood warriors. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I stay with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell the tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. I just wake up, I don't say nothing. I'm on go, I don't stay long. I've been up now, that's a case wine. I've been down too, like the day strong. I got summer toys for the summer boy. I keep drummer boys in the summer boy. I keep making noise, I've been paranoid. This is God body, you can never void. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I stay with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell the tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop. These beats are up and beat 'em. These bags you can't believe 'em. I never saw the country but the money comes from Sweden. I meet 'em then I leave 'em. I wake up fight my demons. I never grew my circle. I can't trust you with my freedom. Get me locked down, keep you locked out. Only when it's here, you look pop now. I get drops now, on the top now. In the wintertime, still go top down. I get free. I don't go bust and I go plain Jane, watch me ski. Yeah, I see you now, I could tell you watching me. I go ghost, but tell me I'm more like his Lee. Rockstar, baby turn pop star. I don't miss, I don't play none, I don't diss, I don't say none. I go swish, that's an A1. I stay with no A1. Tell the chef, I said thanks. Tell the tell I'm in the bank. Tell my mom I'm living good. Tell my kids don't stress a thing. I go back to back on the drops. Drop a lot and she pack the bags. She shot till we drop.
front now, starting to get things rolling here as they do start approaching bridges. GX feeling the heat right on that southern beach side, and
he gets the knock right there and the finish. That's 6 points.
Out of this. Whoa, that is a risky play as he's gonna be giving out his position. Great knock right there from Royal War. Or even evade the point. Here we go. That's exactly what he's gonna be looking to do. He's gonna be looking to confirm that into elimination. Some of the other teams confirm, and there you go. Influence Rage gets knocked. Royals Awards end up winning that engagement. Another player from Furia gets knocked. This is wonderful. This is exactly what you want to see out of Royals Award.
Next Roy up, yep, they got it in the back. Quick.
Oh boy, and here we go. We're
We'll need slide there.
Let's get that confirmed elimination. Is now it's up to 9.
You know, he will fall.
A little bit because one of them does end up getting a great shot there from Wall as he makes it jump. Making sure he confirms that elimination right there. And there you go, being able to get another knock.
Getting secured, you can hear the cacophony of shots now going off in the background. Ray's actually getting found out, and boom, he goes Schweb.
Oh, so close. And he's getting hit to like what, 10 HP on.
This program season, third, now it's gonna be 30K.
The way they were able to hold all this angle is what, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Vampire Esports, they said, oh, you guys have been mocking us for how we didn't.
Of War saying, nope, I'm not going to leave this to chance. Meanwhile, Zebra Master on.
This Pro was going to be doing. They weren't sure if they were going to be making this push. Now they're going to be fighting here, Zebra Master. We've been able to see what Zebra Master's been able to do. It's going to get spotted right there. A lot of Zebra players are going to be able to move around. There you go. He gets spotted. He gets knocked down. It's going to come down to Rove. It's going to be tough when you have 4 players of Zebra Masters staring at you, and Zebra Masters being able to come off with the win there, a dominant win as well. Smoke Gaming, well played by them. They put down some smoke as well. They knew that they were going to be coming.
Smoke Gaming wants the spot.
Smoke Gaming does realize that they're there, they're gonna start eliminating those players, and Smoke Gaming gets away with it.
Smoke Gaming, well, for them it seems easy as they just find play after play in.
Oh, he ends up getting one. Yeah, he gets two. Beautifully done.
Smoke Gaming coming out of nowhere and
Doing it in style.
what a chicken dinner, Smoke Gaming. Here comes the heat. Regnum Karya just laying into them, and with that, numbers.
Oh my goodness.
Dwindle, an absolute sweep coming through. The Regnum Karya just knocking in and pushing through.
He's gonna be making a push here, but they're gonna be down men, and it's backfiring.
Standing up, ready to get some shots down the range, but a beautiful headshot there.
Regnum Karya just on the money with the hit score. Ingo.
He's gonna make that switch. You can see it right away. He wants to make sure he collects as much eliminations as possible. An easy shotgun sends him back. Enjoying this for Team Falcons. They made up their mind. They're gonna be able to at least knock one right there.
Push up from 19, two vehicles out. Can Icy hold him down? He does. That
Start filling up. And here comes the third party that we were hoping it was gonna happen.
We're trying to keep his tournament alive, but Team Falcon finally shut him down.
Which you give them two shotguns, they're going to eliminate every opponent for you.
So that was the sixth game of our life.
We looked at how other teams play and the teams that are playing with us.
I'm not too worried about Alpha 7 and S2G.
And the second day we say to each other, like, we have to do 40 points, otherwise we're not gonna make it.
IHC, we've got the Korean best teams, D+.
So we decided together to drop on Falcon, and that was probably the play of the tournament.
It's our first time to play in a LAN event. It's not very difficult to play in because I've got the best teammate of France in my team. I've got the best IGL, Sanhok. I've got the best Fragger, Robs, which you give them two shotguns, they're going to eliminate every opponent for you. It's very brilliant, so it's easy in close range fights. We've got Ozzy, the best supporter, very good in taking angles. I'm a free man, so I do a support role, co-IGLing and stuff. A brilliant brains, mindset and gun skill.
As a team, we formed 2 weeks ago.
Tout d'abord, on est parti de rien, on avait zéro synergie.
And we haven't had the best games, but until now, we've talked about strategy and everything, and we've overcome our problems.
Donc on s'entraînait avant, on a fait quelques scrims. That was pretty difficult because like we come from the Online Qualifier and we was top 45.
First day we did not too good, I would say.
First day it was pretty hard also because we did like almost 20 points, so we was close to not pass.
After we went back to the hotel, we studied different strategies.
所以其實喺更多嘅時間就係我會花喺睇唔同嘅比賽，去觀察其他唔同嘅隊伍，去留意佢哋嘅進圈嘅路線啊，佢哋嘅打法，然之後從而去為整個 team 去準備更加多嘅唔同嘅戰術，令到佢哋喺場上面可以有更加好嘅發揮。
We looked at how other teams play and the teams that are playing with us, and we made a strategy to overcome them.
And the second day we say to each other, like, we have to do 40 points, otherwise we're not gonna make it.
So day 2, of course, we did better than day 1.
然之後喺第2日，我哋由原本嘅12名追到上前5名。Je pense qu'on y allait en mode on n'avait rien à perdre.
We was playing like do it or die, like just try to do our best. No pressure because we was outsider. Last game we was second place, so we decided together to drop on Falcon, and that was probably the play of the tournament.
This would have to be it right here. We got Dream just off the distance. Oh!
My squad, they need to be coming in hot right now to help their teammate. And they do right on time. In big trouble. It's all up the top. The man, the myth, the legend, and it's shot in.
Donc on a tout donné, on s'est motivé entre nous, et puis voilà, on a réussi l'exploit, un exploit historique, et vraiment je suis très heureux.
Obviously we make it, so that was pretty cool. And yesterday there was only 6 games, so that was the 6th game of our life, and we basically did everything possible for do it.
而去到琴日，我哋仲要係可以直接攞到第1名嘅呢一個資格，直接進入呢個決賽嘅門票，亦都好難得。
Final there is gonna be only good team, but for me the main contender for the title is Alpha 7 and Nova Esports. Nova is a really good team. They do good globally.
Of course, Nova Esports, the 2-time PMGC champions.
From last PMGC, IHC, they're very good as well. They're good at fragging.
IHC, we've got the Korean best teams, D+. We've got Indonesian team Boom. I'm not too worried about Alpha 7 and S2G.
Pour moi, ça va être Nova Esports et je vais dire les plus qu'il y a. C'est des teams que j'apprécie vraiment, je regarde beaucoup leur gameplay et je pense que ça va être des teams vraiment très difficiles à battre.
One player who inspires you.
Os players que me inspiram são da minha equipe, tanto o Revo, o Carrilho, o Magrelinho, o Pedrinho, todo mundo. E eu sempre tento me basear, fazer um pouquinho das funções deles, né, quando eu preciso, seja no frente ou no suporte. E minha inspiração são eles. Eu aprendo muita coisa na vida pessoal também, a ser uma pessoa melhor, a ter um carinho pelas pessoas próximas. Tanto no estudo com o Carrilho, de estudar os times, saber onde é que eles estão se posicionando, tanto com o Revo no frente, saber dar bala no jogo realmente, e é isso.
Яг тийм тоочлоод дийлэх тоглогч бол орж ирэхгүй байна. Тэгээд би энэ багийнхнаас амар их юу авдаг. Тийм урам зориг авдаг. Багийнхнаа одоо тоглож байгаа нойноос нь хараад тэгэл энэ багийнхнаас л айгүй их авдаг та. Яагаад гэвэл тэгээд ойр татн хамт байгаа болохоор. Яг тийм босод айгүй олон тоглогчдын хайлайт бичлэгүүдийг үзэлтэй л дээ. Гэтэ яг айгүй олныг үздэг болохоор яг нэг тийм тоочны нэг бол байхгүй байна. Тэгээд энэ уран зориг авдаг гэвэл багийнхнаас л айгүй их авдаг та.
Ben STG takımından Hamsici, 2022 Dünya Şampiyonuyum. Onun dışında da örnek olarak aldığım bir oyuncu yok ama takım halinde bizden daha başarılı bulduğum Noah var. Onlardan ilham alıyorum diyebilirim. Elde ettikleri başarılar bana ilham vermeleri için yeterli bir sebep bence. Bizim bir defa elde ettiğimiz dünya şampiyonluğunu bizden önce 2 defa elde ettiler ve hala başarılarına başarı katarak kendi liglerinde bayağı başarılı ilerliyorlar.
Eu já joguei uns corujão com o Carrilho e ele me inspira muito. É um cara que, tipo assim, antes de eu entrar em qualquer screen, campeonato importante pra mim, eu vou lá, vejo um highlight dele e isso me motiva demais. Poxa, o cara é muito calmo assim, tipo numa trocação assim, tiro comendo, ele é muito calmo assim, consegue guiar o time, então eu me espelho muito dele.
일단은 실감이 잘 안 나고요.
솔직히 기대 반, 걱정 반이 큰 것 같아요.
Actually, we have a new roster that is a good opportunity to challenge other foreign good teams. Our final goal and target is to be a world champion. PMGO に参加する意味としては、我々としても将来的なそのレベルアップを見据えてっていうのと、ずっと目標にしてきた、世界でのタイトルを取る、優勝するっていう目標に、着実に近づくというか、我々の力を試すいい機会になるのかなと思います。
Of course, I got confident because I have order for sure because he tell us how to play in every game, how to fight to win the fight, yeah, and how to get into the circle.
Тэгээ манай багийн давуу тал бол нэг агрессив байдал болон kill point зөвлөж.
Манай багийн хувьд бол бусад багийн тоглолтын дээр анхаардаг, зөвхөн өөрсдийнхөө тоглолт дээр анхаардаг.
Bom, eu acho que não vai nos afetar de uma forma brusca, porque nós treinamos muito e estudamos os times. Então, estamos preparados para qualquer estilo de jogo e para tancar todos os times.
How to be a portrait master.
One, two, three, yeah. Bounce in the streets, I'm a boss till I call. Bounce in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss.
Just a fad. 1,000 airdrops keep falling down. Yeah, I'm going in and flying carpet on the wind. Baby, I can barely see the ground. Driving in, yeah, I can feel the rush to be the one hit is enough. You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground. Treasure ship and raise the flag. Magic in the lamp can't tie me down. We're living fast. Baby, even if we crash. You gas me up when I'm breaking down. Driving in, yeah, I can feel the rush to be the one hit is enough. You got my head above the clouds, my feet above the ground, and I'm not coming down. Got my speakers pumping loud, I'm
Welcome to the second day of 2024 PMGO Brazil. I'm Isadora Basile, and it's a huge pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much. I'm very well accomplished by Carol. How are you, honey?
I'm good! Salve, salve família! Já convocaram todo mundo? Já estamos ao vivo, diretamente de São Paulo com PMGO 2024 Brasil. E aí, como é que vocês estão hoje? Será que tem torcida aí hoje? É isso, quero bastante torcida por aqui, porque a gente vai fazer muito barulho, Isa.
We had a great day yesterday. We're going to have an even greater day today. Also, we have even a bigger crowd here, not only for Alpha 7, but all of the Brazilian teams are here very well represented. We have even drums and everything. We're going to make a lot of noise today, and I'm pretty sure that the players are going to feel it.
Com certeza. Ontem o dia começou maravilhoso, já demos o pontapé inicial. Torcida brasileira em peso aqui. Eu já quero saber para quem vai a torcida de vocês. Então participem bastante na nossa hashtag PMGO 2024 e façam muito barulho. Vamos mostrar que os fãs brasileiros são os melhores do mundo. São ou não são?
As I said yesterday, we had a great day. We had 3 wins from Alpha 7. We also had Vampire, we had Reject, and we had Boom Sports and Ragnum Carrier winning their chicken dinners as well. And now we're gonna check a recap of everything that happened yesterday. If you didn't have the chance to watch, let's check it out.
É isso então, os 16 melhores times estão reunidos. Ontem saímos na frente com vitória brasileira, mas também tem um pessoal que vai buscar no dia de hoje. Mas enquanto isso, vamos recapitular tudo que aconteceu. Bora lá!
Welcome to the 2024 PMGO Brazil, now in the main event.
He's going to be able to surprise some players there from SG. He's going to get the knock, and it's going to come down here to a 1v1. Can he clutch this up? And he does.
Death Wolf down to 1 player. Gotta be careful. Regnum Karya coming in hot, and that's going to do it. Starts closing down. Here comes the shotgun action. The pop shotty switches that gun, gets the knock. Beautifully done there for Zebra Master. Gonna be critical as S2G with the gatekeep holding strong.
And CO later is going to be able to spot that player there. Silas, this is going to be a bit of a bittersweet moment there for him, as Silas is going to end up getting knocked. Alpha 7 with a great push here and taking care of Next Ruya and Nova Esports at the same time.
They know they have the advantage of this circle. They're looking to get it done here as they take out Next Ruya of PMGO Brazil. Let's see how they do it, and it's done. Order is out of there. It's the hometown champs winning it.
Is he gonna cook? He does cook one. No, that's actually Godless from distance, cooking that one up in just the 3-way fight now.
Death Wolves are trying to be able to get these nades off, and they can't. Now they are trapped in between Regnum Karya. Yes, they do. They've been waiting, and finally just punched their chicken dinner just like that.
Esports and S2G, guess what? The high five players just chilling. There you go. He finally gets spotted. One less thing to worry about for Boom. And Boom has the high ground. They're going to be pushing from the bottom. He's going to be able to surprise some players there from S2G. He's going to get the knock. And it's going to come down here to a 1v1. Can he clutch this up? And he does, as Boom Esports Indonesia finally get a chicken dinner. The nade in there, that's gonna be able to connect. He's gonna knock one player, switch it to the shotgun. Can he connect? He's missing some shots. He's gonna switch to his other gun, the Scar L, and he's able to connect there.
Oh, never mind. Mafiosa spots him out. Wild. He's done for.
That was so sick though, when he got in that passenger seat of that vehicle and then hopped out. Going to be huge. Can they pull off a miracle though and do a 2v4 for the chicken dinner? Let's gonna see what happens. The Reject so good at aggression. Here comes the pressure, and that's gonna be too much.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Global Open Brazil 2024 main event day 2. Because my goodness, if you weren't here yesterday, you missed a lot of action and you missed Brazil dominating as Alpha 7 does end up in first place after 3 chicken dinners. My name is The Sun Worlds Gaming. I'm not gonna be the only one here. I have Hot Jukes and Sute next to me. Hot Jukes, how are you doing today? They are on fire, and who's going to be able to stop them? We definitely have some theories here and there. We were talking about it with Sute. One of the teams that's looking strong, Sute, is definitely IHC.
Yep. If Alpha 7's on fire, IHC look like they're about to put out the fire. Alpha 7, you know, it was mentioned they got 3 massive chicken dinners, but IHC's right behind them still in second place. And we were saying this all day yesterday. IHC as a 3-man or less, so deadly. I can't wait to see if IHC comes in today playing as a 4-man into the late game.
I was starting to have dreams last night about it. I was starting to think, okay, what if? Imagine if IHC can actually keep all their players alive in a top 5 situation. And this is what we're talking about. Alpha 7, there's 71 points. But the big question mark for this team are going to be those rank points. You can tell most of the rank points coming in from those chicken dinners. And IHC, with the way that they were able to do it, I mean, they didn't get any chicken dinners, but they were able to clutch up 3 top 5 situations. And now we go to the second page. And in this second page, Sute, I'm going to be looking at Team Falcons. I'm going to be looking at D+ Ski. I'm going to be looking at all these teams that definitely need to step it up.
Yeah, something to note right now, since we've only played 1 day, the point spread's still pretty close. If you take a look, seems like we're already launching off. I think we're going straight into it already. Into match number 1, Sanhok. Well, talk about keeping it fast, keeping it furious. Sanhok, match number 1, day number 2, already underway. Not even enough time to talk about the points table, but a lot of these teams are going to be needing a lot more points if they want to catch up to Alpha 7 objects.
They're definitely going to be looking to get those points there from Alpha 7, because Alpha 7 started off really, really hot yesterday. Now, one hot drop that we did end up seeing yesterday, Sute, was a fight between Nova and D+ Kia in Painan. I wonder if that's going to be happening in the game, because D+ Kia, where they're currently situated, they shouldn't be taking hot drops. And I think we might actually end up getting a hot drop here on the north of Painan.
Yeah, it looks like we are seeing that. Same 2 hot drops. It's once again the Rejects team, and I do believe that's Royals of War. Yeah, they're going at it. This hot drop happened yesterday. The only thing is, they were a little bit too slow to close that out, and they got third party by Vampire, so I think they're going to look to pump up the aggression this time. Rejects finding the opening, and you can tell this time around, they're not going to slow down. They're going to try and finish out this fight quick before that third party comes in, and D+ is hot dropping once again against Nova and Painan.
Yeah, and I'm so glad you mentioned there being able to finish it faster, because Vampire Esports, if they remember anything, once they hear this gunshots, if they're able to just find a gun that's going to be suitable for them to third party this, they're going to be moving on quickly, especially with us waiting for the circle to see what the first circle is going to be like. And right now, from what I'm able to tell, it is going to be a Southern East circle. So we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be third party. You can see Tony K already getting closer. He knows that he was able to get 1 point yesterday, as you were mentioning. Yeah. Sute, he's going to be looking for that extra point, because look how close he's getting. So Rejects, Royals of War, you better watch out.
Yeah, I'm surprised neither team decided on a fallback plan, because there's not much loot here, to be honest. And not only that, they got third party yesterday, so they're fighting over scrap loot. This position, in the grand scheme of things, is pretty decent, you know, because it's kind of center and it controls the intersection between the 3 different islands. However, you're dropping here with another team with the threat of being third party, and you're not able to close fights out too quickly based on the RNG of loot. I'm really surprised, Seven, to see both teams drop here, especially Rejects. They had a great finish yesterday, and it shot them up to 5th place.
That's the big one for me, because Reject did end up with that chicken dinner at the end of the day. 9 eliminations for this team, so maybe they're still feeling hot. Maybe they're like, you know what, it is Sanhok. We're going to just take our chances. If we're able to beat Royals of War, it is going to be 4 points going our way. And the crazy part right now is that they do have the upper hand, but you can see a bit of a stalemate here. And we're getting the same scenario of what we saw yesterday between Nova. And this is insane to me. D plus Kia, we have seen them being able to hot drop teams. IHC, I believe it was, in Miramar yesterday. And then we saw this hot drop as well, as we were alluding to at the start of the game. It is crazy that that team that needs the points decided not to back off and instead just fully commit. And then it starts building up questions for me as we get later into the day. Does that mean we might end up seeing D plus Kia again hot drop in the later stages? That'll be wild.
Yeah, D plus yesterday lost all of their hot drop fights. They got absolutely decimated against Nova, right? Nova just eliminating all 4 without a single casualty. And I think once again, history repeats itself. Paraboy finds the opening again in that fight in Painan.
We saw what Paraboy was able to do yesterday. You can't give that man a single pixel because he was able to find them, and then he was able to knock him and make him an elimination point in a matter of a millisecond, at least from what we were able to tell yesterday. Here we go, Regis Ragey, OC trying to find an angle there on Tonka. If he's going to be able to, he would open up the fight between these two teams. You can see now Nova Esports starting to readjust themselves. Dream Y6, this is something we didn't even get a chance to see yesterday. He is going to be crossing to the other side of Painan and try to find some off angles, as D plus Kia was able to reset there with the player that ended up being knocked.
Yeah, yesterday it was D plus trying to be the aggressors, and then they got caught trying to rotate back. It looks like this time around it's going to be Nova. But elsewhere, we got fights happening. It is Hi-Fi's, and Boom, looks like Boom is going to lose that player on a vehicle rotation. And a lot of teams have already rotated towards the center of the zone. Meanwhile, the 2 or the 4 different hot drop teams are still caught in that gridlock with each other.
Yeah, luckily for them, they are currently within that circle, so I think there's not going to be that much pressure. But for these 2 teams, I think there will... I'll take that back. There is going to be some pressure from these 2 teams depending on what Vampire Esports decides to do. We were talking about it yesterday, how Vampire Esports decided third-party this fight, and now Regnum Karya towards the north of them could end up positioning themselves to also third-party Royals of War, also third-party Rejects, as we saw some of the players there from Rejects starting to pull up. And this is what happened. This is how Rejects was able to get that elimination. And the Knife, too, he wanted to get that, to try to send a bit of a message. But so far, after that engagement, nothing has been going on between these 2 teams.
Yeah, oh, I'm surprised he switched to the AK and used those precious bullets. You saw he only had 30 in the mag, and the QBZ already running low on ammo. But looks like Regnum Karya is here now for that third party. I don't know if they realize the Rejects team is still here, but surely so. If there's a team still stuck here at the bridge, it's probably because there's something else impending them. And they got to be careful as one of the players goes down for Regnum Karya. Rose of War will find the opening. And keep in mind, Vampires is still... No, actually, Vampires has decided to rotate in. But IHC from the Northwest could come in now and third party this instead.
So many teams that could end up third party and fourth party in this. Keep it going. That's what they want to see, as long as you're not able to end up losing any of your teammates. There you go. Cold Gold's going to be able to confirm that elimination for Royals of War. And meanwhile, Regnum Karya now find themselves in a particular spot here. They don't know, as you were mentioning, they don't know that Rejects is close by. Rejects could start pushing up a little bit more or try to get some off angles, or even if they wanted to, they could back off. They could go to the other side. As you can see, Reggie now trying to get an off angle. He needs to be careful. I'm not sure if Vampire Esports is still within that vicinity. I don't think they are, luckily for him. But if this ends up working out for them, this could be a massive, massive play for Reject.
Yeah, meanwhile, IHC did rotate in, and it looks like they are ignoring this area completely. They're going to be more focused on their rotation. So this will be a isolated 3-way fight, as some shots coming off in the off angle. So no knock there. Reject's hand is kind of forced to be shown there with that off angle, and they might disengage this or just wait for some more knocks to happen between the 2 different teams.
And I think the way that Reject is currently positioning themselves, they're trying to see if they can score points from both of these squads, not only just from Royals of War, but possibly be able to steal some points as well from Regnum Karya. And here we go, a bit of a push there. Royals of War is going to get one of the players knocked. Tonka is going to get knocked. Kolgo's still going to be within this building, as he has 2 players from Regnum Karya starting to push him. And meanwhile, I think the player from Reject that was trying to get that off angle did end up getting spotted, and he ended up getting some shots onto him, which made him back off. But Regnum Karya now being able to take over this building right here as Reject's starting to make a push, but it's looking like a tough push. One of the players is going down right there, Sute.
Yeah, Regnum Karya doing a great job handling both teams right now. Reject's really trying to capitalize on that third party, but the different angle from their player in the backline, I think, actually did come into play. Rejects will be able to get the reset back up to 4. You can see on that mini-map, Rejects have a player on the left and right side of the river. One of their positions is already known. The player on the west has given it up, but it looks like the player on the east also firing off shots now. So now all the positions of the Rejects player is known to Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya do have to play this very carefully as he does get exposed. Maybe Regioso sneaking up here with the UMP was the play. And there we go. Regnum Karya now down to 2.
And that's the thing that we were talking about. I don't think Regnum Karya knew that there was going to be 2 teams just being passive. Here we go. The push from Reject. Raul is going to end up getting knocked. Is he going to be able to confirm that elimination? He's not going to be able to, but now he's going to have to back up. And there it is for Regnum Karya. Beautiful, beautiful plays by Regioso as he continue on with the off angle. But now they need to be careful because there's still one more player of Royals of War alive.
Yeah, that looked like a little bit too premature of a celebration. I don't know if they know that Royals of War is still alive there. Elsewhere on the map, teams are getting it underway. The new zone did come up. It shifted back up north, so Corey is dead center. You can see S2G just north of the center zone fighting with Zebra Masters. Ray-Z with that nade in hand, trying to hold back the push. S2G do have a little split defense with one player up on that hill. Hopefully Ray-Z can handle his own right now.
Hopefully they will be able to handle that because the shotguns are going to be coming now to play. You can see Zebra Masters now going for that push. I don't think he was able to spot it. We're not going to be able to see anything as we also get flashbang. And there's going to be just madness going on within this building. Zebra Masters decide to back up a little bit more. You were talking about that player from STG up in the mountain being able to get that off angle. But Racy does end up getting knocked. Demeanor being able to get that angle on Racy. And now it's looking advantageous here for Zebra Masters. Are they're just looking to just corral Kasi. Look, every single angle that Kasi might want to exit from is going to be covered here from Zebra Masters.
Yeah, S2G not looking good here at all. 2 players up on the hill really need to make an opening. Actually, it's going to be Kasi to find that opening and the finish. Now he really needs the support of his teammates on the outside. Kalsi, what's he going to do? Is he going to back off? Or is he going to try and hold this down on his own with the DPS? That's 1. That's 2. He just needs 1 more to get the whole 1v4. But Kalsi does go down. Where's the support from his teammates? Not in time. Kalsi does get thirsted. Now we do have Zebra Masters in the 1v2 situation.
And by Kelsey being able to clutch up those 2 knocks right there, it's going to allow Hamsi to push up. And not only that, CO is going to be able to push up as well. It's not looking good here for Zebra Masters. And they're going to end up getting eliminated. Something that looks so good for Zebra Masters on their push. Kelsey just absolutely stop it. And it gives some more life to S2G. Even though it's only going to end up being 2 players. And just to keep everybody up to date with what's going on in the earlier fights, Reject did end up finding that last player from Royals of War. Royals of War does end up getting eliminated. We don't know what happened between Nova Esports, but I believe Nova Esports might have ended up losing that 1 player at some point here, Tute.
Yeah, they got caught against IHC because they took that fight with D+ for so long. Nova got caught in their rotation trying to enter the circle. IHC swooped them from their side. And with this new circle shift, it looks like teams are going to be doing some more rotating. IHC deciding to navigate back west and probably over the top with this new zone as the circle is kind of shifting north. So they're going to look to wrap back up. Nova did lose stream. Nova down to 3 now and still caught in this gridlock against a D+.
And right now, D+ is looking for those last players there from Nova Esports. I'm pretty sure they saw on the elimination feed 1 player getting eliminated, as you were mentioning there earlier. And this split is just not looking good for Nova. Nova was able to start off hot yesterday with a 2nd place finish, 8 eliminations. But ever since then, up until the last match, we didn't really see much of them. We didn't really see the Nova that we're used to seeing, and I'm hoping we'll be able to see it here at some point. But some team that is trying to make a stop to that, some team that is trying to stop them from being able to do anything here. IHC's going to be making that push. I don't think they knew that D+ was going to be here as IHC just fully sensed it. They're going to get one of the players knocked. Are they going to be able to recover from this? I don't think they're going to be able to. They're going to end up losing that player, and now they got IHC and K's from D+ Kia in the same building.
Wow. IHC, definitely a little bit of a mishap right there. They assumed D+, other team in Painan would have left and taken the hilltop, but they haven't. They are still here. And now IHC, well, we've said it multiple times yesterday, even as a 3-man or a 2-man, this team could put up an ungodly amount of elimination points. And speaking about ungodly, we do have Godless still up for the team. Let's see if IHC can pull off that magic they did yesterday with just their 2 members.
It would definitely be a tough one, and D+ Gia needs to be careful too because that player is still alive from Nova Esports. That's what I was worried about right there. Long skirt being able to spot one player from D+ Gia. He's going to get the knock. He's not going to be able to get the finish, but if there was ever an opening there for the last 2 players of IHC, this would be, and I'm so glad you mentioned that as well because we saw this team so many times not having their full roster, but they were still able to clutch up plays. They were still able to make sure they secure those extra points, and that's why they're currently in second place. But now at this point, you need to be careful. You're going to possibly end up getting third party, as we saw some of the Vampire Esports players there towards the north of them.
Wow, look at this zone shift. Falcons in a great position, and I think, you know, usually when they're dead center, surrounded by so many teams, on an area where it can be briefed from so many angles, D+ catches another player, and it's actually, oh, that's not IHC, that's actually Vampire getting caught out. Let's see if the Falcons can hold everything from up top. D+, Koriko popping off here, gets 1, gets 2, does not get the 3rd one, almost does. His allies trying to support him from inside Panan, but not in time. Vampire will lose 1 player, and they should be able to get that reset onto Newsy potentially.
And the team that's going to be looking to see if they can somehow end up third-partying this was Team Falcons. You can see Team Falcons there jumping around, trying to look for angles, but it backfired a little bit as Top did end up getting knocked. I'm sure they'll be able to hopefully pick him up. If not, they will be down another player. Longster now trying to make that switch towards his other teammates so they are not so split. Vampire Esports got caught off guard there by D+ Gia, and it comes down to that rotation. They weren't really able to scout anything. I think they still thought that people were going to be fighting in Painan. They were not expecting one player to just be in that sniper tower laying down, waiting to see who was going to pass by, who was going to be the unlucky player to get surprised by him. We're going to be going now to Deathwolves in high fives. Deathwolves in high fives. These 2 teams definitely need the points. And here comes the push. They're going to keep on driving. Are they going to be disengaging from this one? That's a little bit sketchy. They're going to be having to use those trees to their advantage and hope that high fives is not able to hit any shots. And they get away with it.
There's no way. He even crashed into the tree and you saw a player jump out the car. I know that feeling. Been there, done that. And they actually do get away. And they get a decent position in the zone. Wow, what a rotation. And IHC finally get it taken out, and Reject, keeping true to their confidence-boosting ritual from yesterday. They're shooting every loot box after every team wipe, and it is working out for them. Rejects with 7 elim points plus 4 members up, and they're in a good spot in the zone. This Rejects team has been doing better and better match by match.
I'm loving the attitude that Reject is showing right now. You were able to call that out yesterday, how they were shooting those boxes maybe to keep that momentum going, keep the energy up. But you know what? Let's switch up here to High Fives and Boom Esports. Boom Esports being surprised a little bit there by the player from High Fives. Monkey is going to be able to hit those shots. He's going to be able to turn that into elimination point. But they are going to be pretty much just switching out as High Fives does end up getting eliminated there. Only 1 player still alive from High Fives. Nova Esports now starting to make the push. Paraboy in order. You wouldn't want to ask for a better duo, but the thing is they're going to be going up against 4 players of Devils, and on top of that they need to watch out their back. As you can see, Longskirt is still fighting D+. He has so much action going on here. Is Order going to be able to find the opening? Order is going to get caught off guard there. There's just too many players from Deadwolves.
Yeah, too many players from Deadwolves, and Deadwolves do have some enemies behind them. I was just going to say, Rada Boy does get third party from the back, but he confirmed Order, which is huge for them. Order definitely a player you do not want to face against in that close range situation. Paraboy trying to angle downwards so his teammate Longskirt can support, but Longskirt crossing in the open gets caught by Vampire. There's just too many angles, too many teams, all left alive. And Paraboy's going to actually run back and try and go for that revive while Deadwolves is focused elsewhere.
And for Nova Esports, I think it was the split that kind of forced them to stay in those 2 buildings for a little bit too long. It allowed some of the other teams to rotate towards the top of that mountain and gatekeep them. And that's exactly what's happening here with Deathwolves. Deathwolves is going to be able to spot him again. He's going to be able to spot Paraboy. Can hit those shots. He is going to be able to knock him. There's still one more player alive there for Nova Esports. Nova Esports not starting the day like they wanted to. Meanwhile, Deathwolves with now 3 players, seeing if they can spoil the start of the day here for Nova Esports even more by eliminating them. But they need to focus on themselves as well. They might not want to overextend on this. As you were mentioning, there's just so many teams here, and that Molotov is going to force Longster to back off that. Are they going to be able to find that angle? They are going to be able. Deathwolves with the elimination of Nova Esports there so far. Absolute madness. Now we switch over to Nextria and S2G.
Yeah, this is on the east side of the zone. Falcons was holding this within a 3-1 split, so they lost 1 player to S2G, who just crashed straight in with the vehicles. S2G now trying to mount the defense against 4 enemy players of Nextria. Nextria looking good, frozen up close with that DBS. Same with Hamzi, though. We saw how deadly S2G can be with that DBS. Can they replicate what Kelsey did? No, they cannot. Frozen will find the opening. S2G just down to the 1.
S2G later throwing some Molotovs, trying to stop this team from pushing up. And this team with Nextria, they need to be careful because Falcons is going to be on the horizon as well. I don't think Falcons is going to be their biggest worry. Could end up being Alpha 7 as Alpha 7 is going to get a little bit closer. Here comes the push. CO later is going to be able to get 1 knock. He's going to get 2 knocks. Nextria is not looking good for them. They're just pushing 1 by 1 and is backfiring as Nextria is able to finally eliminate that final player from S2G and only end up losing 1 player. The only worry, as I was talking about, it was Alpha 7. Alpha 7 should be able to gatekeep them here with the positioning that they have.
Yeah, with Falcons focused on Vampire, I think Alpha 7 could get free reign over Nextria. Falcons, one of their players do drop. I think that was to actually Rejects from distance. And Rejects still putting in a lot of pressure from the downhill side right there. Can they make it up? We're down to only a handful of players, but multiple teams still vying for that top mountaintop, and Falcons forced to fall back as they are facing too much pressure from too many different teams.
The Falcons trying to hold too much land right there within that spot. You saw Rejects. I mean, Rejects is still going in hot from yesterday. We were doubting why they would want to hot drop. Well, the momentum, that's why they want to keep that going. And guess what? Top is going to get eliminated by Vampire Esports. Vampire Esports making that push. Alpha 7 as well, stopping Deathwolves from pushing on them. But Alpha 7 needs to be careful because they do have 2 teams nearby. And one of their players is currently knocked. As Kane from Nextria is going to be making the push up. He's going to get him knocked as well. But now, Alpha 7, Carrillo barely alive. Can Mafioso hit those shots? Mafioso is able to hit those shots.
Huge clutch up right there by the Alpha 7 players. They finish out Nextria. They're down to 2, but more importantly, they have good control of the hillside, and they catch the other player. Alpha 7 on fire right now with only 2 players. Yesterday, they got really good zones and got huge chickens, but now we see, even if they have to fight their way into the zone, they could do the same. We're down to 4 teams. We have Falcons, Vampires, Alpha 7, and the Reject team. Rejects, probably the next team on the chopping block, as they are the furthest away from the zone and they have to go uphill. But I think they could go in from the north side because the Falcons are too worried about every other angle to really gatekeep them.
Yeah, and I don't think Vampire Esports is going to be able to spot him if they continue to snake as well. I love the little jump that Mafioso was able to do there. Usually we ground upon whenever players do end up jumping on top of a rock. But you know what? That rock was small enough that the other player wasn't going to be able to see him. From Deathwolves, it works out well for them. They are able to take care of Deathwolves, and now they can focus a little bit more towards the other teams, towards Falcons. And the only problem that I'm seeing here today is that I don't think they are aware that Vampire Esports Schweppes is getting closer and closer to them. And you were calling them out. You were saying Rejects could still be able to make it within this circle. And right now, they're doing exactly what they need to do. Just start inching up little by little. Take advantage of Falcons being distracted by Vampire and Alpha 7, because Reject could end up surprising some of the players there from Team Falcon.
Yeah, 7, I love endings like this on Sanhok. It's the classic Hilltop Snake showdown where you have multiple teams from all around the 360 degrees of the circle coming in at the top. And of course, you do have the Falcons players at the tippy top. They definitely have their work cut out for them. And Circle 9, here we go. It's going to close dead center. Who's going to come out on top? Obviously, Vampire does have the man advantage here, but in situations like these, everything could change in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, for Team Falcons, even though they're currently at the center, I feel like they wish they were in a different position because they're going to have 3 teams just looking at them. You can see the utility now starting to rain down, and I'm with you. I'm usually not a fan of snaking, but boy, in this kind of situations, when you have 4 teams left, go for it. Pull a 6-list, lay it down, and start hoping that nobody spots you. As Icy is still looking around, you can see Vampire Esports making a little bit of noise there by throwing that utility, seeing if they could possibly spot anybody. Everybody just crawling up, getting closer and closer here to Team Falcons, and at some point, somebody's got to give. Somebody's got to get knocked. Mafioso, here we go. Divine being able to spot somebody. Stone actually from Vampire Esports is going to be able to spot Icy from Team Falcons. He's going to get eliminated. Now it's just one player in there, said, as Vampire Esports now going to get spotted by Carrillo. He's going to get eliminated. Carrillo being able to make up that switch. He's going to switch over to Reject. Are they going to be able to clutch this up? Oh my goodness, the switch there for Carrillo, but the last player from Reject is able to spot him.
It's a 1v1. Divine versus Newsy. This is for the chicken dinner. Schweppes able to call out Divine's position, but it doesn't matter. Divine knows his enemy's position. DBS in hand. It's the DBS 1v1 showdown. He confirms the point. Who's going to get this one? Right swing, left swing, shimmying back and forth, using what cover they can, and he catches him from the outside in the blue. Was not expecting that angle, and Vampire pops off there with that chicken, and you can see how much it meant to them. Vampire Esports coming in hot on the first match of the day with 9 eliminations.
Newsy, a player that we wanted to see more out of last year, and boy, are we getting to see more out of him this year so far in the PMGO. Coming up huge, clutching it up there for the team. But for Rejects, honestly, that was a well-played game. We saw the fights that they were getting to from early in the match, and for them to continue on the momentum, as we were saying, from that chicken dinner that they got yesterday, that's exactly what you want to see there out of Reject.
What a match right there, and I guess it really did come down to that man advantage. Everyone was getting traded left and right, so with Vampires with a 1 extra player, he does get it done. Here's that final blow, kill cam, Divine up close with that DBS. And honestly, this is where Japan shines. Close range, DBS fight, the mechanics come into play, but I think Newsy kind of outsmarted him by going out into the blue zone. So taking that angle, that was definitely unexpected right there, played in the favor of Vampire Esports.
You gotta risk it, and that's exactly what he did. I'm glad you called that on. You know what, Maxman, if you are watching, I'm gonna need you to go and back and just review that whole play, because so much madness happening. We went from having 4 teams to a blink of an eye, we only had 2 teams left, and that was quite a surprise for me. I think right now they're trying to figure out who wants to do the interview, who wants to do it, and look at that. I think it's gonna end up being Tony K. Hot Jukes. What do you think of that ending right there? That was ridiculous.
What more could you ask for right there? Some good old Sanhok snakes going at it back and forth. It was anyone's game. It really was. It was all about just like, hey, which 2 players decide to fight first? Carrillo stood up real early, got some nice eliminations, but with that comes some risk, right? I mean, you risk spotting yourself out, and that's what happened. I think all these teams should be pretty stoked with their performance in Game 1.
They should be. They should be. And for Team Falcons, honestly, they were having such a great position. If they wouldn't have lost those players earlier by getting a little bit too confident and trying to hold down much angle and trying to take on so many fights, I feel like that team should have been able to win. It was theirs to win with the position that they have, but they were just worrying about way too much stuff with everything going on there, Sute.
Yeah, I gotta say, it wasn't really shown on camera, but they were holding that 3-1 split. They had 1 person at the compounds right down the hill. That was too greedy of a hold, so S2G came straight in with their vehicle rotation with just 2 players, and the Falcons lost a player down to a 3-man, and on top of that hill with 3, they were not able to hold off the multitude of teams and angles. I just want to throw out there, though, if it was IHC, though, with 3 up on that hill, I mean, they might have taken everyone down, but Falcons not able to do it there.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if IHC can maybe start clutching it up with not just 2, with not just the duo. I want to see what they can do with 4.
Talk about this last map. First, I want to ask you, because you had a great game in the prelim stage, now you're having a great game here, and also I want to ask you because you're playing more aggressive now. Do you feel like you were hiding something during the prelim stage?
เขาบอกว่าทำไมเกมนี้เราแบบว่าเหมือนกับเล่นและ aggressive มากขึ้นเนี่ยเรายังมีอะไรซ่อนอยู่อีกไหมก็ยังเหลือเตรียมไว้อีกเยอะครับรอดูได้เลยครับ We have something prepared for today and tomorrow, so let's see what we can do.
Perfect. And also, I want to ask you, how do you feel about the Brazilian crowd so far?
Sorry again?
How do you feel about the Brazilian crowd so far?
รู้สึกไงกับแฟนที่นี่
ก็ทำให้พวกผมตื่นแบบว่าเหมือนบ้าขึ้นกว่าเดิมครับเพราะว่าเสียงดังผมจะได้ไม่หลับ
So he say like it's make him more aggressive because the loud noise that him encouragement. Yeah.
That's really great. And last, I want to ask you the expectations not only for the next matches that we have today, we have 5 more matches, but also for tomorrow. The expectations for the next matches today, we still have 5 matches this day in our second day of 2024 PMGO Brazil, and tomorrow, what are your expectations for tomorrow as well?
ก็คือคาดหวังไงบ้างในวันนี้แล้วก็วันพรุ่งนี้
วันนี้ก็พยายามจี้ที่ 1 ให้ไม่ห่างแล้วก็วันสุดท้ายก็จะเอาแชมป์ครับ
So we try our best today because the point is not too far, and we will try to become the first place on the last day.
That's perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations on your victory. Thank you so much. And we come back soon with more 2024 PMGO Brazil. See you soon.
Sertani and Tony K looking happy for a bit there, Sute. We thought that team wasn't going to be able to do much. I think it was D plus Kia that ended up surprising them at one point, but they were able to come back from it, and they were able to come back strong and get that chicken dinner.
Yeah, great rotation out of Vampire too, going across the bridge, up on the north side, and then just right into that side of the mountain. And they did lose 1 player to D+, like you mentioned, but with 3, it was enough because everyone in the war of attrition piling up that hill had less than 3, and that was the magic number they needed.
Talking about magic numbers, we got a chance to see there Hodgers, the push by IHC getting a little bit too much. We did end up with just a duo for IHC, but so far, first match, it's not the same as yesterday. IHC cannot clutch it up with just a duo. Hopefully Hodgers will be able to see more of actual 4 players alive from IHC and not just a duo.
I mean, we need to. I mean, you said it's not the same as yesterday for IHC, but guess what? It's the same as yesterday when it comes to Vampire because they are undefeated in Sanhok, right? 2 chicken dinners already to start the day. I mean, what more could you ask for, especially 19 points? These guys, all they got to do is just show up in the rest of the maps, and we could see some shakeups in the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, and I think I know what you're thinking about, and I was thinking about it too. I was like, wait, is this their second chicken dinner? No, this is actually their first chicken dinner.
Oh, that's right.
Yesterday, It was Alpha 7. We're thinking about prelims when they ended up starting to get all those wins in Sanhok. But hey, they'll be happy. They're going to be like, you know what? We'll mimic what we did in prelims here on the main event. We'll start showing up on day 2, and if for some reason, I mean, Vampire Esports can actually mimic that, that'll be amazing considering how their day 2 during prelims was. But it's a lot harder here. You can see IHC in second place was only able to get just 1 point. By the way, second place, when we're talking about the overall, they only got 1 point here in this last match. As we go over to Stone Sute, 3 eliminations, 685 damage.
Yeah, Stone, such a veteran player. I remember back in the days when I was competing when he was under the team of Mega. So this guy has been around the block. He's got that experience under his belt, and he's only been getting better and better. And of course, winning all that moolah with Vampire Esports in the past couple of years. I mean, that is just some more motivation for them to continue that upward trend. And Vampire, with that huge win, it does put them in contention for that first place where the $100,000 does wait for the victor.
I'm gonna need to talk to Stone's tattoo artist because that tattoo on his arm just looks so sick, man. Absolutely awesome looking. But you know what? I was teasing the overall standings, and guess who's no longer in second place after that match? Alpha 7 still in first place, being able to expand on their lead now between that second place. Reject jumping all the way up 3 places to second place, and on top of that, Vampire Esports jumping up 4 places as well to that 3rd place, Hot Jukes.
I mean, that's what I was trying to say is, you know, like when we saw Vampire, right, get that chicken dinner in Sanhok during the prelims, they just started a tear, you know? So I think that all these teams that did their research, when they saw that, hey, Vampire wanted chicken dinner, especially with a sick 1v1 at the end, you know these guys are going to start heating up. So even though like Alpha 7, 3 chicken dinners yesterday, I think there's definitely a lot of pressure on their backs. So they can't let off the gas. They have to continue to get some serious points on the board and create a gap so big that nobody can even think about passing it up.
And luckily for Alpha 7, I feel like we got a bit of a question to answer for us, Sute. We're kind of talking about it during the cast too. We were saying how this team needed to start showing us more, not only just on their chicken dinners, but also how they would be able to do when they didn't get the chicken dinners. Well, guess what? In this one, they didn't get a chicken dinner. They got very, very close. But now we're starting to see a little bit some more elimination points and definitely more placement points when they don't get a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I actually feel like this works in favor of Alpha 7 of not getting the chicken dinner by being delivered the zones, right? Yesterday on Sanhok, they pretty much had free reign on top of the hill where the zone ended up just a little bit north of that, and it's such an easy win for them. I think today, with the day starting off as more of a challenge for Alpha 7, it gets them ready to fight for the zones, to fight their way in, and it is just looking really great for Alpha 7 because that was our big worry, right? Yesterday's points from them came from the 3 chicken dinners. The placement points and the elim points came from those zones that really just gifted it to them. So now, not gifted the zone, and they're already starting off hot. I think Alpha 7's going to maintain their lead today.
Yeah, knowing the players personally, I know how they end up working in regards to their mental state. If they don't end up performing well, they're going to be going in with the wrong thoughts tomorrow on the final day, and that's usually what ends up butting them in the butt. So for them to be able to start the day off like that is great. But I want to continue to see that, right? I want to, especially going to Erangel, if we go back to the Erangel that they did end up winning, it was the exact same. I feel like one of the zones was gifted to them the whole time, and they were just picking and fighting who they wanted to fight with. I kind of want to see what they do if they don't continue to get the zone, Jukes, if they actually have to fight a little bit more.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, they can definitely do it, especially since they were a team that loved to play edge for so long. You know, that was their whole play style, right? So it's not something they're unfamiliar with. But I think now, you know, we see them playing that more central kind of play style. And they got 3 chicken dinners yesterday. So I hope that, you know, their coach talked to them, said, hey, yeah, I know that we have had that edge play before, but center zone works for us. Let's try to move there a little bit earlier. And if we don't get the zone, heck, if any team can push into it, it's them.
Yeah, I mean, they can frag out. Anybody can frag out. Yeah. We saw what Korea can do. We know what McGrillen's able to do as well. Mafioso, Rebel. So that's the good thing, right? With this team, this is why a lot of the other teams tend to find Alpha 7 so scary. Going back to Reject, I kind of want to give more of their flowers too, because not only were they able to take the fight to Regnum Karya, the way Reiji, or I don't remember the player's name from Reject, but the way he was able to get that off angle, Royals of War was able to spot him, but he still committed to it. He kept going, and ultimately it ended up helping them on getting that win over Regnum Karya.
Yeah, Rejects, really, I do want to applaud them. Every single year, they have been just getting noticeably better. The first time they made it to the global stage, I believe they didn't even make it out of the group stages, right? They couldn't even get into the finals. And then the year after that, I think it was like they got into the finals, but they finished definitely second page of the leaderboards. And now we see them in second place. This is the best they have ever done, and I think it's that confidence. And just something to throw out there, like, you know, a little tidbit. When I used to play a little bit of the comps in Japan, I remember their leagues were really strict. Like, there was no BM or toxicity. You actually maybe get a fine, especially since they have their own league. They have an established rule set. So it's actually quite interesting to see, you know, where you could get fined for shooting a box and showing disrespect. Now on the global stage, Japan's like, they're letting it all out. They're not pulling any stops. You die to us, we are shooting your box, and we're continuing that aggression and building that confidence, and it is working out great for Rejects.
At global events, I'm pretty sure they're like, I wish we could stare at those admins from Japan, because look what we're doing now, Jukes. Look what we're doing now.
Just letting all that hatred that's been built up over time, right? And maybe it's like a purge scenario here in PMGO. And you know what? That's the overall energy of this event. It's crazy there. I mean, you heard Sertani during the interview. He could hardly even hear the questions because there was so much noise going on over there. So the hype is at an all-time high. I love it for sure. And I'll tell you what, in order to be a team that just like loves hot dropping and to have success, any success doing it, you have to be fearless, right? You have to have that just like, you know what? We're going to push everybody. If we go out in last place, we go out. And I think the fact that they started that and actually had some success is the reason why we see them just that aggression just start and just nonstop from whenever, you know, the time needs it.
Yeah, I mean, if they can continue to hot drop there tomorrow when we go to Sanhok again, if Royals of War for some reason decides to land on them again, and it's going to be 4 easy points for a reject, I'm sure they're going to keep on taking those points. I'm sure they're going to continue to do it. Teams that definitely need the points, though, Royals of War. Do we expect them tomorrow to hot drop them again?
I don't think so. They're too low down on the leaderboards at this point. They don't have it like the way Rejects does, especially when it comes to like hot drop success. So yeah, I think you just got to let them go.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Royals of War, if you're for some reason doing the VOD review and you're listening to this part of our segment, don't hot drop them. Okay, just try to do something completely different. We know how that ends up going for you guys. Now that's 2 times in a row. Just stop it. Just stop it. Okay.
They speak Spanish, so I'll help them out. No.
Hey. I thought we were gonna get one of your famous translations here. I was like, I was getting ready for it. I was like, let's go, baby. Let's do this. But shout out to Realme 12 Pro Plus. Elevates your photography experience with 120 times super zoom and performance in games.
How to be a portrait master.
Bounce in the streets, I'm a boss till I call. Bounce in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss.
Welcome back to the PMGO Brazil 2024 Day 2 of the main event. Boy, we started off hot there in Sanhok. We started off hot with Vampire Esports getting that chicken dinner, and we saw what they were able to do too on the overall leaderboard. I wonder if they're going to want to keep on climbing that up. Even though it's not a PMWI, even though it's not an invitational, I'm sure Hot Jukes, Vampire is looking to make it a little bit different here this year. They're looking to send a statement, not just a PMWI.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they want to start off. I mean, well, they didn't start off as strong as they wanted. That's for sure, right? But with this chicken dinner here, it's rocket launched them up the leaderboards. The big thing, though, is the prize pool, right? A huge difference between first and second. They got to get it done.
I think they might be able to get it done, boys. I think they might be able to get it done and end up with the top 3. We'll have to wait and see, though. It was just one match. Take it away, though, as we do get started here in Erangel.
Let's get it going here. Match number 2, the first Erangel of the day. I'm Hot Jukes here with Zute. Bro, are you ready for some Erangel action?
Oh, I am ready for all the action that's going to happen today. I mean, when I woke up this morning, the first thing on my mind was like, whew, wonder what we're going to see today in the PUBG Mobile Global Open. Because the action yesterday was just some of the best I've ever seen. And today, with the way that Sanhok played out, with Rejects rising up, with Vampires rising up, with Alpha 7 still maintaining their foothold as like the top team in the lobby, it can only go up from here.
You are completely right. It's only going to get more crazy here as time goes on. Vampire dropping out early. They're going to be looting that, or split looting that Stalber area up north, so they'll have a good spot in there. Let's see where this first circle goes, right? Are we going to get a crazy military circle? Nope. Good old tried and true. But it looks like we do have some things starting to heat up over here in Yasnaya. This is Hi-Fi's versus S2G. We saw this drop before.
Yeah, yesterday it was a really far distance plane path, so when they did both drop here, they both ended up a little more split. But the plane flying right overhead, I think Hi-Fi's got to do what they really want to do, which is drop right on top of S2G and take the fight straight to them. S2G really struggling here. One of the players already down and another down to 1 HP. Definitely probably doesn't have any first aids either, as they only just started looting.
Yeah, both these teams struggling big time on the leaderboards. S2G all the way down in 10th place. We got Hi-Fi's down in 14th place. You can see S2G's got that DBS. Gets the first knock. Looking to get another. Trying to play it as safe as possible. 3 people right now in this hallway from S2G. Using all the util they got. Gonna get that nice thirst onto Snowix. That's huge. And now S2G, yeah, slowly picking apart Hi-Fi's bit by bit. Ooh, second knock's big.
Oh, into the back. Hi-Fi's definitely getting cut down here. They had the man advantage, but they ran into the shotgun. I think close range or off a hot drop. Hold on that. He's jumping back and forth, and there we go. Finally gets it done. SCG only loses 1 player, and in a hot drop scenario, I think the thing you want the most, it's not armor, it's not meds, it's not even util. I think it's the DBS. I think. True. Yeah, if you hot drop and you land and find the DBS, you tell your teams, like, I got the DBS. And Frozen looks like he's going to be unfrozen as he is being burnt alive right now. Next to Rio, one of their players getting caught.
He's melting. Oh, poor Frozen. But yeah, you know what? You know what the crazy part about that hot drop is? It's so unnecessary. You know, Yasnaya is so big. Such a big place to loot. I mean, you can literally land on either side of the street, loot up, and then just go their own separate ways. But nah, they just started to land at the same apartment buildings. S2G take them out. I think that, you know, especially where Hi-Fi's are out on the leaderboards, they're going to have to mix things up completely.
Yeah. I think from the way it looked like it was definitely Hi-Fi's initiating the hot drop, since all 4 landed in the same building, and S2G had to kind of regroup, which is why they lost that player early. But S2G definitely rebounded right there and won the fight instead, only losing 1 for 4 points. So, like, hot drops, yeah, neither team, or not neither team, one team might not want to hot drop, but if you don't want a hot drop, it doesn't change the fact that you're going to be in a hot drop if another team, like Hi-Fi's, is still going to drop on you. So good job from S2G to recover that, though.
Yeah, I mean, you got to just deal with the, you know, you got to be able to adapt. And in that situation, S2G, even if they didn't want to, They had to be able to make something happen, and they did a great job. I mean, to be able to get 4 eliminations and
it was a 3v4.
Yeah, 3v4 was huge. You know, they only lost 1 player, but they're gonna definitely need a big game here because S2G has 36 total points. And remember, I mean, top 3 is where the money's at. So they definitely need a good game here to finish off strong. That first knock was crucial, but a good bounce back from S2G.
Yeah, the DBSs or all the shotguns, you can see in that elimination feed as we're watching this replay back, it was pretty much all shotguns right there up until the very end. So that's one team already out. Hi-Fi's eliminated, sitting in 14th place. We have Smoke Gaming here doing a rotation, and this position right here is actually pretty much dead center of the zone. This circle, if it does keep centering up, is going to allow for a lot of nice action, as you do see those dips right there. Call them the OP dips. So many teams play them. We've seen so many battles unfolding in this particular area, and it never disappoints.
Never does. And, you know, this is a really good place to hold, too, because, you know, no matter where the zone goes, you're going to have a pretty clear path out of there, because in order to approach this building, you have to just straight up drive up and crash it. So that's why you see these players from Smoke Gaming just like looking around every single angle, just trying to avoid a crazy push. And Smoke Gaming, great team to be able to qualify here. This is their, you know, big shot to be able to compete against these big teams, and I think they're definitely learning something. I mean, they only have 14 points so far, but you know, they have pretty much everything to gain, you know, as a new team coming in, and regardless of where they end up with the leaderboards, they're gonna have a great experience here.
Oh yeah, the global stage is just something that you have to go through and get beat down once or twice before you can, you know, start to rise up and really, you know, get the hang of things, and a lot of learning curves to be had. Like, speaking of learning curves, look at Reject. This is, I think, maybe their 4th time at the global stage. Actually, maybe even more, you know, and finally, you know, it is starting to work out for them. But, you know, it's not over yet. We're only 2 games, well, not even 2, just only 1 game finished into day number 2. Any of these teams could still realistically shoot up and take that top 3 position.
And you know what? It's so crazy. I love seeing teams that the more events they play at this level, the better and better they get. And Reject are doing a great job right now, sitting in 2nd place, 56 total points. The thing that it's on everyone's mind, though, is Alpha 7, right? I mean, 84 points on the board. That's a 28-point difference, folks. That's a big gap already. So Alpha 7 definitely not wanting to let up the gas, because not only is there a big gap in the leaderboards between 1st and 2nd, there's a huge gap in prize pool. $50,000 difference between 1st and 2nd place. So, you know, Alpha 7 doesn't want to give up even a dime of that, considering that they're in their hometown. But yeah, you know what? There's one big factor, Zute, and we've kind of mentioned this a little bit before. We haven't mentioned it yet. Is, you know, when you are such a top team that has dominated for so long, there becomes that presence that you have, right? If you're a team like Alpha 7, if you're a Vampire, you know, Nova, whenever you have such success in tournaments, all of a sudden, anytime you push that team and you realize it's them, sometimes you'll have players hesitate. They'll be like, oh, you know, it's Alpha 7, or oh, it's this. And that little hesitation, man, those teams take advantage of it and take you out so quickly. And I think Reject, especially a team that just hot drops constantly, have proven that they've kind of gotten over that, you know? Those nerves start to leave. And I think they're a lot more comfortable here in the PMGO.
Yeah, I do remember watching them before. If they got into a hot drop, if they don't find the opening within the first minute, you usually see them to, you know, back off. And especially when a third party comes in, they always almost back off. And that's for a lot of teams, not just Rejects at this stage. But Rejects instead, they have that confidence. They see a third party coming in, they're just like, more points for us to make right here. Yeah, and they just go head into 2 different teams, but they play it smart. So Rejects definitely showing a lot of experience, and they decided, you know, how they want to take certain situations, and they're going to take it straight on. New zone did shift out. We are pulling back west right onto Potato Hill. Potato Hill is now the new center of zone, so we won't see that nice area around Shelter with all those different divots come into play, but this area of the map could still make for some pretty entertaining situations.
Oh yeah, we could even maybe get a school finish. That'd be pretty fun to watch, no? We haven't seen one of those in a hot minute. Oh yeah, so let's see where these teams are going to decide to go. Right now, outside of the circle, Royals of War are going to be coming in through the Pachiki side there on the southwestern area. S2G are still up in Yasnaya, so they're going to be barely creeping up on the edge. But Team Falcons, look at that, hanging around in a shack, very, very close to Boom. Let's see who's going to be able to get that nade off. Oh, and yeah, that's the hard part about a shack is if you're in there, there's only one place you're going to go. I'm surprised they're even getting off of this now.
Yeah, I think with too many teams rotating by, look at the minimap, multitudes of colors coming in here as Boom will come back and finish off the other two Falcons player. Man, Falcons really struggling out here. They're just down to that solo player at the shack. And look, it's Rejects coming in here. They want some of the action. Definitely a team that's not scared to take on any type of fights, and they actually knock one player from Boom. Pombit goes down. Sara still close range here, and they gotta be a little bit wary here because this is like center zone, so you have a lot of teams moving in and out here looking to see if they get third party, looking to see what positions are open, and I think teams are starting to finally settle down and disengage now.
And that is going to be it for Team Falcons right there. That nade just doing them in. Not having a lot of success here at the start of the day. And yeah, you can just see Top. You saw him just kind of like, you know, just put his hands over his head and just say, oh, that's a tough one right there.
Yeah. Getting some nice shots through the tree leaves right there. Boom has readjusted to a different position. Really good job out of Boom. That was a really sticky situation. You saw how many teams are moving in and out, and with those sight lines, they can get third party from distance very easily. So Boom finds a nice secondary position right here at this little divot. Nade comes in, does some damage, but it's fine. Flyboy driving in circles here, just trying to get as much info as possible. They don't want to stay too still right there, or else, yeah, those nades might just come in. And I think they spotted a new location to go to as the new circle came up, actually. It goes up north, so that is why they're going to rotate right here.
Yeah, they're going to rotate this blue here. It's not a terrible location. It's kind of difficult to leave from because it's really weak from apartment side. So they could definitely get pinched. We'll just see how that ends up playing out. They're already down to 3, so we'll see like where that finishes. Meanwhile, Nova started to get into it. That's going to be against Nexria, so they get a couple, at least one elimination under their belts. And they're going to be holding this beautiful, beautiful little hill ridge right here below school. I know this is a spot you really like, Zoo.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, anytime this type of zone happens, this is my preferred position right here. You are in the open, but you have this nice ridge line. Not just one, you got 2 different ridge lines to work with. So you can take a lot of shots everywhere. You still have school as a backup, and you can monitor school too. You can see which school apartment building is unoccupied, because if the zone keeps closing in on school, you don't want to be, you know, the first team in there and stuck in there. And you also have a way of leaving this position too. So Nova, this is a team that I see, you know, frequent this spot quite a lot.
Yeah, it's a really good location. Like I said, even if the zone shifts, you have a great way to be able to get out of there. A lot of coverage with that tree line. The only place it's weak from is right in the opposite direction of Dream, that little shack right behind it. If a team rolls up there, it's going to be an all-out war. But you know Nova is not scared of a fight, that's for sure. So you can see teams trying to find their little stay location in Zone 3. But, oh, Smoke getting run over by Death Wolves. Man, that's not gonna feel too good.
Yeah, Death Wolves out here getting more points. Death Wolves really turned it up today too so far with their performance. Sanhok did pretty decent for them, so it looks like they're going to keep that aggression up. Smoke Gaming just caught out on the east side, trying to make their way in. Smoke Gaming down to 3, looking to do whatever they can to just get any type of position or any type of points really before they get eliminated out of here. Majority of the teams are all in the zone besides Smoke Gaming. Rejects are on the far south, and yeah, it's just Smoke that still hasn't made a way into the zone.
Yeah, I mean, they have a really big task ahead of them. I mean, this is their first time competing at this level. They are one of the qualifying teams. I mean, not a lot was expected from them. I mean, they did do great during the prelims, but this is a whole nother monster here. So there's an old saying, right? Sometimes you got to pay to learn. And they're definitely learning a big lesson here. And I'll tell you what, I mean, we've seen plenty of times a team goes to a global event like this, and then when they come home to their region, they're like the best by far, you know? And we just see them just level up little by little. Well, they're gonna have to level up right now, because now look who's got their eyes set on them. It's none other than Alpha 7.
Alpha 7 is here for the points, here for the fight. New circle pops up, though. Could Alpha 7 disengage here? I think Alpha 7 already knows what they want to do with this new zone, so they're going to take their time, maybe pick up a couple points, but the circle pulls down south. School could still be a potential ending, but see, this is the exact situation you don't want to find yourself in. You lock yourself in school, and the zone shifts away. Nova, meanwhile, still has all their options open. D+, still at that little compound, find themselves a nice new kind of central location on this new circle shift.
Yeah, I can see why IHC took school, because schools, if the zone goes there and you are the team holding it, it's like you win the game, pretty much. You know, but if it doesn't, yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting to see how IHC takes this on. They still have their whole squad. They're going to probably have to try to sneak through apartments, because at this point, everything has been taken. And usually a lot of teams in a zone shift like this will try to go and wrap and try to hit the hardship side. The problem is that the hardship side is Potato Hill, so you know that's already taken. It's going to be interesting to see how Alpha 7 tries to creep into this next zone.
Potato Hill is being taken already by the Reject team, and Royals of War could potentially find themselves in a fight right here. Both teams are on the edge of zone, so they might just share this, not exactly have to fight over that top position just yet. Rejects monitoring their west side, and they have Regioso on the east just maintaining info, and Alpha 7, yeah, they haven't stopped looking for fights, chasing them down, driving over. That first drive-by was a distraction, but however, the other players of Death Wolves will find one. Carrillo surely about to go down. He ran out of ammo. Carrillo surviving at 1 HP, and look at that, he doesn't even heal. Carrillo just has the mindset of a fragger. 1 HP? No, I'm not healing. I'm going to pull out my weapon and shoot right back, and that's a huge opening for the side of Alpha 7.
Carrillo just looked him in the face and said, "How dare you try to reload in front of me?" Oh, if he only had one more bullet, he would have gotten that knock. Here comes Rebel, though, looking to try to get a run over. And meanwhile, I mean, this is how you do it, right? If you don't have a straight, place to be able to go on a rotation, just, hey, drive up, shoot at everything in sight, and do it the hard way.
Yeah, Alpha 7, they're getting it done. Carrillo does go down with a couple smokes. I was going to say maybe they could go back for the revive, but Regioso, I love this play out of the Reject team. Regioso is so far away from his team, but they realize the opportunity that they have and just branching out and looking for these long-distance third parties, and Regioso picks up a crucial point for the team, padding their point even more right now. But the 1v1 still going on between Death Wolves and Alpha 7.
Oh, man. I mean, it's just crazy how some of these micro plays are so huge. I mean, we saw that player from Alpha 7 try to get the knock onto Guiza with that nade, but he just wasn't able to find the range of it. And then he ends up getting knocked to return, and just like that, things are not looking too good for Alpha 7. But they have a great lead, so they can afford, maybe a rough game or two, but we don't want to see them having to stress out on the final day. Meanwhile, IHC gonna have to do the same thing we saw Alpha 7 do, right? Just push in from the edge and make their way in as another southern shift happens. This zone is hard locked south, and here comes Rogue right there with a DVS getting it done.
And IHC, they're playing at their best right now, and when I say that, I mean they're playing as a 3-man, because we haven't seen them in the late game just yet with 4, but it looks like 3 is all they need. Rejects, though, with newfound confidence, with newfound strength as a 4-man team, this might be too challenging for even the likes of IHC now.
I'll tell you what, out of all the teams I've seen so far, a on-fire Rejects could be extremely dangerous. That knock is going to be huge to help buy them some time, but they're not. I think they're getting shot from Nova down south as well. Yeah. IHC Yeah, just trying to get in this next circle. Good on Nova to try to apply pressure here because they know that all these teams are very, very much under pressure with the zone coming on in. Godless going
look
in.
at this.
Oh, almost gets trying to get that run over.
Oh.
Jumps out the D. It tries to pull out that DBS, but Duello just too fast.
Yeah, Duello really heads up right there. I like that push, honestly, by IHC, too. They know they're down to 3-man, and with so much pressure down south by Nova, that knock that they got earlier, that was their only potential chance of getting a good position in the zone. So he had to just go for it. It might have looked bad, right, pushing in by yourself, but it was a timing thing. He couldn't wait for his teammates. If he waited, it's back to a 3v4, so he took a risk. It didn't pay off, however, and Rejects will continue to hold the top position on Potato Hill with 4. Meanwhile, Nova close by, still with 4 players in a good spot, too.
I really like that split from Reject, having that 2 pushed up, 2 in the back, but they were in a perfect position. They were throwing smokes on the right side so they could just stand out in the open. And then, I mean, even if they were covering him perfectly. So even if IHC was, starting to apply pressure with those 2 teammates up there, they were going to get shot from behind so quickly. So a great job. Meanwhile, IHC is stuck in the blue zone, and they had to get out of there real quick because this blue zone is starting to chunk. IHC did sneak on in and trying to circumvent Nova, but Nova's pushing on up. Here we go. Who's gonna win this one? Dream with the DBS trying to hold it down, but man, these Reject squad are starting to get heated. Actually, it's Regnum Karya. I saw RC. I thought it was Reject. Nope, it's Regnum Karya on the push.
Yeah, Regnum Karya catching Nova right here. Nova down to 1. Long skirt gets a revive on 1, and that's about it. Zone closing in at the same time. Paraboy went down earlier trying to hold the inner side of the zone, but IHC catches him by surprise. And just like that, Nova was a 4-man team in a great position, but I think they tried to do a little bit too much, and Regnum Karya just really hindered what they wanted to achieve here. Now Nova down to 2-man, forced to go in to the zone. And we have the Zebra Masters here on the northeastern side still with a 4, taking a fight with the likes of Vampire Esports.
Here they go. Zebra Masters have that high ground. If they're able to throw that util perfectly, Vampire's going to be in big trouble. Here comes Schweppes trying to push on up, apply some pressure with that M4, trying to buy some time for his teammates. And he's going to have to do it quickly because there's only 47 seconds left on the clock. Tony K trying to get this res off. Next zone does go on up, and oh my goodness, Reject are going to have to come down from Potato Hill.
Yeah, I think Rejects with 4 players, though, should have a decent chance at getting more points into this match. D+ sitting at the God Complex now. The zone really favoring them every circle so far. Vampire down to 2 with the close zone by. May just have to snake in for the rest of the match. Zebra Masters with 4, though, can make a lot of noise and look for more and more points.
Yeah, it's Zebra Masters trying to stand up and really just, not get passive at all. They got to get hyper-aggressive here with their position, especially considering that they're only in 15th place right now. I'm surprised they even let up off of Nova at all. I thought that they were going to be able to get that push and finish him off. But, oh, you can see Order trying to just find a location dead center as Nobu from D+ Kia. I thought he had an angle there. Decides to give it up.
This is where D+ needs to get somewhat aggressive. If one of their players gets knocked, another team might full send them, and I'm mainly just looking at Rejects, but with D+ that far down the leaderboards and with 4 players up, they need to look for some points now, because if they just sit at this compound, all the fighting is going to go 360 around them, and they have a great chance at third party a lot of things if they step out.
Let's see what ends up happening. Regnum Karya, Bra going down there. Zebra Master, like I said, they had to start getting aggressive, trying to be able to get that spray down that just little grass line. Oh, he does see someone pop up. Does he get the knock? Tony K, I can't tell.
Jukes.
It looks good. Yep, that's going to be enough. What happened?
Take a look at the elim numbers on the right-hand side from all of the teams. One number is not like the other numbers.
As soon as I looked over to the right, my literally jaw dropped. Are you kidding me? Reject with 11 eliminations and their entire squad up. Alpha 7, you better be careful because this Japanese team is coming in hot today.
If they get the chicken, they could tie up, or maybe,
no
I
way.
don't know. It's a lot, but we'll see. Rejects with 4 players, 11 and running hot right now. Let's see what this team could do. The only team they have to really worry about is D+. It depends on the next zone, too. If the zone pulls up towards the south side, giving Rejects the circle, they could just sit pretty. And look at that. Even now, they're still finding knocks. They're still finding openings. This Rejects team is not the Rejects of the past couple of years. This is a completely new and transformed team.
Oh my goodness. Not to mention that they do have that hill advantage as well. And the zone has already shifted south so many times. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it continue going that direction.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's see what ends up happening is Yo gonna try to have to do it in the blue zone, and he does get that knock, but he's gonna run in. He does, hits that lay down real quick. He can't eat any more blue at all. And he's not gonna get the chance to, as next Ruya shut him down.
Yeah, next Ruya with a nice little game sense play right there, spraying through the grass. And catches the last player. He's going to be able to get that revive too. And look at this. The zone does pull towards Rejects.
Wow.
Now, with the circle like this, I mean, this is only stage 6. We still have more circles to go. D+ is in a very vulnerable position now. If D+ have to leave this compound, and even if they don't leave, Rejects can fire in on this from all different types of angles, and it's going to be so hard for the team of D+ to push out of it, even if they get a knock onto Rejects. Rejects needs to make sure, though, they don't get third party from their south or their eastern side.
Yeah, you're so right. I mean, a lot of people would think that, nah, D+ Kia, they have the only cover. They're good. No, I mean, Rejects are going to know exactly where they're at, and if Sara up there is able to throw smokes on their windows and doors, they can't see anything out. Right? Yeah. And then Rejects is going to be free to push up for free. So, yeah, good eye right there. But that's going to be really the main team that Reject just has to get through. Oh, and they're getting some help from the other side. Oh, D+ Kia, good luck with this one.
Yeah, look how many elims D+ Kia has right now. A big old donut. No. That is just not good. So you have 4 players here, but you may as well only have 2 because they're not able to utilize their numbers whatsoever. They're getting pressured in hard. Rejects, one of their players does fall down to the likes of Zebra Master, but Zebra Masters is more focused on D+ Kia's position. Hopefully Rejects can get that revive safely.
Yeah, I think Reject's totally fine with this. So, like, yeah, y'all battle it out. If you actually decide to go in that building, we'll come third party you. So Zebra Master needs to be careful here. Yeah, now they're starting to set their eyes on the big threat outside. Because, yeah, D+ Kia, there's not much they could do inside that building. So you can see them starting to push on out. But Zebra Master are very vulnerable from this position. One knock. Duello has that nade.
Look
if he
at
hits
those
it, it'll be huge.
They're raining a whole entire red zone. I saw one player had 6 nades in their hand, and they're throwing everything. They're throwing the kitchen sink, and Duello, with all that pressure, feels the need to rise up to push him back, and Duello does go down. A revive will come through. One of the players gets carried back, but Duello, I don't think, will be able to be saved. Zebra Master biting way more than they could chew, though. Yeah, they're pushing D+ and Rejects all at the same time. Duello might be able to get revived here, and Zebra Masters are actually out.
Zebra Master bit off more than they could chew, focusing on too many teams at once. They had to hard commit on one or the other, or just what they should have done was just hold the hill. Hold the hill, focus behind them, didn't worry about these teams. But yeah, getting taken out is going to be critical, and now Reject going to just be able to get up there. Wolf takes down the Death Wolves. Only 3 teams remaining.
Rejects back up to 4. Duello somehow getting revived right there. Next, Ruya with 2. D+ with 3. And Jukes, look at that circle. It's not a big shift, but that may be the biggest shift you've ever seen for the likes of Rejects.
I mean, this is just south, south, south. The zone just keeps going in this direction. And this is the final zone, guys. This is the last place it's going to go. This zone will go into nothing in a very, very short few moments. So you can see K trying to get a nade on this Wolf. Doesn't get it done. Wolf going to try to be able to get one knock here. He needs to time this nade. Honestly, there's no reason he should throw it right now. Yeah, he should hold on to all his util till at least there's like, 5 seconds left, or when the zone starts closing.
Look at Regioso, just working on his aim right now.
Or no, maybe he was clearing his back.
He shot
seriously
3 trees with a DBS at that range.
I think you never know. You never know, baby, right? You got to make sure that, hey, if somebody's behind these trees, I need to be sure,
No. So, here's the thing. I think, they have... Sara with a nice knock right there.
Why would you peek?
D Plus shouldn't even look at rejects. They should just focus on the team behind them. Yeah, it's just D Plus just really not playing correctly whatsoever. I just have to throw it up to that. Z-Wolf getting close with that nade now, and he does find Nobu. D Plus down to 2. Can D Plus get anything done right now? They only have 1 elimination to their name, and they are getting peppered down. D Plus down to the 1 player. Nexruya looking to get at least the 2nd place now.
Oh, Team Reject is licking their lips right now. Oh, Swoop with this spot, though, could be dangerous. For sure. He's going to have to do it all by himself, though. If he gets knocked, it's all over. Got to hit these shots. It's all up to Swoop.
10
if
bullets.
Any other team than Reject's going to win, it's up to him.
That's it.
Oh, never mind. Here comes Blue.
No more long range. Only the DBS. They never finish off the last player of D+, so I think that is a mistake out of the side of Z-Wolf right there. Rejects just sitting pretty now.
Oh.
One of them gets naded, but I think Rejects are still fine. Wait, Rejects only has 2? I thought they still had 4. Nexruya could do this.
Okay, getting taken out. It almost looked like they were kind of working as a squad because they knew what the best thought was, but now it's just Kane. Last one up, Reiji, looking to have a monster performance here. 1 more elimination. That'll be 15 and a chicken dinner. That nade looks good. Oh, just a little bit too far. Gun switch. It's all over, baby. It is Team Reject with a monster chicken dinner.
I think the biggest chicken dinner yet. I didn't even see how many elims they had at the end. 15. That is definitely the biggest I've seen so far for this tournament. 15 eliminations in the grand finals, and Rejects are just starting to heat up. Earlier, we saw them shoot the trees, right? So I think that's another part of their rituals, right? First, you shoot the loot boxes, and then to display even more confidence, take the time to do some, aim training with that DBS in hand. Do some quick flicks on the 3 trees, like if these guys aren't going to come out and let me shoot them, I'm going to target practice elsewhere. That's their thought process right there.
Using PMGO to practice? Are you kidding me? Oh, 7! Hey, Alpha 7 and Reject had a 28-point gap before this game.
Definitely got close. It's definitely got it close. By the way, Reject, man, I'm so glad you guys highlighted this when it was happening during the match. The 2-2 splits, the splits that this team was able to actually have towards the south of the circle. Yes, they did end up getting blessed by the zone, but the way they were able to control that whole south is ultimately what ended up winning that match for them. We saw them being able to third party Alpha 7 with Death Wolves. Not only that, they also win in third party a different fight, which was between IHC and Royals of War. They were consistent. They were making sure that they were proactive. And ultimately, that's what ended up getting the win right there. By the way, Zebra Masters, I felt like they got a little bit too crazy without what they were thinking. They have players from D plus Kia knocked in the building, and then on top of that, they were taking the fight with Rejects, which they were able to knock some players. They switched their whole focus towards the Reject players, and they ended up backfiring because Zebra Masters could have definitely made a big surprise there if they would have just stick to one team only.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna give them a pass though. I'll actually give Zebra Master a pass because it is their and this is the reason why I say that, right? Is because this is their first time playing here. I guarantee you in their region and the tournaments that they played, that works, right? It's okay to do because you're so good that you could take on 2 squads at once. But when you're against the best teams in the world, it doesn't work, right? So the reason why I'll give them a pass this time is because I'll say that, hey, you know what? It's a lesson that they needed to learn, but this is the last time I give it. I mean, they have to just realize, hey, we can't do splits like this anymore. We have to take on one team at a time.
For a team that was in 15th place with only 16 points, they ain't getting no pass from me, Sute.
I think I share a lot of empathy for the team because, I've been there as a competitive player. You're in like the final circle. You have so many different options, and you just make a huge play. The game-winning play for Death Wolves was to take out Rejects, right? But that was the play that was going to be the hardest. But when they hit those nades, all of a sudden, I'm pretty sure the IGL, a couple members on the team, switched gears. They saw the path to winning the match. Not just taking out D+, going in the building, and then losing ultimately to Rejects. They saw a chance to sweep out the side and take everything, and in the heat and the adrenaline kicks in, the energy's up there. There's only like 5 teams left. You could probably win this with a lot of eliminations. All of that happening all at once for a, you know, inexperienced team like the Death Wolves. This is their first time at the LAN stage. I could see that happening, you know, 9 times out of 10, and it's just going to take more and more experience for them to navigate those types of situations. So I also give them the pass. I think they had the right idea. They just don't have the experience yet to kind of really, you know, pull it off or know how to play it fully correctly from front to back.
Yeah, I definitely see where you guys are coming from. Here, hear me out. I'm not an ex-pro player, okay? I've never been in those situations. I only get a chance to see it from a different, completely perspective, and from my end. Oh, if Zebra Masters would have just focused a little bit more there on what we would have been able to see, imagine. But you know what? Let's go and interview with Reject.
And we are back here with the winner chicken dinner in the hands of Reject Team. And I have here with me Sarah. Congratulations on this last victory. And I would like to know, how did you guys manage so well the late stages of the game, because it was really hard?
Oh, sorry?
How did you manage the late stages of the game, the last safe zone?
Well, actually, it was good zone. We got a good circle all the time from the set. That's why we could make it a chicken dinner, and we stay calm as well. Yeah, that's why.
Awesome. And you know what? Brazilian fans don't seem to like you guys' victory. How did you guys handle the pressure here?
No, I don't have any pressures here. Like the drums from the fans, like screaming, the whistles from the Brazilian fans makes us more power from actor. Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. And what can we expect from you guys in the next match?
Maybe we are top 2 now, so we're gonna be a top 1 next match.
Okay, we will see how this game will reflect in the next match. And you guys, stay tuned, because we will come back with more action really soon. Oh.
He was left hanging. He wanted to say something more. He wanted to say, admins in Japan, we're going to continue to shoot boxes, baby. We're going to continue to go for that first place, because right now they're looking so good, man. Talk about how we were mentioning Alpha 7 yesterday being able to get 3 chicken dinners. With that win right there for Reject, that's another team now, Hot Jukes, with 3 chicken dinners.
Man, I'm so glad that we get to see the player cams and the audience cam. I mean, because obviously it's all Alpha 7 inside the audience, and I want to see their faces right now, and I also want to see their hands, because I can imagine that, you know what, the nails that they have got to be all bitten off right now.
Gone. Absolutely gone. I can't wait to see what the leaderboard is going to be looking like, Sute, because as Hotjix was mentioned earlier, Alpha 7 went into that last match with that 28-point gap from first to second place. And you know what? We're going to be getting to the match rankings, so we can do the math real quick. With Reject being able to get 25 points there, I'm not sure how many points Alpha 7 ended up winning, but the gap, it's pretty much going to be gone.
Can't believe it. 25 points for Rejects in 1 match. That is crazy, Hot Jutes.
It's unreal. It really is unreal. I mean, I thought that gap was going to hold all day long, and in just 1 match, poof, goodbye. I mean, anytime we've seen a 25-point game or a 20-point game, the leaderboard goes nuts. We see teams jump like 9 positions. So, oh man, I mean, Alpha 7 cannot let off the gas even a little bit today.
And this was the biggest worry all along. This is why I was personally starting to nitpick a little bit on Alpha 7 yesterday with their performances. Even though it was such a high, there was bound to be a teammate that was going to end up challenging. And look at this, Regioso. I mean, 8 eliminations, 1,000 damage. And so far, this player has just showcased so much great stuff today. Not only just from this MVP performance, but earlier, Sute, I mean, I was talking about this player when we went to Sanhok. He was the one that was able to get those off angles early on in the fights.
Yeah, Reiji just really confident right now, and you can tell with just how well he's playing. He's the team's designated, like, you know, off angler too. Earlier when they had the Potato Hill, it was Rachioso way off to the side by himself, looking to get some more points, and they got some points onto Alpha 7 actually, if you can recall, where he sniped down that one player and left Alpha 7 in a 1v1, which ultimately led to Alpha 7 only ending the match with 3 points.
And that's kind of the proactiveness we were talking about, right? With Rejects, what they were able to do there, just being so proactive. And look at this gap. 28 point gone. It's going to just come down to 6 points. Next, Ruya moves up 4 spots as well. But Alpha 7 is going to start feeling that pressure now.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh boy, I remember yesterday, 7. At the end of the day, you started to criticize Alpha 7 a little bit, and I remember I said, you know, 7, the only reason why you're saying this is because of what happened at PMGC. Because I remember you were like, hey, oh, you know, Alpha 7, yeah, you got 3 chicken dinners, but that was almost all of your placement points, you know?
Yep.
And now, I mean, I think anybody watching could be like, you know what, 7 was right, because look, I mean, they got caught just like that.
And that's the thing, like the highs were very high, but besides that, if they weren't getting those chicken dinners, they weren't really obviously getting those placement points.
Look at them.
The whistles are gone. I was hearing drums earlier. I'm not seeing any drums now. You can see the energy definitely switching. And I mean, ultimately, this kind of stuff, not only does it end up affecting the fans right there that are from Alpha 7, the players are also going to start feeling it. And I was talking about this early on in the day too, because Alpha 7, knowing the players, being able to talk to them, being able to hang out with them, as we're going to be going here on the second match of Erangel of day 2, that's going to start affecting them. It could end up getting into their head. It could end up making themselves doubt even more on certain situations.
Oh boy, well, let's see what's going to happen as we get into match number 3. Zute, thank you so much. 7, let's get into it, man, because yeah, I remember when we were in Saudi Arabia, we were busting out the Google Translate. We were talking to these guys, you know, and it's so interesting to see just their whole mental factor when it goes into a tournament, you know, because they definitely didn't have a performance in that one that they were looking for. They start off strong here, and man, getting caught by, out of all the teams, Reject just like that, it's definitely going to be a little bit nerve-wracking for sure.
Yeah, and the thing is with that, just talking in regards still to the previous match for Alpha 7, they had to make a tough rotation too from the circle. They didn't end up getting Zone Blessed, as Reject ultimately did end up getting Zone Blessed. They were doing the rotation, they got caught by Death Wolves, and then for Reject to be able to just kind of peek over their head and make it even harder for Alpha 7, that's like the cherry on top, because at the end of the day, oh my goodness. I was going to mention something, but we got to mention this circle right here, because that is absolutely filthy, Hot Jukes.
I haven't seen a zone like this in a hot minute, man. Oh, we're going to have to see some hardships immediately. The same fight, once again, back to back. Here goes S2G versus Hi-Fi's.
S2G gonna be looking to replicate what happened in the previous match. Hopefully not lose any players and end up eliminating Hi-Fi's. And Hi-Fi's, for a team that we got a chance to see what they did, you know, in the qualifier finals. We also got a chance to hear what they were saying in regards to the interviews, getting the very confident, which is ultimately what you want to see from teams like this, from teams that just haven't been here before, but maybe a little bit too confident, Hodgix, as this team is currently sitting in 15th place with 21 points, and they're continuing to hot drop S2G.
And that's where they're going to stay, to be honest, if they keep on doing this hot drop. Yeah, I think even S2G realizes this is bad. Yeah, S2G smart.
Yep.
Very, very smart. Even though they had the initial knock, they just know it's not worth it. They're so low on the leaderboards that they need every single point they can get. And yeah, you know, trying to get 4 eliminations is great, but the amount of time you lose looting, the amount of time of the chance you have of losing one player, it's just not worth it.
And currently with the circles I think they definitely realize that circle. They're like,
oh yeah,
if we want to even make it inside this circle, we got to start rotating quick. Let's not worry about this fight. Let's loot, let's reset ourselves, and actually start focus about how we're going to be making it into that circle. Hopefully they can get some scouting done, because the thing that we were seeing a lot with this hot drops is teams just wouldn't have time. Yeah, you would end up winning the hot drop, but they wouldn't have time to scout. They would be going in super blind, and that would be the end of the match for them.
I mean, I guarantee you that was their comms. The second they saw that zone, like you mentioned, they just said, you know what? We're not going to fork around here because we got to get out of here quick. Because with a circle like this, half of the zone is in water. That means that this might as well be circle 3.
That's ridiculous. And you're still going to have all the teams alive, too. Nobody has gotten knocked. All the players are going to be up and running. High fives. I want to get a chance to talk about this team a little bit more. I was kind of nitpicking a little bit of what I got a chance to hear from their interviews because they did sound so confident. This is kind of what I was talking about in regards to this team. That's what you want to see, Hodgix. You want to see a team being confident. But the thing is, you don't want that confidence to end up becoming a little bit too overconfident because you're going to be disrespecting some of the teams that you might need to start taking serious. And at the moment, I feel like that's what High Fives is running into. And they could also be running into what Zebra Masters ran into earlier with what you were saying, that you were giving them a pass because they just never been here before. This is the first time they are here in this kind of situation.
Yeah, you know, that's the thing is that, you know, I don't really give passes too often, and I only gave him that one specifically because, you know, like, it's so, like, kind of what Zute said, you know, there's so much chaos going on towards the end.
Yep.
And if you're a team new to this, you may think that what your old strategies, you know, oh, let's do this split, you know, you focus that way, I'll focus this way, will work. And then they face the best teams in the world, and they got to realize and learn quick that, oh, you can't do that. But hold on, we'll get back to that. We talked about Worlds of War. Tonka catching out their IGL order. Man, Nova getting caught bad. That was a nice shot as well. Royals of War not messing around here.
A team that's going to be getting no passes is going to be Nova from us as Royals of War is taking the fight here, and it's going to be just Dream Alive. Honestly, Nova Esports has been possibly the biggest disappointment for me. I was going to say Team Falcons, but I feel like Nova Esports, two-time champions of PMGC. Yes, I know this team is a little bit different. Yes, I know Jimmy isn't in this squad anymore. But we were expecting a lot more of this team. And something that I'm starting to notice more and more is that Nova Esports, when we get to those close quarters, they're not like the Nova Esports that we used to be. It seems like they're just handicapped and they're not able to actually excel in those close quarter fights.
Well, I'll tell you one thing, right? The close quarter combat has elevated unbelievably in just the past couple of years. Heck, I might as well say past couple of months, you know? So that's definitely going to be tough to navigate through. I mean, we definitely know that in that mid-range, long range, Nova still got it. That's for sure, right? But, you know, close quarter combats, I think they're definitely realizing that they're going to have to be on the back foot quite a bit. Now, you know, we also know that they're a late tournament team, but when you got a very good close quarter combat squad like Reject, right, getting 25 points when they get a good circle, I mean, I don't think you can afford to even try to play that same strategy.
Yeah, as we see Smoke Gaming, a team that hasn't been able to pull out some of the upsets that I was personally expecting to out of this team, ends up losing one player there. But going back to what you were saying there with Nova, they are usually a late team, right? A late team comes in the second day, but now this match right here, once it's done, is going to be our halfway point of day 2. And the crazy part too is that, yeah, Alpha 7 might not be putting up the consistency that we want to see whenever they don't get chicken dinners, but Reject is now starting to put up consistency. And Reject is now starting to put up those wins. That Smoke Gaming is able to hit somebody there from Reject, and this is not good for Reject. As we're talking about consistency, they're going to be full sitting in here. Duelo is going to be able to spot a player there from Smoke Gaming. They're going to end up losing one player. They possibly end up losing more players here if they don't be careful. Smoke Gaming does end up sending the Molotov, and here comes the push from the two last players of Smoke Gaming.
Yeah, that was a little overconfidence there from Reject to be able to push that building in by themselves. Now we're going to see what happens. Those Myth catches them with that DBS, gets the quick thirst. And yeah, I think Alpha 7 fans are cheering right now because they want to see Reject go out early. And they're gone.
Let me see that crowd. There you go.
Look at them right now.
That's what we're expecting. Where's the drums at? I want to see the drums. I was promised some drums. I want to start seeing those drums. Okay, if there was ever a chance for Alpha 7, even though they already ended up losing one player, to create a gap again, this would be the match right here. Or for any of the other teams, I mean, look at the gap between second place and third place. That is a 19-point gap. And they definitely want to close it because come tomorrow, these teams are going to be looking to, now they're going to have more data to go over. Now they're going to be able to go and break down a lot more stuff of how certain teams are reacting to certain situations here in the PMGO Brazil 2024 main event. And this is why I'm starting to get a little bit worried for Nova Esports before we ended up seeing that fight there with Smoke Gaming and Reject. Because Nova Esports, yes, we know what you're capable of. We know that Paraboy can pop off. We know that Order can pop off as well. Sadly, I haven't gotten a chance to see the other two players and how they end up playing, how they can perform. But I mean, they're in Nova Esports for a reason. We just haven't seen it at this event. And I don't think the teams at the top, I don't think they're going to be slowing down, Hodges.
Oh, they're not. That's for sure. And, you know, especially with such a home court advantage, I will say this. This has probably been one of my favorite events to watch. I wish I was there so bad, Seven, because the crowd in Brazil, like, have you ever, you've been doing this a long time, right? I mean, from whenever I first was in a tournament, this was 2018. Have you ever in your life seen such a home court advantage in a tournament like this?
I got a glimpse of it, and that was this past PMGC when it came to S2G, because the crowd was right there. They had drums. They were hyping up their squad. So that's the closest I can think of. But this arena, it's a lot smaller. I feel like the players can definitely fear a lot more. And you know what? As we're talking about the home crowd, Mafioso is going to be taking some shots there. It's the Royals of War. Royals of War now trying to punish Alpha 7 here, but it's starting to backfire as Rebel's able to spawn some spots. Mafioso, even though he has low HP, going to be taking on some shots there to the last player, Cold Goat from Royals of War. McGrellin's still alive. Rebel more than likely is going to end up getting revived here. And the player that they did end up losing for Alpha 7 earlier was Carrillo. You can see McGrellin there trying to confirm that elimination. One player left, Cold Goat there from Royals of War. They need to clutch this up. They're going to end up getting surprised by Smoke Gaming.
Gremlin trying to get behind there to cover it. He does. Meanwhile, Zebra Master now coming on in. Alpha 7 going to have to try to get these reses off as soon as possible. Zebra Master's going the other way. They might even be able to get some time here to breathe, but nope, now that time is up. Here comes Zebra Master on the third party. Alpha 7 are going to have to make it happen.
The thing is that Zebra Masters is also now pushing them, but they need to be careful with Alpha 7 because they also have Smoke Gaming. Mafioso is going to be able to connect there with some players from Zebra Masters. Zebra Masters might be able to recover that player, but as I was mentioning earlier, Smoke Gaming from far away was starting to hinder the position of Alpha 7. Alpha 7 holding off just the right amount and trying to make sure Zebra Masters rethink their positions here, rethink if they actually want to take on this fight. Here come the grenades. Zebra Masters is so good with those grenades. Rebel's going to be making the push. Rebel's going to end up getting knocked, and it's just McGrellin, and McGrellin hasn't been, actually, who is the ones that's still alive? It is going to be Mafioso. Mafioso ended up backing all the way up. Can he get away from this fight alive? And that's, I think, what he's going to be wanting to. They need to get this point. 3 points is not going to be just enough. Yes, they are still in first place. Yes, Reject is dead, but if there was ever a chance, as I mentioned earlier, for Alpha 7 to start creating the gap, would be here. It's going to be a lot tough, though, with just one player alive.
Yeah, right now it's really just a battle between these two teams, leaderboards-wise. And, you know, Reject going out early was huge. You heard the crowd just go nuts when they got taken out. And now it's just up to Mafioso. Maybe he could try to steal another elimination, because at this point, it's just not looking good.
It's not looking good at all. Smoke Gaming definitely hindered the position there of Alpha 7. Zebra Masters, you know what? They might have learned from that mistake that they did earlier. They're like, we're going to put our full focus on this third party here. And we have more teams coming in as well. This is not looking good for Alpha 7 and Mafioso. He's just trying to run away. And guess what? He's going to end up getting caught there by D+. Alpha 7 only being able to get 3 points as Reject was able to get 2 points. So they're able to extend the lead by just 1 point.
Ugh, that's going to be tough. But you know what? They do extend that lead among the rest of the lobby as well. So if it's a battle between two, that's not going to be too bad. But you know what? Now the door is open, right? Yep. For teams like IHC, Vampire, next Ruya as well. And, you know, kind of now that we have a little bit of a lull, I want to go back to what I was talking about Zebra Master. You know how I gave them a pass, right? I gave them a pass because I was like, hey, you know what? It's your first tournament that you're playing at this high level. First time you're in that situation, okay? So I'll give you that one pass. Well, you know, we're talking about Hi-Fi's. They kept top dropping S2G. That wasn't their first time. So they don't get a pass, right? Yeah. They don't. They should have left earlier. And I think seeing S2G leave so early because of this circle, now they're in a really good position in the zone. So, I mean, that's another team that, you know, we definitely expected a lot from here.
Yep.
They have 41 total points. If they're able to get, you know, a double elimination chicken dinner under their belt, they can finally start, you know, trying to hunt down a top 3 spot.
They should definitely be able to do that. And I mean, you just mentioned it too. I mentioned it. Alpha 7 Rejects currently being out of this lobby. A perfect chance for those teams that are in third all the way to it to start closing the gap. We do have Vampire Esports. This is a team that was able to get a chicken dinner earlier today in the first game. They're wanting to continue to get those points. They're going to be able to spot Silas there from Regnum Karya. Regnum Karya, a team that I expect to see a little bit more of too, especially with how they were able to start the day on the second half of the day. In some matches here and there on the first day, they were just a bit off. It's not the Regnum Karya that I was kind of getting used to seeing there from the prelims. Same with Team Falcons. We haven't really gotten a chance to see Team Falcons, and I'm not sure what it is, Hadjux. I honestly could not just narrow it down, because Team Falcons sometimes does end up putting themselves in good situations, but I feel like they overextend a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's been tough. I mean, especially considering, like where they decide to drop. And that's just the thing, is that, in a lobby like this that's so heavily stacked, somebody's got to be in 9th place. Someone's got to be in 10th, And if you just can't get the right zones, and if you pick a couple of bad fights, you're going to be in 8th position just like that. Look at this next circle. I mean, look at Team Falcons, right? They're one of the top teams in the lobby. The zone decides to go away from them. Now look how many monster squads they have to face trying to get in here. I mean, no matter how good you are, this is not an easy situation to be in.
Yeah, and that's when your scouting is going to come into play. Try to send one player, hope that he can find an opening without having to fight. That would be perfect. But if you do have to fight, I mean, Team Falcons, we know that they can fight. We just haven't been able to see it to the extent that we expected to here in the main event. We're going to be looking at IHC. So far, 4 players alive for IHC. But the thing is that they're actually in the circle right now too. So maybe we might finally end up getting the what if IHC has all 4 players alive towards the end.
That'd be amazing. But I will say something, Seven. I think that what you just said is the problem, right? You send one player up, you try to find an opening. This is the PMGO. There's like hardly ever an opening. You have to get lucky. You have to hope on a third party. You have to hope that something happens, because if you're a team like Team Falcons up north, those squads that are in the circle are staring behind them. They're not making mistakes. None of them are looking in the middle. They're all looking behind their backs, trying to gatekeep anybody that is unfortunate, to not get blessed in that circle. So, yeah, like I said, it's all about timing, finding that opening if you do get lucky. And these openings are so slim. When they happen, you cannot hesitate.
Yeah, you definitely cannot hesitate. And I think that was why it was being a little bit tough there on Zebra Masters on the ending of that last match, because it felt like they were hesitating on which one they wanted to focus on. But I mean, with those veteran teams like Team Falcons, if we do see you hesitate, if we do see you make a mistake, no passes for you, no passes for me whatsoever. We have next Ria pulling up here. He needs to be careful, because Boom Esports is going to be very close by, as well as D plus Kia. Next Ria just trying to find an opening here, and it's going to be a tough one, as Boom is going to be able to spot him. But now Boom is taking some shots, and they end up getting knocked. This could be the opening that next Ria could be looking for. And D plus Kia, they're being quiet, but they could end up third partying this.
I think D plus Kia, after seeing how, passive they played that last match, I think that's what they're starting to err on the side of. They're in 14th place, and that's the hard part, is we have some teams, when they get so low on the leaderboards, they automatically revert to passiveness, and you'll never get out of in this meta, you'll never get out from the bottom playing like that. If you're D plus Kia, you have to get aggressive right now, try to take advantage of the fact that next Ria could be pinched by 2 squads, but instead they're just going to chill, smoke out, and just see what happens.
I think I got a chance to see that.
That's what happens.
What a beautiful name. But I think I got a chance to see that right on the elimination feed, and somebody from Team Falcons. So I think Team Falcons was able to find a way to get into this zone, as they were able to knock somebody from Boom, which we were just seeing that fight. IHC, though, we're talking about them having all their 4 players alive. High Fights is going to be very close by. Regnum Karya, I think I ended up seeing them on the elimination feed as well. They're going to be making a push. Demo OG gonna be looking for an angle here. Here we go. Push from Regnum Karya. High Fives is very close by. IHC trying to hold them off, and he's gonna be able to find a cheeky angle there behind some of the players. Can he connect? He is gonna be able to connect, and he should be able to pick up his teammate right here.
Zihol with a perfect just pre-fire through the window, just trying to support his teammate. Oh my gosh, SGD, he was standing in the middle of the open there. That was a free knock, beautifully done. The next zone goes on up. IHC, you're gonna have to start moving pretty quick here, because the zone's gonna start closing. Hardly anybody's actually in this circle.
And not that many teams within that circle. Hi-Fi is currently the only they have one player alive here, and it's going to be against IHC, and IHC is going to be able to reset here. S2G trying to find a way into the circle. They're going to have most of the north free from them, and there you go. High fives losing that last player. IHC going to be able to worry about how they're going to be rotating in, but they got to watch out because we saw what happened earlier. Regnum Karya is very close by, and as well as Vampire Esports. This is going to be a tough rotation for them. And, oh, did you by any chance get a chance to see that player cam? High five starting to look at each other, starting to argue with each other, and that's what can happen when stuff isn't going your way, Hajux.
Oh, it can happen immediately, you know. I mean, we heard these guys in their interviews, you know, they were kind of talking about like, we're not worried about this team and that one, and this is what happens when you're so down on the leaderboards. That frustration's going to come out. But meanwhile, before we can get into that, this is non-stop action here in the PMGO. Look at this. IHG staring at Vampire Esports. They have all 4 up. Vampire, you better be careful.
That's crazy considering that Vampire was able to make that rotation first. I think they were trying to play that gatekeep. They are going to more than likely be able to pick up that player. IHG, here comes down the smokes. They know S2G is going to be behind them, and they're going to try to find an opening here within this circle. Meanwhile, all the other teams, Zebra Masters, are sitting pretty right now inside the circle. Here comes the shots from Sayol into Vampire Esports. He's not going to be able to connect. He is going to be able to connect. There you go. Correct me, please, Sayol. Hit those shots. Now, can you confirm that into an elimination? And he's trying to, Hotjukes.
Oh, he blows up the vehicle, so that just leaves them pretty much out in the open. You can see the smokes come out immediately. Meanwhile, we're going to switch the fight on over to Team Falcons. They're actually going to get the finish onto Boob, so they do find their way into the circle, coming on through that east side, right on the bottom of Quarry. So they're going to have to creep in little by little. And yeah, Team Falcons, you can see they already have a player all the way up on top scouting for them. So, I mean, heck, this could be finally that bounce back game we've been waiting to see from them.
It could be, and I wish I would have loved to see how that team ended up rotating into the circle, because we were talking about it there for a long time, saying they needed to send it up somebody to scout, and I think they ended up working out that so well with their timing too, as possibly the east of the circle when they ended up rotating into this one was wide open. But now Nextria, we saw what Nextria was able to do earlier too. Surprise Boom kind of made Boom back off. And now we're going to be switching to this fight. This is the fight that I was waiting for. It's going to be none other than IC versus H2G. S2G is going to be able to find somebody there from IC. He's going to be able to knock a Hamsi. We saw what he was able to do yesterday. Switching back and forth. Hamsi being able to spot people. He's currently the only one alive, though. He needs to be careful because those off angles from IC are just too much. And IC, once again, eliminating the team quickly and trying to reset, keeping all their 4 players alive.
Look at the player cams, the frustration, right? Coming out immediately when they get finished. Oh, so bummed out. But IHC is now on fire. 11 eliminations. 11. This is what we're talking about, 7, right? If they can keep all 4 up, this team is dangerous.
And not only that, this is why I'm getting a little bit scared there for some of the other teams. Look at this circle as well. The thing is, IHC is not getting blessed whatsoever. We always give props to teams that get blessed and be proactive. Guess what? IHC is having to fight their way in. And right now, if they could take over the compound against Smoke, that'd be great. But let's switch over to this fight currently happening on your screen, which is going to be D plus Kia versus Nextria.
D plus Kia just too passive now. It's just way too passive. Only 1 elimination. You can just see K just trying to throw some 180s, 360s, 1080s, trying to figure out what to do. Pre-firing through smokes. No one's home. Yeah, it's just not looking good for D plus Kia.
It's not looking good whatsoever. You mentioned the passiveness there out of this team. And here comes the push. K making it way too easy there for Nextria, as he was the last player alive from D plus Kia. And D plus Kia, even though they ended up getting that 3rd place in the last match, they only ended up with 1 elimination. And that's something that Sute was mentioning. Just way too passive, and we got a chance to see it here again. But here we go. IHC making that full commitment over to where Vampire Esports was. And you're going to be able to knock some players too from Vampire Esports. Stolen's going to be knocked, and he's going to be trying to get some angles, find even more openings for his team. IHC does not care who's in front of them. They're going for it. Zebra Masters now starting to 3rd party.
Like you said, they're not caring who's in front of them, but they got to watch out who's behind them. Neil Zada just kind of cresting that hill beautifully on time. They end up eliminating Vampire, and now IHC are back down to their 3-man squad towards the end. Let's see if it's enough. And you know what? I think Zebra Master realized, oh my gosh, IHC has 3 people. Run away.
Not only do you have 3 people, they also have 14 eliminations to their name. And that was just such a crazy push there by that team. Zebra Masters maybe reminding themselves what happened in the last match, trying to remind ourselves, you know what, let's set ourselves up for the end of this match. Death Wolves is going to get eliminated. Falcons, a team that definitely needs a great match here so far with 6 eliminations, and they're going to start pushing over towards where next Ruya is at. Fights are about to start happening, and fights are about to start getting crazy. Hajik says the grenade is going to end up hitting for IC.
Here they go. I was about to say, you know, with how IHC is doing, they're going to have a great match no matter what. It's up to Falcons to see if they can have a good one. But who knows what's happening is they're going to be putting a lot of pressure onto next Ruya here. They are at the edge of the circle, so they're still in this next zone. This is still stage 6, and this is all because of that crazy zone to start things off here. IHC with 14, having the run of their lives right here, and especially with how many players are still up, I mean, there's only more to add to the leaderboards.
And for next Ruya, that is going to be a tough push out, as they could end up being trapped there by that mountain, especially with Team Falcons looking at them. Look at where IHC is at now. Oof. They made themselves up there, and boy, that is scary, because it's not only just a duo, but on top of that, you mentioned it earlier, they still have that trio. They still have that third player alive trying to find those off angles for his team. IHC looking to close the gap there between the first 2 teams. And next Ruya, this is what I was scared about. Team Falcons is just going to have easy pickings here as next Ruya tries to climb that mountain, and it's going to be a tough one.
The Wolf is able to get up there, but the rest of the team hasn't been able to do so far. I think Frozen was going to go try to follow that path that Z-Wolf set in front of him. Meanwhile, Swain is in the back, just completely stuck. Let's see if Ashley can hit one of these nades, though. It's going to have to be placed perfectly and cooked perfectly as well. Yeah, I think he'd do better off saving them. He needs to save those nades for later on.
A little bit too far away there, the next Ruya players, for him to be able to connect with those nades. And now what Team Falcons needs to start focusing up on, it's what the next circle is gonna do, because it's gonna start closing in. They got about 1 minute and 20 seconds of this circle before the new one pops up. And next Ruya play, I'm surprised nobody ended up getting knocked yet. I'm surprised they were able to even move out of that little warehouse right there, because I was expecting at least 1 player to get knocked. They got very close, but luckily for them, it didn't end up happening.
Yeah, I said they definitely got lucky because of this circle, right? The fact that it hard shifted south gives them a lot more time to breathe here. And they were very fortunate that Z-Wolf was able to kind of just go up that hill at all. I'm surprised we didn't see Falcons push them a little bit harder, because if they would have pressed up and covered this hill, there's nothing next Ruya could have done.
And now Top is the one that's going to find himself still towards the bottom, hoping that his teammates at the top are going to provide some cover for him if Top can just connect with one of these nades. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. If he would have timed that perfectly to explode right when it went over his head, easier said than done, that would have been beautiful. That might have been the nade for me of the day, as Top has been spotted. Top could be the distraction, though, that maybe his teammates need to try to find those next Ruya players. There you go. That's what I was hoping for, as IC is able to spot them. And now here come the nades. But for Team Falcons, I know you definitely want this eliminations. They're going to get them, and now they're going to be able to switch their focus towards the other teams that are there. Zebra Masters and Smoke Gaming as well. We see 1 player very close by.
Smoke Gaming still up with 2 players. Wild 77k down there from Regnum Karya. That Molly, that nade's gonna do it. Make that 15 eliminations, matching Team Reject's performance from the last game already. But you know what? They're gonna have to get the chicken dinner if they want to match it, and that's gonna be tough, because Team Falcons are finally starting to soar here with 9 eliminations, and they have all 4 up.
That's the scary part. That is the scary part for me. Team Falcons having their 4 up, they're being aggressive, they're being mathematicians here, just taking their time, you know, trying to solve this puzzle, trying to see where everybody's currently at. I see being forced to back off with the way that the circle ended up working now, and now Zebra Masters just waiting. Honestly, this is what the only thing that you could do for Zebra Masters if you are within that building right there, because not only do you have to worry about Team Falcons, you also have to worry about IHC if you do end up pushing out from the back.
Let's see what ends up happening. Hey, Zebra Master, I know I told you I'd give you a pass on the last game. This is going to be hard. Good luck. I hope you learned your lesson quickly, because now you're going to have to try to focus on one squad at a time when you were completely pinched inside of some warehouses. Meanwhile, you got Smoke Gaming on the other end just trying to make some noise. You can see them trying to focus on their backs as well. Smoke Gaming's definitely at a huge disadvantage, but they could definitely disrupt some of these big teams.
Yeah, Smoke Gaming, a team that hasn't been able to do so well here in this tournament, but they've been able to get some points. There you go, Team Falcons with the 4 that we were talking about. They are going to be able to spot them and eliminate some of them, as Icy with the grenades, just massive nades, but Icy overextends too much, and Zebra Masters find the opening on Team Falcons.
And here they go. That knock on Icy is going to be critical, especially at this time. You can see IHC is going to definitely start pushing the action. If IHC is able to rotate all the way to that left side and crest that hill, Team Falcons is done for. So they got to be very, very careful here, because then Team Falcon's going to be the one pinched between Zebra Master and IHC.
They're just taking their time for Zebra Masters, using that smoke to their advantage. You can see Action slowing down his gameplay as well. This is what you want to see out of an experienced team like Team Falcons. Waiting to see what everybody else is going to be doing. And we are on the final circle, Hot Jukes. Your favorite one, my favorite one, because everybody is going to be forced to fight here at some point. And guess who's going to be starting the fight there? It's going to be none other than Zebra Master. Somehow... What? Niselda, you got away with that? That was insane. I thought the player from Team Falcons wasn't going to be able to spot him as he jumped out. IHC is going to get spotted by Zebra Masters. Zebra Masters being forced here to take 2 different fights between 2 different teams, and it is going to be costly.
Zebra Master not going out without a fight, though. They're putting in work with all that they have. That knock on a Rogue was critical. They've knocked both of these teams by themselves here. Meanwhile, Team Falcons, they have the huge advantage when it comes to the circle. They have the most real estate. Action starting to sneak his way up with that DBS. It's anyone's game here. Here come out the nades. It's going to be up to Demo to hold a 1v2 situation. Zebra Master, Neil Zada coming on out with a DBS, trying to pre-fire. People are getting knocked all over the place.
And that is going to be it for IHC. It's only just going to be Neil Sada alive from Zebra Masters, and it's not looking good for him, as he's going to have to go up against 4 players from Team Falcons. Team Falcons smelling that blood in the water. They're going to be looking to close this out, and here comes the push as Neil Sada is able to knock one, but it's not good enough, as Team Falcons finally gets the win at the main event of the PMGO Brazil 2024. Wait. Okay, I was a little bit confused there. We started showing their Zebra Masters. I was like, no. That ain't happening. Look at them, though. Look, this is the thing, though. They know that they need to do a lot better than this. They know that they need to close the gap. But I'm so glad, Hot Jukes, that we finally are getting a response out of Team Falcons. This should push them up the leaderboard in a big way.
This team never fails to make me chuckle, because that was their reaction after getting a 15 elimination chicken dinner. Can you believe it?
Oh, there's a smile. There's the smile from top.
Yeah, a little smile, because he's saying, okay, so you're saying there's a chance. You know what I'm saying? That's basically what this game was. IHC, we have to give them some flowers too, because man, these guys really popped off in this one. Imagine if they had all 4.
I was just about to say that. Just imagine, what if? But it was a great game by IHC. The way that they had to push into every circle, all the fights that they took outside of the circle as well, ultimately led them to a top 3 situation. And here we go. We get to see the reaction of this team. Okay, we got to see some excitement.
All right.
Okay, this is more like what we're expecting. A little bit of excitement. Nothing over the top like some of the other teams do, but just the right amount.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I think they're definitely frustrated with how they've started so far.
Yep.
That one put them back in the game, though, especially considering that Alpha 7 and Reject went out early. They still have a lead. They're going to have a lead regardless, right?
Yep.
But that closed that gap big time, especially considering that now that we're only at the halfway point of this tournament.
We are at the halfway point, and now we're starting to talk about teams at the top that are looking to expand on that cushion points that they have, making that gap even bigger and bigger. The thing that we haven't mentioned, and now that you mentioned halfway point, my mind goes straight to it. Those teams at the bottom, they're going to be looking to get those highlights. They're going to be looking to maybe go up against Nova Esports, and this is why I was getting a little bit worried for Nova Esports, as I mean, those teams at the bottom, they know that they're not going to be challenging. They know that the prize pool, it's not going to be that much of a difference where they are currently located. Why not go for some highlights? And who else? If you can start hunting down some of the teams like Nova Esports. Add Paraboy to your highlight. That will definitely get you some views.
Ugh. Zoo, you saw the match. I saw you do that. I saw you do that little head shake. What are you thinking?
I mean, it was a great game for a lot of these teams. Falcons, about time they start showing up, and I think this is probably the best time for them to show up, the halfway point, right?
Yep.
Really change the course of the game, really change your mindset halfway. You still got a lot of games left to go. It's great. And Alpha 7, and also, I mean, you got to throw Rejects in there now because they're both like contending for first. Them two both going out early did open up the gateway for a lot of the other teams to catch up. IHC in particular, I know you guys are saying, imagine if they had 4. Well, to be fair, they did have 4. They had 4 into the late game, as late as it has been so far for them. I don't think we've seen them with 4, that late into the game. And that last push was a difficult push where they pushed into Vampires, and it was Zebra Masters, I think, right over the top of them at the same time. Them only losing 1 player there to breach that circle, I think that was as good as it could get. Sure, keeping 4 up would have been amazing. It would have been spectacular. But I think that would have had to rely more on another team messing up rather than playing, to their tip top, which they did, and they only lost 1.
I'm with you. I think that's what was so impressive to me, that they were even able to make that crazy push, because we just saw that when we switched over to that fight, we just saw vehicles crashing and I see players just starting to pop out of everywhere, and only 1 player ended up getting eliminated. So for them to be able to do that, and I feels like it speaks volumes of their confidence as well, that they were able to carry throughout that whole match, because Jukes, we were seeing them. They were willing to take fights, and they were eliminating teams with ease.
Yeah, it wasn't even willing. They had to, right? They did not get any love when it comes to that circle at all. And I agree, Zoo. We just said that because it's a meme at this point.
Yeah,
I mean, the fact that they can't keep all 4 up, But you're right. I mean, majority of teams wouldn't have even made it there, right? The fact that they made it with 3, only losing 1 in those fights is insane. So, I mean, IHC... I think they're probably one of the deadliest squads in this lobby if they have all 4 up. And it's just because of these zones, right? That they're struggling, but at the same time having a lot of success regardless.
They were having a lot of success. A team that was able to find a little bit of success again is going to be Zebra Masters. And I was talking about those teams towards the bottom that are probably going to start switching their mindset in regards to how they're thinking about this tournament. It's not only the possible... not even hot dropping, just hunting down some of the top teams, right? Trying to stop their trajectory from reaching the top. But it's also stealing those points that those teams are going to need to close the gap. And I think that's why I'm so happy that Team Falcons woke up here at the halfway point, like Sute was mentioning, is because it's going to get harder and harder to get those points. Some of the other teams, they're going to get to a point where they're just not going to give a damn. They're going to take whichever fight is possible because their tournament is pretty much over. They're going to be getting the exact same amount of prize pool. And we've seen it before, Jukes. We've seen it before, Sute. At what point do we start expecting that out of some of those teams? I mean, we're already seeing some of the bottom teams take points away from the teams that are towards the top, trying to close the gap between first place and second place.
I mean, honestly, if I'm really thinking about it, I'm trying to get my IGL brain going, right? If I was a coach, if I was an IGL, what would I be doing if I was in that, let's just call it Nova. Nova's in 11th place, or they're around there, right?
Yep.
With not too many points, right? So, considering that they had about 40 points going into this one, halfway point of the tournament, you know that there's no big difference from 4th place on down prize pool wise. So you need top 3. You need to start hunting down the top teams, and you need a performance like we saw from some of these squads. So you need a 20-point game, right? So you have to start seeing it now. I really do, right? I mean, why drop S2G when you could drop Alpha 7 and hope that you can do that? I'm talking about you, High Fives, right? Might as well at this point.
Yeah. For a second there, you catfished me. I thought you were still talking about Nova. I was like, ooh, okay. All right, let him cook. What if Nova did end up hot dropping Alpha 7? I know the crowd reaction would be absolutely insane today.
Yeah, that... One can only imagine, but I think Hot Jukes is absolutely right. The other thing to consider, though, a big thing to consider, is a lot of these teams that are struggling, right, that are like, second page and lower, they've been struggling because they're trying to make that front page. They're trying to make that top 3, and as the tournament goes on, and specifically at this very moment, some of those teams might realize, like, hey, we're out of our depth here. These guys are just too good. This is our first time here, or, you know, we're just not prepared, and the pressure comes off, right? And once the pressure is off for them to try and chase that top 3, they may start playing better, honestly, right? A bit more relaxed, a little bit more loose, and if anything, they might just get more aggressive where it's like, we don't care if we lose all 4 players. You have 2 knocked, we're going to go in and just thirst them. And now all of a sudden, you know, top teams are more likely to lose 1 player, 2 player against the weaker teams, because those weaker teams don't really care about, you know, winning the entirety of the fight. They just want to, you know, get some points, get in there, and just, you know, create some highlights, like you said.
Yeah, that match, this match ranking, by the way, first place, we're giving props there to Team Falcons. We're giving props to IHC, and I gotta give even more props to IHC because I just noticed they ended that last match with 16 eliminations. That is absolutely ridiculous. And IHC himself, 7 eliminations with 821 damage.
That's just ridiculous. I mean, I really didn't even think that anybody was going to even touch IHC elimination-wise, considering just how far ahead they were in the lobby. But then Team Falcons just wiped everybody out right there at the end, basically almost matching them. And they got the chicken dinner. So, I mean, Team Falcons, I mean, this leaderboard just have to shake up after this one. I wonder just how many placements they're going to move up.
They should have to move up a little bit more. They should be able to close that gap. I want to start seeing how Alpha 7 is going to be reacting, right? We're going to have what now 3 matches going into the day. We're going to be going into the 4th one. Alpha 7 hasn't got any chicken dinner at this point. Yesterday, Alpha 7 had 2 chicken dinners and they were feeling comfortable. They were feeling hyped up. You saw how the crowd was feeling as well. They're definitely a team that can feed off that energy. And right now, I feel like we definitely need a big response from Alpha 7 as the gap, it's only 7 points. But look at also how much of the gap they were able to close in regards to IHC, pushing up 2 spots to that 3rd place with 79 points.
79 points is huge, considering that they were like way below that after that last game. And you got Team Falcons moving up 6 placements there. Still in the running, you know, and Team Falcons, if they're able to, you know, have another game like this, they're going to be in the running for top 3. But I will say that is hoping that Alpha 7 and Reject go out early. And with how this whole prize pool and tournament is just really formed, it's going to have to happen from a lot of these squads, right? So these top teams should start worrying about having a target on their back at this point.
Different times here as we go towards the 2nd pitch, and we have 2 champions, 2 previous champions of PMGC in 10th and 11th place. At some point here, Sute, we gotta see some kind of action here from these 2 teams, because they're just not having the best of tournaments. And now that the halfway point market's gonna be passing by, we need to see more of them.
I'm just gonna say this real quick: changing out your IGL may not be the best decision, right? I believe S2G lost theirs. Nova also with Jimmy gone. Yep. It's just I feel like it's just gonna have to take more time for those teams, you know, to really synergize once again with the IGL no longer there.
I'm with you. And don't forget, everybody, the new RP A6 is available now with price pool worth over 80,000 UC. That is, I've got in mine. Let me know in the comments below if you got in yours. I know these 2 guys have already got in theirs. And don't forget the Realme 12 Pro Plus elevates your photography experience with 120 super zoom and performance in games.
How to be a portrait master.
I'm a boss till I go. Boss in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting closer to that third and final match of the day in Erangel. Don't worry, we still have 2 Miramars, but we're looking at the overall there, and we're kind of talking in the break. Sutia, what do you think is wrong with Nova Esports? Why aren't they performing as well as we're used to seeing them perform?
I think the biggest thing, of course, is Jimmy. Now, Jimmy may not have been known to be like the best mechanical player or stats player, but I think something that's really overlooked is how good Jimmy was at passing information along to the rest of the team and setting the rest of the team up to win those engagements. Now with Order in that position as like the IGL and the lead scout, Order's mindset is still make stuff happen, right? He was the fragger, he was the entry player, so he's not able to pass info along to the rest of the team in those spots, and he's kind of just going in and trying to make the play happen, and then the rest of the team kind of falls apart.
I'm actually going to disagree with you, Zoo. I'm going to disagree. Oh, now here's what I say. I agree with what your point is, right? But I disagree with that's the problem that Nova's having. In my opinion, the problem that they're having is that the game has changed, right? Where close quarter combat is king, right? Teams need to be able to perform better. That it's elevated to a new level. Not to mention, let's be real, the DBS is just, it's so overpowered right now. Personally, you know, a flick snipe headshot is what gets my heart pumping. I hate the fact that the DBS is so strong, but it is what it is. And I just think that Nova doesn't have that same firepower compared to these other teams when it comes to that close quarter. So I think that's why we see them struggle time and time again. But you know what? A new match is happening. Seven and Zoo, y'all take this one away. I'm going to go and just cool off because this thing's getting too hot.
It is getting hot, and on my side, as we get started here with this playing path, as we get started on the final Erangel for day 2, I agree with both of your points. I agree with what you were saying, Sute, in regards to what Jimmy used to do as an IGL for this team. I can definitely see that, and I seen it with what you mentioned in regards to what Order's been able to do. And I see Hot Juke's perspective as well. It is a lot more close quarter. You do have to be good with that DBS. You do have to be able to hit those shots, and it's something that Nova Esports just hasn't been known ever to be doing that. We saw what they were able to do yesterday in Sanhok with a mid-range fight against D+. It was an easy pickings for them, but when it comes to close range, I feel like Nova's definitely struggling, and Nova's definitely struggling with their IGL so far here in the PMGO.
Yeah, when Nova is able to do that mid-range, long-range, and even they might get the most difficult shifts, they're like superb at navigating all of that. But the second it comes down to just close range, straight up 4v4, it gets really difficult. And nothing is more difficult on Erangel than that military base circle. And Falcon struck. Wait, is that a hot drop onto IHC?
No, it's high fives.
Wait, no. In the elimination feed just now.
I mean, we'll see it.
We'll see it in a second. Like this, yeah, this is a. Oh, it says 2G and high fives once again. I mean, I guess they're both dropping here to get vehicles to drive towards Yasnaya. So it makes sense that we're seeing a hot drop between these two teams in a completely different location, but that might just be due to the playing path.
Is definitely due to the playing path. Usually different play paths means, you know what, we might not be likely to see the same hot drop as before, as we're nowhere near Yasnaya. But these two teams thinking the same. Great minds usually think alike. I mean, these two teams are currently in the main event for a reason. But Hi-Fi's decided to back off. STG as well decided to back off. And we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen there. I know you mentioned Team Falcons. Team Falcons needs to continue to follow up on these good performances. Earlier in the first Erangel, they ended up with just 0 elims, 15 plays, not what they want to see, but it's a bit of a bounce back. And you know what, STG, I was thinking they were going to back off from this. They decide to jump up. They want this fight.
He's got a machete
they want the
in
action.
hand.
He has a knife on hand. He wants to be able to spawn him, but they need to be careful. He's throwing it too. Imagine if that ends up hitting, as Racy does end up hitting those shotgun shots.
S2G getting some revenge for all the trouble Hi-Fi has really, been giving them. And they're going to feel good about that one. And yeah, one of the Falcons players, no, one of the IHC players did go down. So one of the IHC players is out. And I think Falcons is kind of caught in a split loot drop fight with Royals of War. There's just a lot of stuff going on. And I'm not surprised. Yeah, top right there knocking one of Royals of War Rivas going down there. And I think all the action, the pacing, early game has been heightened with the fact that we do have that military circle.
Yeah, that military circle is going to be crazy. And Falcons, a team that usually can end up dropping in Novo, they didn't even want to take the chance, especially with the plane path. It was going to be a tough rotation for them, so they do end up landing here, and I think that's why they got caught off guard. You were mentioning kind of spotted in a pinch situation. You saw IHC players being able to knock some of the Team Falcons players, and on top of that, Royals of War as well. Luckily for Team Falcons, they were only able to lose one player. They were able to kind of reset a little bit there. 3 players are going to be left. They're going to be focusing a lot more on those final circles. And here we go. We're going to get a chance to see it. Oh, that's what ended up happening right there. Nice cheeky shot. And then I swear, if that knife throw would have hit, I would have gone absolutely nuts to take from S2G.
Yeah, that would have been crazy. But hey, if all you have is that knife, may as well use it. And I like how they bum rushed them with all 3 players, right? 3v1. The best part for me was when they hopped out of the vehicle, I immediately noticed one player hopped out holding that knife. He definitely didn't have a weapon, but he did not care. IHC getting some more points right there. IHC rotating out of Novo straight into Hi-Fi's, who's forced to kind of more scrap loot. So Hi-Fi is just really not getting anything done here, sitting in last place. And did they spot? I think they spotted Monkey.
I think they spotted him too.
Oh no, they didn't.
Monkey in a big bush, currently hiding, and he got away with it. The Madman, the one that's the only player alive right now for Hi-Fi's. But look at IHC. IHC still wondering if they're going to be able to spot that player. Meanwhile, Monkey, if I would recommend anything, stay still, don't move, because here come IHC again. And they're looking to find you. They're looking around. You can see them. Right now, they're just locked in on that eye icon, seeing if they can possibly spot that player. Oh, they were getting one more vehicle for IHC, and they're going to be backing off from this. Monkey getting away with it there in the bush.
Yeah, that bush really coming in clutch. I thought for sure the first time when they went back, it was because they spotted him out, but no, they just went for another vehicle. Wonder what Monkey's thinking. Monkey must be like, oh, I'm dead. Oh, they didn't see me. And then they come back again. He's like, oh, I'm definitely dead now. Oh, no, they didn't spot me again. But elsewhere on the map, this fight is breaking out. This is actually on Military Island on the far south, this lone compound south of the military base. Frozen, I think no, he's not here by himself. He does have a teammate in the form of Wolf. And they're stalling right now for the rest of the backup to come. And here comes the backup. A nade from Guizao does not land. And it is a 4v4, but Nextria does have the advantage getting that opening.
And Frozen is going to be trying to find those angles here. Frozen and Nextria currently in 4th position with 70 points. That's a team that's going to be looking to close that gap even more to 1st place, as they are 20 points behind. If they could get 4 points here right off the bat without losing anybody, it would be absolutely wonderful for this team. You can see Deathwolf is currently holding off great angles for this team. It's making the push a lot harder, as Obscure, the knock player from Deathwolves, is trying to see if he could possibly get picked up. It's going to be a tough one, though, if they do end up trying to pick up, as Deathwolves is just expecting a full-on push here by Nextria.
Yeah, I know Deathwolves is a more inexperienced team compared to some of the rosters here, but I love how they're not going for this revive. They're waiting and waiting and waiting. They want to establish maximum pressure on the defense first before they go for that revive, but unfortunately one of them gets caught and that player goes down. And now this should be the go-ahead for Nextria to start pushing it.
And Frozen rotating around, being able to get those angles. And here we go with the push from Nextria. Now 2 players from Deathwolves are gone. It's going to be making it a little bit easier here for Nextria. They just need to make sure that they do this cleanly, as they don't want to end up losing any of the players from their team. Kain's going to be on top of the roof. He's going to try to get an angle here on this. Oh, is he going to be able to do it? He's going to be the last player alive too. Very low HP. And now everybody from Nextria is going to recognize that, and it's going to be easy pickings there for Nextria. 4 more points, helping them close the gap to 1st place. And Nextria, this is a team that's been very quiet. I feel like I personally been focusing a little bit more towards the top teams that have been popping off here and there. But Nextria, quiet and surely, they're climbing up that leaderboard. I mean, currently within the top 4, definitely what you want to be after the halfway point of this tournament.
Yeah. Quiet and consistent so far for Nextria. And yeah, they have been establishing their presence, just match after match with, you know, not huge performances, but definitely getting the points when needed. Alpha 7 now, this is the top dog. They are not on military base. You can see that right there on the minimap. They are south of Milta Power, getting into engagement with Smoke Gaming here. I think they were looking for a boat rotation across, and they ended up running into a different team here. So now they're kind of forced into this fight. New circle pops, and it is going to military base.
And it could be a bit of an awkward fight here for Alpha 7 as they are currently split on a 2-1-1. There you go. One of the players is going to end up backing off. Carrillo still going to be staying there. Smoke Gaming trying to get an off angle. If Myth is able to get this spot, is going to be tough for Alpha 7 as now they just have a lot more angles to worry about, and Smoke Gaming is putting the pressure here on Alpha 7. Alpha 7, we wanted to see what they were going to be able to do, how they're going to be able to react. One of the players there from Smoke Gaming is going to get knocked. Nino's going to be making the push here on Carrillo. Carrillo's going to get knocked and eliminated. Not looking good here for Alpha 7 as they cannot afford to lose more players. They want to be able to keep on building the gap. Nino once again continuing to win those close quarter fights, not only against Carrillo, but also against Revo.
Yeah, I thought Alpha 7 was on the same page when he pushed right in, but his teammate hung back. It doesn't matter, though. He finds a trade with the grenade. Now it's back down to a 2v2. This is like a straight-up chess match. One player or one team reacting to what the other one's doing. 2v2, and it looks like Alpha 7 has the advantage. The other player lost his vehicle, I think, because he's running out in the wide open from that wizard tower, and he makes it across, which is great, but it's still a 2v1 close range. McGrelin not able to get the knock, and Myth finds the angle, finds the shot. Mafioso down to 1 HP, and it is the blue zone that is coming into play now.
And Mafioso trying to heal up. As you mentioned, he's currently 1 HP. He's going to pump out that DBS. Can he connect here? Is he going to be able to hopefully pick up his teammate and win this fight? But guess what? It's 2 players now from Smoke Gaming. Mafioso trying to take on everybody, and he's not going to be able to. And you can see Alpha 7, even though the fans are clapping, the players are starting to feel a bit of a pressure. That gap is gone. They don't have the cushion of the points anymore. And this is when we need to see a response from Alpha 7. If they continue on this trend, they're not going to be in first place for much longer as Reject, IHC, and Next Ruya are looking to hunt them down. And talking about some of the other teams that need to continue on the consistency of points, Team Falcons trying to take a fight here with Nova Esports.
Falcons top, running straight in, clearing everything really quickly, pops that first aid, and here comes Paraboy close range with a nade, and he's not going to finish the first aid. Top saw an opportunity when Paraboy was holding that nade. Unfortunately, he misses that first couple of shots with the DBS, and he will go down. Falcons down to just the solo of Nerzed. Nerzed on the bridge, probably looking to just bridge camp, maybe get 1 elimination there. But as far as I can tell, no other teams are coming in from that side. IHC go out too, I think, to D+ on that north side, right near the edge of blue zone. Maybe IHC still has 1 or 2. We know they lost one very early on. So we'll see in a second who's still up. But everyone else pretty much on military base and looking to play the rest of the match out.
And the person with that whistle in the stand has some lungs because they've been going at it non-stop. And a team that's looking to take advantage here of the non-stop action is going to be Rejects. Rejects currently inside the circle. A team that's wanting to close that gap even more. They'll be happy if they can end up taking first place after this match. Regnum Karya now getting into a fight there with Royals of War. Royals of War was a bit handicapped, and Regnum Karya is going to end up winning this engagement. 1 player is still alive from Royals of War. We don't know where, though. And you were right. IHC does end up getting eliminated. And what could happen here if Next Ruya continues on a good performance, Rejects too? These point gaps that we were having earlier are starting to disappear, Sute, and I'm all for it.
Yeah, I'm all for it as well. D+ will pick up the last player of Hi-Fi's. Hi-Fi's are eliminated. And yeah, looking at the right-hand side, Rejects with only 3, they could still get a big game. The big thing, though, is Next Ruya, who have 4 players up and 4 eliminations already. Plus, they're already on the military base in a decent position. This could be the big one for them to really start catching up.
It could be the big one, and they need some big ones too. I feel like they were in the position that Team Falcons was in that last match. Rejects now on the elimination feed, being able to knock some players from Boom. Can they convert that into points? Because they are wanting to get those points, especially with what's currently offering to them. Zebra Masters is going to be on that roof. And they're going to be looking to see if Boom is going to be pushing them. Boom is going to try to reset themselves. after Reject did end up knocking one of their players. For all of the teams from 10 to 15 that are currently alive, this is a great opportunity. And look at that. Boom Esports connecting with the grenade right there on Zebra Masters. And Zebra Masters trying to see if they can reset, but they need to be careful as Frenzy from Boom Esports is going to try to connect with some more grenades. Now they're going to have the high ground, but they're not going to be able to do much with it for Boom, as Rejects is still up on that radar. They're still going to have so many angles on this fight that if Rejects can somehow third party this, steal some eliminations without having to push down, they will be so happy.
Yeah, Rejects actually did already steal one of them, as they got the member that got naded from Zebra Master. So Rejects, you can see up to 2 elim points now, looking to pick up probably a couple more. Now these two teams need to be careful of actually fully engaging, running out into the open, because Rejects are looking dead right at them. New zone is about to shift as well. We'll see very soon which way it will go.
Usually Zebra Masters are the ones that are good with that utility, but Boom is also trying to send a statement here. They're wanting to remember everybody that they have a chicken dinner for a reason, and here comes the push on Zebra Masters. Boom, Pumbit trying to find that player on the smoke. They're fully sending it, kind of leaving themselves a little bit too exposed. They're not able to find the player yet. They're going to know where he's at. Can he connect with his shots? Very low HP, and they're able to find him through the smoke, but that is not the last one there for Zebra Masters. There's still one more player alive. We don't know where. He ran away with it, but Boom Esports should be happy here with being able to get this knocks. Now, can they convert into eliminations, or is Reject all the way from radar going to catch some of these players from Zebra Masters knocked?
If Rejects is looking this way, they could have caught one right there. The player crawling wide in the open. Yeah, the last member of Zebra Masters did rotate in to the compound. That's the new center of the zone. It's the radio station right below the radio tower there. Smoke Gaming coming in here on the northeast side, running into D+. D+ with one player knocked right now. They still have a couple players to work with. They have 3 up. Smoke looking to try and reset a little bit, but look at that player on that minimap going to the high ground, catching that angle from the very top. And oh, it's actually 2 players. They're driving in. They're swooping in from the backside, and that is Myth going down, and Smoke Gaming eliminated.
Great play by D+, now putting their tally all the way up to 7 eliminations. They'll definitely be climbing up this leaderboard. They're going to be trying to pick up their teammate right there. Oh, that was a little bit sketchy. I was wondering what he was going to try to do. Maybe put him a little bit in the circle, but he's so low that you have to go for that pickup. Team Falcons did end up getting eliminated. Nova is still alive with all their 4 players. So many teams that need to take advantage of this game right here, as some of the top teams are being eliminated. Man, anything can happen. One team that we really haven't gotten a chance to hear much about ever since they win in the first match, Vampire Esports. They have all their 4 player lives. I feel like Vampire Esports is playing very careful, but luckily for them, when we do end up showing the circle, they're sitting smack down the middle of it, so they could take full advantage of this.
Yeah, Vampire with 4 up in a great spot. We'll see how far they can get, as D+ will continue on their warpath, running straight into S2G now. Boom rotating in after they finish that fight, and it looks like they're trying to catch out the last member of Zebra Master. S2G with the Ray Z with the big nade, catching 2 of D+, 2-for-1 special, and surely S2G is going to pump the aggression up, and yeah, they're driving straight in. Evil Knievel up onto that hilltop with the bike, gets the high ground, gets the high angle, and D+ is absolutely decimated.
I think D+ got a little bit carried away there with the momentum that they were carrying. They saw S2G nearby. They said, we'll take the fight. That grenade stopped them right in their tracks from Ray Z. Now Rejects has heard that fight happening. I wonder if Rejects is going to be doing something here to this teams, as S2G going to try to back off in that smoking vehicle. Always such a sketchy thing to do, man. I feel like people get away with things so much sometimes. When I hop in a smoking vehicle, I feel like it gets blown up as I blink. Some people get away with
it. Yeah, I mean, it's all about the timing. Boom has moved into the radio station. New zone pops up, and I think radio station is dead center now. Yep, radio station is. Vampire's still in the zone. Rejects can still use that radio tower, and Rejects with 3 players up there can definitely nab a couple more elimination points.
We could end up seeing a new first place team. We haven't seen a change since the beginning of this tournament, of this main event. It's only been Alpha 7 that could be challenging now. Boom Esports being able to take control of this area right here. But you were mentioning Rejects with the position that they're going to be at. They're not really going to have to rotate anytime soon. It comes down to what they're going to be able to do to third party some of these fights. They know that Boom is going to be down there. Nova currently taking on some fights. Nova's going to be able to take care of Ringnam Karya. And Boom is saying, okay, we hear those shots. Let's see if maybe we can third party as well, because we want to get some points too. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports still all their 4 players alive. I think Next Ruya has been able to spot them. And they need to be careful because Vampire Esports is in a particular position. It's a good position, but if some nades start getting thrown their way, boy, you can't be scared with how close everybody is.
Yeah. Right now, another advantage Vampire has, though, is the reject team at the top. They'll prevent teams from getting too close over the top to chunk nades in, but that does not make them completely nade immune. As we look at Nova right now, trying to get into the final couple of zones. Nova did lose 2 of their players fighting against, I believe, Ringnam Karya here, and Ringnam Karya up to 4 eliminations. Looking to throw up some points. You can see them right there on the leaderboard, 7th place. It's not too late for them either if they could get a huge game in here with their 4 remaining players.
Yeah, all of these teams trying to take advantage of what's given to them. Paraboy trying to find some more of a difference distance between himself and Ringnam Karya. He does not want this close range, even though he was able to clutch it up earlier with Top. Top was in low health. But now Ringnam Karya having to do a little bit of shimmy, having to dance around, as now they're getting the attention of just about everybody. Not only Next Ruya, Vampire could end up being the ones to third party them as well if Next Ruya ends up disappearing. And on top of that, you have Rejects on top of that tower. Ringnam Karya staying alive, and this is the fight that I wanted to see, and it does end up happening. Vampire Esports against Next Ruya. Players are going back and forth. They're trading them around. Next Ruya with the height advantage. It should be an easy cleanup here, as it is going to be a 3v1. Only Stone is the one alive. Now it's going to be actually only Tony K in the smoke, and that is an easy cleanup right there for Next Ruya against Vampire Esports.
Yeah, big pickup for Next Ruya. Vampire Esports, that position may look strong, but honestly, they needed some other players, other teams from the high ground to kind of help out. But Next Ruya found a timing where it was an isolated fight. Now S2G's here looking over, but the fight's already done, and Next Ruya gets that full reset to Next Ruya back up to 4. S2G with 4. We have 3 teams with 4 players still up this late into the game, and we only have 5 teams left actually, and it is only going to stage 6.
And I think Next Ruya is going to end up learning from the mistakes there of Vampire. I agree with what you were saying there. I felt like they should have had a little bit more of a spread out situation there for Vampire Esports. They just got caught by surprise. And look at this circle. Okay, Reject, you are set. Boom, you're set. Ringnam Karya trying to find a push here with what they're trying to do. And on top of that, you have S2G now trying to find some angles there towards the top of that radar, seeing if they could possibly surprise some of the players from Reject. I think Reject was able to spot him.
Yeah, Rejects should be fine here. No team can actually push up to the top here at this point, unless if they do some wild rotation where they go into the blue and then drive up to the top, but that's not going to happen. But hopefully for Rejects, they get the next zone, right? Because if the zone shifts off of them, which there is a high chance it will, they have to pretty much drive off the mountaintop and just full send it down and hope they don't get blown up. But let's see if they can pick up more elimination points before being forced to do so. The next big team that needs to make a play is Next Ruya. You can see there, they are not in this next circle, and they have a tough time right now to find a way in, even with 4 players up.
We've seen crazier thing happens, and I wouldn't be surprised if Reject at one point does end up sending a car over that mountain. It would be insane, but I'm all for it. You know what? I like insanity sometimes whenever it is given to us. And yeah, with SCG, I don't think that we're going to be sending anybody into that zone. If they would have, I would have been pleasantly surprised. They just wanted to get a little bit closer and make it harder for Reject to get some angles there on them, as they are towards the south of Rejects. And Next Ruya trying to find their way in. Boom. If you're Boom at this point, what do you end up doing? Do you just keep on doing what you're doing and hope that Rejects are going to be taking those shots onto the players that are going to be pushing towards them?
Yeah, exactly. I think Boom is relying on the fact that the teams on the hilltops will provide some help if they get crashed up straight. So that's why Boom is holding more of a spread still rather than condensing into one building. They know they have a opportunity here with other teams over the top to kind of rely on them for support. And Nexteria knows that too, because Nexteria has 4, but they're not full sending any compounds. They're trying to work the outside to see if they can find any openings, but I don't think they know that Regnum Karya on the outside has 4 players up.
I think they're going to be finding out here. Reject, there you go. This is what I was expecting to see Reject do, and this is what we were all expecting for Rejects to do, which is third party anybody, gatekeep anybody that's going to put themselves super exposed. And I'm glad that S2G did end up working that out. They were able to get close enough to the point that Reject, it's going to be super tough for Reject to find an angle on them. They're going to have to expose themselves a little bit too much. And now S2G is going to be able to possibly start picking up some of these fights too. Start possibly costing some damage on those teams pushing up. There you go. When you overextend a little bit too much, Reiji, you will get spot. Duelo. Oh, Duelo, you're feeling risky. Are you going to want to push this out? I don't think he's going to. I think he's going to end up winning a little bit more. They're just going to let them know, hey, we know that you guys are there. You know what? Let's make a peace treaty. Unless you guys don't want to, then we're going to have to send it to you.
Yeah, I love the way Rejects are playing this. They always leave Regioso to do his own thing, because I think Regioso does have, probably the most accurate shot, the most, mechanical long-range player on the team, because he's always in these long-range positions by himself, while the rest of the team focus on, more immediate potential threats. So Rejects do have a great system going on. Each player really knows, what their role is at any given moment, and I think that's why we see Rejects, having so much success, as the tournament goes on. And after they pressured out S2G, they realized, okay, they can't come up. We're okay here. Now they're all going back up to the top and focusing elsewhere. And the best thing yet for them is that they do get some of the next circle.
They do get the circles. We know what Reject can do whenever they do end up getting blessed by that circle. Meanwhile, Regnum Karya, one of their players, trying to get an angle there, waiting for Reject player to just stay still long enough. All they need is just half a second, and they're going to end up knocking you. Meanwhile, Regioso trying to spot those players from Nexteria. Even if you give him just a little bit, he's going to start taking those shots. He's going to start putting up that pressure on you. Seawolf currently within that smoke, and he knows that he cannot push up just yet, as Frozen is currently starting to get shots on himself as well. Meanwhile, Boom, while all of this is happening, while Seawolf is trying to push up, as Frozen is trying to find an angle to hide as well, Boom Esports are just chilling. They're doing exactly what they need to do. Do not overextend, just wait for the right time. Let all these teams in the hilltop take care of things, and that's it. Oh, you know what? Boom saying, maybe we'll get a little bit into that action. Maybe we'll knock some players as they start throwing grenades and hopefully try to stop Nexteria from pushing closer and closer to them.
I love how Regiosa spotted that S2G player at the last thing. Like, wait a second, these are my points here, shooting at the distance. Get back down there. And there we go. Nexteria not able to get much further. Will get taken out. And I love what Boom did right there. Use that vehicle, even if for just a couple of seconds. It's always faster than running on feet, and he has some hard cover now. And S2G, I don't think they can climb up any higher, but they have been getting uncomfortably close to the side of Reject. Rejects right now just looking up and down. There's a team on their north, a team on their south, all getting really close by, but they should be okay from up here still.
Yeah, for Duelo, you're trying to see if you don't want to end up sliding off. And S2G, I mean, right now, this is what they wanted to do. They're going to be willing to take some damage from the blue zone if they can get a little bit closer, get the angle even harder for Reject. And ultimately, the closer and closer that they do end up getting to Reject, the harder it is going to be able for Reject to get those shots on S2G. And I think that's why earlier we didn't even see them be... They were able to spot some players from S2G, from Reject, but it was just going to be hard to take those pushes. Here we go. Sarah now making a jump down. They know that Regnum Karya players are going to be here. If he can connect on these two players whenever they do end up picking, that'll be massive points for this team. A team that's trying to take that first place after this match from Alpha 7 for the first time. Could we have a leader change? We'll have to wait and see. It's looking good here for Rejects, though, with this circle. But once it starts closing in, it's going to be a lot tougher, Sute.
Yeah, I think Sarah right there really recognizes that there's two players that's going to be caught out of the next zone as it closes in, so he's going to get a little bit more over aggressive and risk getting knocked himself, but he definitely needs to do this, not let the two members in for free, but the smokes will be good, and that is a good smoke path right there. as Regnum Karya bring their 2 other members closer into this next circle. And we are going into that circle 9, right? And that's where Rejects loses all of their advantage because they have the furthest to go to try and get to the center. And the blue will start pushing them out first. And we have to keep in mind, Boom is still in this as well. This 4-way fight is getting more and more difficult now for every team involved.
Boom is in this, but they're gonna have to push out of those buildings that they were in. You can see them have to pay for it, as well as Reject. You mentioned Sarah being able to spot those 2 players earlier. Guess what? There goes one knock. Can he convert that into elimination? And he's gonna switch to the other player there from Regnum Karya, trying to see if he can get that knock. He's gonna be able to spot Wild 77K. Easy knock
huge
for him. Great angle right there by him, and confirming Silas into an elimination point.
Yeah, Sara, one-man team right here, handling the entirety of Regnum Karya. He's not done with the last player, but Blue Zone is closing in. He's going to bide his time. And for Rejects, they can actually get... Actually, do they have control of the center? This mountain juts out quite a bit. Rachioso might be near center, or more near center than all the other players right now. But hold that thought, as S2G, Hamzi, right over the top. Rachioso did hear the player. He's cooking the nade. Can he cook it to perfection? But Hamzi peeks out with that DBS. No longer is that nade in hand. He might have to just take the gunfight.
Gonna have to take that gunfight. Rage also getting a little bit lucky there as Hamzy did end up missing some shots. The grenades are gonna be coming through. The battle of the mountain goats is what I'm gonna be calling this one, because boy, it is such a tough situation, such a tough terrain to be taking those fights too, considering that you could possibly end up getting shot from some of the other players that are still alive from the other teams. We still have 4 teams. This is the crazy power. Okay, there you go. At least one of them is gone. Regnum Karya does end up getting eliminated with 7 eliminations. Sarah able to make it all the way down. He's probably going to be able to spot the player there from Boom, and he might be able to, if he can connect there with the player from Boom, he's going to be able to switch his focus to some of the other players from STG that are making Regioso's life a little bit tougher.
Ooh, Sar really needed that one. That would have been a great point, but he might actually see some of the players on the top. And look at this quick lean peek to the right and to the left. He catches one. The mechanics coming in now. Sara getting low from that grenade, and his teammate Regioso goes down. It is now a 3v1 situation. Rejects will not get the chicken dinner. It will be S2G instead, finally showing up with their, I believe this is their first chicken dinner. 11 eliminations, almost 2,000 damage. Big game for S2G, but I think the main takeaway here is the Rejects team have just now, pretty sure, taken that #1 spot away from Alpha 7.
They should end up taking that #1 spot, not just with the placement points, but also with the elimination points. And that man right there, Sarah, what a performance. What a pop-off performance. Yeah. Not only with the rotation that he was doing, with the risk that he was willing to take, but overall, what you want to see out of a team that's challenging for that first place, and more than likely we will end up seeing them there in that first place. And a team that everybody's been wondering what's been going on with them. S2G finally showing up as well. Sute getting that chicken dinner. The ultimate play was for them to get as close as possible to that mountain, make it so Reject wasn't able to shoot them. And boy, you couldn't ask for anything better from STG.
Yeah, S2G played that pretty much as best as they could, really becoming one with the mountain goat, like you said. And I've never seen a finish like this where teams are constantly just battling on top of this mountaintop, trying to climb up and down, up and down. And this 1v1 pretty much was crucial. If Regioso won that peak, he gets the high ground over the 2 players at the bottom, and Sara and them could have pinched in, but the fight was decided right there. When Regioso lost, I believe it was Hamzi that got the advantage peak and took that one out.
Yeah, I think in all the years that I've been doing PUBG Mobile esports, which is quite a lot now, that might be the first time I've seen players towards the end of the match fighting within that mountain. So you know, there's always new scenarios here in PUBG Mobile esports.
Usually the circle shifts just off of the mountaintop completely, and teams just have to go down. But there, it just kept centering right up, like right in the middle of the mountain, not on top of the radio tower, but like all the rocks that jet off it. And SCG played that really well, but you know, all the teams played that well. Boom played that well towards the end. I feel like next Ruya could have done a little bit more with 4, but they didn't make a decisive play. Instead, they kind of tried to just creep in, and they just got taken out. But let's have an interview coming up with Kelsey from S2G.
Here the player Kelsey for S2G Sports, and they got their first chicken dinner today. Congratulations in the first chicken dinner. You guys were awesome in this last match. And also, I would like to know how this will reflect in the next match, because we want to know how you guys will keep this, to keep the similar performance for the next matches.
Sonraki maçlar için nasıl benzer performans sergileyeceğinizi merak ediyoruz. Bu sizin bugünkü ilk chicken dinner'ınızdı, yani ilk zaferinizdi. Bununla ilgili ne hissediyorsunuz?
Aslında kendi oyunumuz bu ama ilk gün oynayamadık. Bugün başladık şu anda. İlk günden beri oynamamız gereken oyun bu ama oynayamadık. Şu anda devam edeceğiz böyle.
We couldn't performance as we want, but we managed it right now, so we will keep going like this.
Awesome. And about tomorrow, today, I would like to know which position do you guys think you will finish the day?
Yarınla ilgili hangi pozisyonda bitireceğinizi düşünüyorsunuz bugün için?
Şampiyonluk. Şampiyonluk.
They will be the champion.
Okay, they will manage to be on the top one. Maybe tomorrow we'll see how this will reflect their game. Thanks so much for the interview. You guys are incredible here. And I will see you guys in the next match again.
Well, let's see if there was ever a time span, or if there was ever a scenario for you guys to end up being the champions, you guys needed to wake up, and that's exactly what they did there in that last match, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they did. And you know what? To be able to get a chicken dinner right there, just at the start of the second half of this tournament, it was just so critical. It was a must-have. One thing I did notice in this game, and I think we're going to see going forward, is what we kind of talked about a little bit before, how these top teams are going to start having targets on their back. And of all the squads to take down Alpha 7, it was Smoke Gaming. I think it was Yuzu that was talking about that, you know, you know, these teams at the bottom are going to have nothing to lose, right? They're just going to just start pushing no matter what. And I think teams, especially knowing what they need to do, if they do see a top squad and they realize it's them, they're going to do everything they can to take them out, because they have to if they want to try to get some big money here.
Yeah, it's pretty much, you know, a must at this point. You need to get the points, and you need to deny points. And what better way to do that than just taking the fight with the top team, especially if you're in that situation. That's what Smoke Gaming did. Alpha 7, you know, in my opinion, played that fight kind of incorrectly. It looked like some of the players weren't really synced up together, 7.
Yeah, they for sure weren't synced up. I mean, we saw 2 players. I know one of them was Carrillo, and then he got left behind. And then he got super exposed whenever the Smoke Gaming player did end up getting the off angle. So yeah, Alpha 7 starting to look a little bit scary, but not in a good way. In a scary way that they might not be in first place once we do end up going to the overall. You can see them being able to get only 1 point. IHC as well, only 1 point. Vampire Esports. I mean, there's just so many good teams here, Hot Jukes, that it's kind of hard to say, okay, you know what? This is the team that's going to be able to take it from day one with that performance. Hamsi, S2G, 4 eliminations, MVP performance in that last match.
Oh my gosh, even the interview was crazy. The fans were not happy to see an interview with S2G, that's for sure. Because I remember you were talking, 7, right, about how hyped the crowd was over there at PMGC. And I remember you kind of telling me a little bit about how you would talk about a team that they didn't like, and I heard the fans weren't too happy, huh?
Let's just say one of the Alpha 7 players, let me borrow a jersey, decided to show it on the broadcast. We had all of S2G fans in front of us. And boy, if we were to put the camera on them, there would have had to been a lot of blurry done because there were just certain fingers being pointed towards me. And I was loving it. I love when fans provide that passion behind their team. So I'm all for it. Even if it was against me, I didn't take it personally. Keep it going. And you can tell Alpha 7 fans, Brazilian fans, are used to be known to be very passionate as well. So love to see that out of them. And here we go. Oh, we do have that switch as Reject ends up taking that first place. 98 points. Alpha 7 drops down to second place with 91.
Check out the Elix out of Reject, though. 61. It's crazy.
That's unreal. 61 eliminations. I mean, this is the first time Alpha 7 has been unseeded from their first place. And it's so crazy the fact that that happened, considering that they had a 28-point lead from second going into day 7.
Some people were saying that I was being toxic. Some people were saying that we were trying to curse Alpha 7. We weren't, okay? We just know these things. We've been doing this for so long that we know what can happen when some of these other teams do end up waking up. And the scary part, and the thing that Sute, you just highlighted as well, Hot Jukes, is this team towards the bottom. I mean, Smoke Gaming, 26 points. They know. At this point, they have to know that they are too far away to even try to challenge for that first place. They know how the prize pool works. That mentality is going to start switching for some of these teams. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing more of the fights that we saw there towards the beginning of that match in regards to Smoke Gaming taking the fight to Alpha 7, eliminating them, stopping them from getting those big points that they need to maintain those positions at the top.
You know, one thing that we're going to start seeing here is unintentional teaming, right? And what I mean by that is, let's just say, you know, because these players and teams are smart, right? When they look at the elimination feed, they can hear the shots, right? So if they hear a fight going on behind them and they see the opportunity to gatekeep, and let's say there's multiple teams that are gatekeeping, they realize that, oh, all the teams say that's Alpha 7 over there. They know what they all need to do to be able to pass them up on the leaderboard. Suddenly, what's in the middle of the zone doesn't matter anymore. If all three of those teams turn around and gatekeep Alpha 7 together, there's nothing they can do, right? So that's going to start coming into play here. Alpha 7's going to have to adapt to it.
Oh, they have to. I mean, they haven't really adapted, and they kind of continue on the trend of what that Sute and I were able to point out at the beginning of the day too. Whenever they don't get chicken dinners, they're not able to get the placement points that we're used to seeing them. Yeah, they were able to kind of save face a little bit with the first Sanhok, but after that first Sanhok, I was like, I don't just want to see this Sanhok. I want to see them being able to do this in Erangel. I want to see them being able to do this in all the other maps that we're going to be playing, and they're not going to end up chicken dinners. And right now, yes, you can have the fan base right there. When everything is going great, awesome. When things start going south, Hot Jukes, oh man, that pressure's just going to start building and building on their shoulders.
Yeah, and you can see it in the fans, you know, but at the same time, they're still hyping up their squad. You know, they're not turning against them at all. They're there to support them, and that's what I love to see, and that's what a home crowd should do. So it's good to be able to see that, you know what, even though they've had a few rough games, the crowd is just there for them no matter what.
They are going to be there for them no matter what, but for Alpha 7, they need to respond, and they need to respond in a big way, as we're going to be jumping into the first Miramar of day 2, and who's gonna end up taking them. Yesterday we had Boom Esports getting a chicken dinner. We saw Rejects coming and finishing off the day with a great win, 9 eliminations. Reject now in first place. I'm sure that they're gonna be looking to mimic the same performance from the last match of Miramar here today.
Oh, yes, they are. One thing we didn't really get to talk about, too, is S2G, right? S2G moved up. They were in 10th place, and they moved up to 7th in that last match. So they're at 62 total points after that chicken dinner. One more good game here, and we'll see them in that top 4.
If we do get that good game, Miramar, of course, the most difficult map, in my opinion, out of the 3. So it really comes down to those circles and those rotations. S2G, time for them to, you know, step it up even more. That was a big win for them, and you heard in that interview, I believe they asked the player, you know, where do you think you'll end up? What's your mentality going into the next couple of games? And he said champion. I think they want that first place.
Yeah, they want it. They want it bad. But, you know, in order to do so, these top teams are going to have to get stopped, and they're going to continue to have a good performance here. And you can see with this first circle, it's going to be a southern, you know, Miramar zone. But S2G are going to be landing pretty much, you know, in a good position for it. So we'll see how this all turns out at the end. You got Alpha 7 finally getting their nice El Pozo drop, so they're going to be looted up to the teeth as they get ready for a very critical match here. They got to end the day strong. Yeah. Well,
if they do end it strong. And first circle, finally, a easy circle in my opinion on Miramar. So far, I believe all the ones we've seen are like super far down south, like Los Leones area, where there's a lot of mountains, not a lot of road access way. This one, by far, is the easiest circle you could kind of ask for on Miramar. So we'll see what these teams can do with a circle like this one. We see S2G right there in a great spot to rotate in from. All of these teams actually have an easy way of rotating into this first zone. Let's just see where it shifts, though.
Yeah, I don't see any hot drops going on right now, so that's going to be pretty good for a lot of these squads, and I think a necessary thing for majority of these teams. Now, two teams that usually go at it off the rip, IHC and D plus Kia. You can see them kind of popping some shots towards each other in Monte Nuevo. I think both of them realize what time it is, though. They can't afford to be able to fight each other so early on.
Yeah, D plus still dropping around there, but, you know, gave it up. Now they're doing more of a split loot around the area, so they can still maintain the same strategy, right? The rotations that they're comfortable with coming from the west side. And now they don't have to contest IHC, and that works out better for both teams. And unless IHC was always winning the fights with, you know, 4 players up in a timely fashion, I think IHC is pretty happy with this as well, seeing as, you know, they don't have to take any fights whatsoever now.
So let's see what happens. Another team that's in a really good position. It's going to be none other than Nova, right? We saw S2G wake up. Are we going to see Nova wake up? And if they want to, they need to do so right now, right? I don't think it's any time they can wait any longer because they only have 45 points. That's a big difference between who's in 9th place right now. That's going to be Vampire with 61. So, yeah, Nova literally needs a double-digit chicken dinner here. I think if we want to see them even have a chance at top 3.
Yeah, and there's like a point buffer in the rankings too, right? Top 3, the points are right now in order 98, 91, 82. And then 4th place, however, is sitting there with 80. So to pass up, you know, 4th and 3rd, the points are, you know, a lot to pass up, and 5th place is 67. So the big point drop off from 4th to 5th, and you want to get into 3rd. So that's 2 different teams you need to worry about to make it into the top 3. So right now it is almost do or die because of this, you know, point gap that's being created in the top 3 overall.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, yeah, there's a point gap in the top 3, and even bigger, we got to remind folks, you know, there's a massive point gap in the prize pool, right? Just cash gap, actually, because first place, $100,000. Second place, yeah. Second place, $50,000. Third place, $30,000, and then goes down to $15,000 for 4th place. And the crazy part is that the difference between 4th and last is only $3,000. So, I mean, these teams have nothing to lose, right? And I kind of like that because it really pushes all these squads to not settle for, you know, 7th or 6th place because there's no difference when it comes to prize pool.
Yeah, no difference whatsoever. So it's pretty much all or nothing. And that's what I like to see, the way the teams play an all or nothing style, especially when it comes down to it towards the later stages of the tournament. And we are well within the later stages of the tournament.
Oh yeah, here we go in the last 2 Miramars of the day. Who do you guys think is going to end up on top? I want you guys in the chat everywhere to let us know. Meanwhile, look at this. Oh, you can see Nobu focus. Look at that player cam. I love player cam so much. Something I've been begging for. And now we get to see it. Oh, man, he let his position be known. And he said, see ya. I couldn't get that knock. I'm out of here.
Yeah. Driving straight out there. I think we see a lot of teams playing a bit more passive too, because of such a good circle, right? This is a circle where it's like every team can have a game plan, and every team wants to keep 4 up to execute that game plan. Before, on Miramar, it's like a hard circle down south where teams are kind of like, yeah, we're not really going to get into a good position anytime soon, so we will take fights when it arises. So we'll take those points instead. But with a circle like this, I think everyone's just like, just get into the circle, and we can play for the next one. It's easy to rotate. Let's just keep all 4 up.
Yeah, and I think all these teams are kind of realize what's at stake because you got to think about it, right? Because of how this prize pool is positioned. There's no difference. Like there's a very small difference between 4th and last place. Like I mentioned, only a difference of $3,000. So you got to think about it. All of these teams, 4th on down, they're in the same boat, right? So they're all going to have the same strategy. The same strategy is this: take out the top teams, get a bunch of points. So when all of the teams have that same strat, Zute, these teams at the top really have to be careful here because they have literally the entire lobby against them. Yeah, well, guys, this is going to get intense here as I start looking at this circle. It's only stage 1. It's still in the same position that we saw before. The only current teams that are sitting outside of it are going to be IHC. Next, Maria, D plus Kia already moved on in. And we got Zebra Master. Looks like they were just shooting some shots, having some fun there. Okay, you know, I guess you got to get a little bit warmed up. I will say, I am pretty proud of how Zebra Master has performed so far. You know what I'm saying? I think the fact that they have, you know, this is their first tournament coming on in at this level. The fact that they've been able to win some fights against top teams, I think is a good sign for them.
Definitely so. And these are like a lot of veteran squads as we do get into a fight now. Regnum Karya against the likes of, I do think that's actually Boom pushing up onto this position. Now this is a very early fight. You can see we have all 64 players still remaining because this is such a nice circle. Everybody has a nice piece of the pie. And actually the circle hard shifted to San Martin. That might increase the pace of the action, and Boom saw that shift and they realized, okay, we got to get this fight done with quick. They are ramping up the aggression. Regnum Karya lose one player. Boom on the advantage, and they have one player in the far back line providing overline support fire. The 2v1 isolation on the left side, it is good. Boom are dismantling Regnum Karya.
Great play there. They realized that they had a player isolated, and then Boom Esports went for the instant 2v1. They are taking apart Regnum Karya piece by piece. Losing Silas is going to hurt big time, but I did hear some shots coming from down the way. And is that the final player? Yes, it was. And that is Regnum Karya out of there. The 5th place team going out early is going to hurt.
Yeah, oof. Regnum Karya, they really needed to do well in this one. Sitting in that 5th place positions, they have a chance, and they still do, even with a huge donut from this game. Here comes Hi-Fi, looking to get into the action. Now, this is one team I feel like that is willing to take a fight no matter what the situation, because all we see is them taking a fight early game and then getting eliminated. So let's see if they can do something here as Monkey gets ran over. That's not good.
But in the feed, I think I saw Nova get a player of Alpha 7. That's a huge fight. Maybe it was just one of the players that just ended up getting finished. But yeah, look at that. Boom. Still holding on. 5 eliminations. Great start for them, especially considering that they're currently sitting in 6th place.
Yeah, not too far behind the top 3, honestly. 61 points. 3rd place, 82 points. That is easily doable. Well, I wouldn't say easily, but we've seen multiple squads in the match with the Chicken Dinner and getting like, what, 20 to 25 points. So they're on a good start, getting eliminations early and then working their way up from there. That is currently what Boom is doing right now. As we do see the circle now, yeah, it did hard shift up north towards the area of San Martin and Hacienda. A lot of teams have already rotated in. Vampire in a great spot. Rejects right behind them. That might be a huge fight to break out in the coming circles. And where is Alpha 7? Alpha 7's towards the east of Nova. And you're right, one of the players of Alpha 7 did get taken out by the Nova team.
That's going to hurt going as a 3-man, especially for a squad that, I mean, there's so many expectations on Alpha 7. Really, for them, it's not about even top 3. It's first or nothing. They want to win their first world title at home. And man, Reject, just the aggression from them has been just so intense. They've really been putting themselves in good positions. And where is Reject? Yeah, they are dead center of this circle, just below Vampire. You can see it right there, the Duelo's name, right below the airdrop. So, man, Reject are going to have a big advantage when it comes to position, because Alpha 7 are going to have to play from the outside, and it looks like they might just drive into Boom.
Yeah, New circle did pop up. It's centered right onto the side of Rejects and Vampire. Now, Rejects, I feel like from what I've seen, you know, in countless games, this position, it's great for just surviving, but I never really see teams, you know, get a big win or even a lot of eliminations from there. Because no team's going to really be able to crash into you, and you don't have really sightlines onto anything else. It's kind of like that spot that D Plus was playing a couple of games ago on Erangel, right? Where they had 4 up, and they were hunkered in. They got the circle every single time pretty much, but they ended the match with, like, you know, 1 or 2 eliminations. We might see Reject, you know, fall to a similar fate, but we'll see where the circle shifts, because it can still hard shift away from them, which I feel like might actually work out more for Rejects rather than getting the zone.
Ooh, oh really? Why's that?
I mean, that way they have a reason to move out and push versus being continually surrounded, right? Like in that match, if you remember on Erangel, right? D+, they got every single circle to like the very 9th circle, and they couldn't do anything because they were just being constantly surrounded. They have no sight lines from inside their buildings. And from what I've seen on Miramar, Rejects is in like a similar spot. Now, it's a little bit better of a situation because they can actually see a bit further out, but it's still one of those things where I don't think Rejects is going to get a lot of elimination opportunities unless teams are forced to crash straight in.
Oh, Order getting popped out by Zebra Master, and that is the isolated player. Here they go instantly on the push, and they're going to realize this is Nova right here. Boom, the IGL going out early once again. Not going to be easy. Yeah, the reason why I asked as a question is because I do agree that, you know, D+, that position wasn't good, but I will say there's a big difference between D+, Kia, and Reject, you know? When it comes to teams that I think could pull off aggression from that position, it's going to be Reject. I mean, these guys have just been shredding lobbies. But I will say, I don't want to see them switch to passiveness. So I do understand why you said that, for sure.
Yeah, it's harder from that position to be aggressive, but, you know, Rejects, you see what Regioso can do. You know, he will off angle, he will take those opportunities, and with the circle shift like this, I think it's good, right? Because now their backside will be clear, and yes, they are forced to push out into the open into either, you know, Death Wolves or Vampire, but with 4 players up, and we've seen them fight their way into zones, they know how to navigate these situations. This is, in my opinion, a better circle shift for Rejects rather than centering right on top of them.
Yeah, especially consider with this big old hill right there in the middle of the map of San Martin. Meanwhile, here we go, Zebra Master pushing up against Nova. They got to take him out here. Neil Zada gets finished, though, really early. That's not going to be good. That's going to go ahead and bring it down to a 3v3. The fight is even. Let's see who's going to win it. Nova playing this really close together. Uh-oh, they're trying to show off some of that CQC action. Maybe they heard us, Zute, because Nova said, hey, you guys talking smack about our close quarters combat? How about some of that? How about some of that? How about some of that?
I'm not going to give it to Nova, because that was definitely more so Zebra Masters just kind of not having the experience and just driving straight into them. There's no setup. There's no setup. There was no util being used. It was just run straight into them. And when you're just running straight into a team, even if they're not the best CQC team out there, you don't win that. You don't just run straight at them with no util or smokes or anything. So Zebra Masters do get taken out, and that is Nova. They're still going to hold strong with 3. Their IGL order is gone, and I just can't help but to think, like, yeah, Order, he's a little bit newer to the IGL scouting position. Order did scout before, even when Jemmy was IGL, but having to do both is definitely harder.
That's definitely a mix-up for sure. You know, meanwhile, we're going to watch next Ria getting punished by 2 teams, D+ Kia from on top. And yeah, Nobu's going to be peeking down here. And you got Death Wolves on the side. It's just not good. It's not a good scenario for them at all. So Frozen's going to probably end up having to do this by his lonesome. Unless somehow he can hit some critical knocks and give his team some breathing room to get out of there.
It's probably not going to happen. Taking a look at the map, Alpha 7 did move down into Graveyard right next to Boom. Alpha 7 with only 2 players. So they still might have a chance at putting up some points, but being right next to Boom with the man advantage of 3, it might be difficult, and I'm sure Boom knows exactly where Alpha 7 is because they had to rotate in. Long range shots now on Miramar, as teams are still trying to, kind of shimmy their way into the edges of the zone on the west side. Next, Ruya facing a lot of opposition in the form of D+ and Deathwolves.
They're fine. But you know what? I'll tell you right now, next Ruya's getting lucky. The fact that D+ Kia is getting punished so hard. If they're able to get this res off and fully focus all their efforts on D+ Kia, they could have a good chance here. Frozen gets the steal. Actually gets 2 steals right there. So next Ruya is soaking up a couple of points. That's big indeed.
Great job by Frozen to capitalize on that opportunity in a dire situation. You see Frozen off of those 2 steals. He's going to make his way further into zone. He knows his 2 teammates back there are kind of pretty much done. Frozen by himself can't suppress all of Deathwolves, so he's going to kind of give up on the team and hope they can make it in on their own. New circle pops up, and we will have to see the Reject team push into Vampire. Vampire does have the advantage, but Rejects with 4 can still make it happen. Elsewhere on the map, it is that fight between Boom and Alpha 7. And I mentioned earlier, Alpha 7 with only 2, Boom with 3. Yeah, it's not going to work out. Alpha 7 goes out, and Rejects can only extend their lead at this point. Rejects still have 0 points overall, though, and with 12 teams left, they don't have any placement points yet either.
That is a brutal, brutal loss for Alpha 7. That is not the time that you want to pull out the goose egg right there. So let's see what Team Reject can do. You know that all of Japan is cheering at this point for their squad. Meanwhile, Nova fans are trying to hope to see they can take out Boom. Flyboy has a really good angle on that roof, though. So Nova's going to have to be careful. Remember what we heard before. The CQC from Nova. Getting that knock finally. Gotta hit this shot here. Paraboy. Gotta be able to pull off some close quarters, my boy. Let's see if you can do it.
Paraboy in the 1v1. And gets spotted.
He couldn't.
Crazy. Running into that smoke. Catches a glimpse of him. And yeah, Paraboy does go down. Nova almost winning that 2v3. But it was not enough. Meanwhile, on the west side of the map, things are starting to slowly heat up as well. Vampire, Deathwolves, both on top of the mountain. Rejects will be looking to encroach upon the mountain too. Nextria is still alive out there, and they do have a working vehicle. They might full send it into one of the teams out on the west side. We'll see in a second where they go. But Rejects still wary of their backside.
Hey, one team member we got to give some love to is, hey, Zute, look at Boom. 10 eliminations so far. And they're in 5th place. They have the biggest gap.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if a good performance here, they can finally close that gap and put themselves in the running for 1st place tomorrow. So they need to finish off strong here. Well, let's see. They couldn't have asked for a better start, though. That's for sure. Meanwhile, Team Falcons are finally starting to get things started. S2G just had a pop-off game, looking to have a little bit of a repeat. Actually, not just looking, needing to, but action is going to say see you later to that player from S2G. Let's see what happens. Who's going to get this next knock? Team Falcons. STG's in big trouble here. Here comes the red zone from Falcons.
Yeah, man. Falcons are surrounding them every which way. Kelsey goes down. He really needed to hold that top side, but with the top side going down, they are getting fully surrounded. They did return fire. Not just one, but two. 2 of Falcons. No, 3 from Falcons go down. Actually, Royals of War. I just caught that kind of third partying from distance. That's what's causing the downfall of the Falcons. And luckily for S2G, Royals of War managed to find some sightlines. And here's the next big fight. Vampire engaged with Deathwolves. Rejects hear this, and now Rejects are going to come in for a huge third-party timing. They steal 1 point away. Newsy goes down. Rejects are going to continue the aggression, and with Vampire really feeling the pressure, they go straight in. Obscure catches them both.
Obscure shutting down Vampire. The Deathwolves making some noise here. Another Brazilian squad. You know, the hometown team is pretty excited about that one. Tony K going to be the final player, I believe. Yep, final player up for Vampire. But here comes Reject, licking their lips. They saw Alpha 7 go out, And you know what? They've already passed up the Brazilian brothers of Alpha 7, and they're looking to continue to make that lead even bigger here. And they have the high ground to their advantage. So all they got to do is play this smart, and these should be some easy elimination points for them. The next zone does center up, so they're still in the circle.
Yeah. They have time to work with now. Rejects taking their time. And I can't tell if Rejects is playing a little bit slower than usual, or if this terrain is just really difficult to navigate. I hope they're not slowing down their pace, because they've been winning pretty much almost every fight they've taken, especially when they have 4 up. I'm just worried that they slow it down too much, and then the circle closes and the circle shifts, and they have less time to work with. And, oh man, Duelo runs up by himself. Rejects. Maybe being in first place is a curse. They're no longer the kind of underdogs, and the pressure's getting to them, and they're making some mistakes.
Well, like I said, you know, once you're on top, all these teams, literally from 4th place on down, are going to be looking to knock you out as fast as they can. And Reject cannot let off the gas. Meanwhile, we're going to watch Smoke Gaming take down the high fives. I definitely want to stay on Reject, though. Let's see what they're going to end up doing with this high ground. Because, like you said, Zute, you know, teams, once they really get in a good position on top and they see Alpha 7 go down, they just think, okay, all we gotta do is stay alive, and they start going passive. But that is not the Rejects game. Their game is full-fledged non-stop violence, and they have to continue that.
And they need to keep shooting loot boxes too, because that's been working for them. They do catch out Tony K, and Divine wins a huge 1v1 up there, by the way. And Nexria is still alive. I don't know how. Wait, how did Frozen even get here?
This man has been just sneaking his way through little by little by little. S2G is still alive. Boom has 11 eliminations, so they sneak up another point. You can just see the desperation from all these squads. They know what's at stake. They know they want to make it into the top 3, and they only have a few games left to do it.
Sara firing off shots, needing to reload the UMP and running out of ammo in the other weapon as well. You can see how desperate everybody is for points. Even when they're in first place, they really need to get more. Firing off shots left and right. Rejects with 3 eliminations and a great circle for Rejects. They get even more time to work up on this hilltop now, as the next circle does not hard shift away from them.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, they get this circle once again, which is so critical. Now they just got to creep up and work together. I think they lost a player pretty unnecessarily there. They could have had all 4 up, but they're going to have to get it done with 3. And you can see the crowd is going nuts. As Smoke Gaming's at the bottom. This one's going to go all the way down to the last circle with how this zone is.
This is going to be a huge game for Boom, because look at Boom's positioning. They have the center locked down. All of the opposition is pretty much stuck on one another on the west side. Boom just kind of needs to worry about Royals of War, but even then, for the Royal team coming down from the north, they're going to come into sightlines of S2G. Boom kind of has this game in the bag almost. And you did call it out. They're already up to 11. This could be one of those, you know, 15, 16 elimination chicken dinners that
it could be
all
more.
These teams need from 5th downwards.
Yeah, it could be more considering their position, and if that zone locks onto them, this next circle, I mean, they are a shoo-in to win this match with a ton of eliminations. And look, see, there goes Rivas from Royals of War. Here comes S2G trying to make it happen. IHC from the corner, now catching one of the players. But Boom, I'm telling you, Boom is going to just soak up so many eliminations. This is getting intense.
Oh, there's another one. Razy catches Rogue. Yeah, that was a knock, and that was a point confirmation. Ziola, last one up. 0 eliminations for the IHC team right now. Smoke with all 4 up, just trying to stay alive at this little divot. Ziola, can he do anything? Meanwhile, elsewhere, Rejects. I really want to see what's going on there, because they're getting really close to Frozen. I think that should definitely be the fight to really look at. Rejects is getting that revive onto their 3rd player that got knocked by IHC. Ziola crawling. Slowly crawling. I think he's going. Oh, no. Is that a nade?
Oh, that looks good.
Oh, that was a perfect nade.
Wow. what a nade there, throwing it up the mountain, and here comes Flyboy, ready to soak up some even more points. Will we see a PMGO Finals record right here? It is totally possible. Boom. And I'll tell you what, this couldn't have been at a better time, considering that they have such a point gap. Most of the teams are out, but Reject are still up. It's only down to the top 2. You can just see that you can hear the fans starting to get excited because they need Reject to go out early if they want their favorite squad, Alpha 7, to have a chance at passing them up.
Yeah, Divine realizes the opposition from the north side is too much from S2G, so he ran elsewhere looking to maybe steal a couple points away, maybe strike at the right opportune time. He's waiting. Divine, can he pull it off? Oh, he sees all three. He has one grenade. Is he going to use the grenade first? He pulls it. It's cooking. He can get one here.
See ya.
He definitely gets one. Oh, he doesn't even get one. The Spidey senses out of S2G, too good. We are in a 4-way fight. S2G, Smoke Gaming, Rejects, and of course, Boom.
Boom is just going to eat up these points like crazy. So Boom is going to win this game. There's no doubt about it. It's just how many eliminations are they going to get? Now they decide to strike onto S2G. Frenzy putting in some work. Divine still up from Reject, though, just trying to get more placement points. Every single moment that they're alive is going to be worse and worse for Alpha 7. And then look at this. Here comes the blue zone. S2G is getting punished. It's only Razy up, and he has the blue to his back. And finally, there goes Reject. It's down to the top 3.
Yeah, Rejects out in 4th. Alpha 7's fans are happy about that, but still, Rejects will nab up more points. Boom. Can they close this out? 2 of S2G, I believe, are down. The other player of Boom pretty much handling all of Smoke Gaming from their superior positioning. This is pretty much done for the side of Boom. Who's going to get second, though? S2G or Smoke Gaming?
That is going to be the question, and this is Circle 9. The zone's going to go down to nothing, so it is starting to close. Here comes the aggression from Boom. Look at it soak up every single point. It's just Razy. Razy getting a nice knock, though. That was pretty huge.
Oh, he gets
Actually, Boom's in trouble. Now Boom can lose.
Yeah, he
Razy
got
can't
both
go down.
of them.
1 HP.
A 1v2.
He's got to get this.
It's a 3-way 1v1 right now, but S2G's getting the revive.
S2G is getting the revive. We could have back-to-back chicken dinners. Razy takes down Smoke. 18 eliminations from Boom Esports. Can they finish it out, though? Can they get the chicken dinner? It's going to be up to their final player in a 1v2 situation. You can see the player cams. You can see the focus. Can he hit these shots? No utility at all. And look at his vest and helmet. Completely busted. Oh, that one hurt. Here comes another.
It's
Hamzy.
done. It's done for him.
For 3. Oh, still alive. This is huge.
Popping those bandages. He needs every
can't
piece
peek.
of HP he can get.
Oh,
he peeks out, doesn't land the shots. He gets hurt and tagged instead. He's still got first aids, but they're circling him in. Razy down to that 1 HP, gets the first aid off. He needs a clean first knock. He can't get tagged at all, and that is exactly what he gets. He gets the clean knock, doesn't get tagged. Pretty much almost full HP. Gets the point confirmation too. Wait, 5 bullets. His UMP was down to nothing too, I think. He's got a couple bullets of the M4 and a couple bullets of the UMP.
Could he loot that box?
Has
That's the
count.
question.
I want to see them switch back camps.
5 bullets?
Too risky.
He's out.
5 bullets.
He's out.
Gone. He has to loot the box. Did he get anything? No, he didn't.
I don't know.
He's just got the first aid.
He's
the
got
best he can do is deny points now.
He's got nothing.
He can't win this.
Go
he
on,
can't
Blue.
win this. He's got the pan.
He's got a pan.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh. S2G wins it. Back-to-back chicken dinners from S2G. But I'll tell you what, if you're a Boom Esports fan, you ain't too mad at that, baby, because some insane eliminations come from them. What a finish.
Look at this. He's probably like, he ran at me with the pan. Did you see that? It's like, this madman ran at me with the pan.
Oh man.
My god.
If you would have gotten that pan finish, his name would have been etched in esports PUBG Mobile history forever. They would have put a monument of this man in the game.
Yeah.
What a way to end the game, though. And honestly, a massive one for S2G and for Boom. Wow.
That was the last thing I was expecting. I was like, he's out of bullets. Blue's at his back. He's got to deny the point. But instead, he pulls out the pan and just runs at him. And I love that quick little maneuver there. He tried. I mean, that was the only play left, right? Try and grab some ammo. He couldn't get it done. And then running in with a pan. And the S2G player, I think he realized, like, wait a second. He backed up. I love that out of S2G also. A man runs at you with the pan. The only way that goes wrong is if you run at him shooting and you miss and he hits you in the head with the pan. He ran backwards, gave him all the advantages possible, and closed it out. Because as much history would have been made if Boom won that with the pan, imagine the history of losing a 1v1 when the tournament matters the most. After you guys won the last match to a guy with a pan, you definitely don't want to be that guy.
You definitely don't want to be that guy. Oh boy, you know, I loved it. Yeah, like I mentioned, the reaction of him just putting his hands in the air, like, what? Like, are you serious? But you know what? That's what happens. Is that, you know, you have to try to reserve as many resources as you can. But that's the thing about Miramar. We talk about it so often. How Miramar is the map where you need to store as many shots as you possibly can, because you need all of that ammunition. You need all that utility. Yeah, you never know how it's going to end up. But you know what? It's time we bring back the 7WG. Bro, what did you think about that match?
I'm still cracking up, dude. I'm glad that you guys pointed that out. The S2G player, Hamsey, decides to just back up. He's like, oh, no. This isn't going to happen to me. Let me just back up a little bit more and make sure I end up eliminating you from far away. And I mean, for Boom Esports, I was with you, Hot Jukes. I honestly thought that Boom Esports was going to be able to clutch it up there. I think they were just a little bit too split worrying in regards to both of the other teams. Almost, it gave me flashbacks, honestly, of what Zebra Masters did earlier today.
Oh, yeah, it's tough. I mean, that was such a hard one. They had such an advantage, though. You know, when it comes to positions, they weren't sandwiched, right? They were literally just focusing on what was in front of them. And all it takes is one little mistake and boom, you know, it could go to another team. And that's exactly what happened. Regardless, though, the most eliminations we've seen in this tournament so far, right?
I believe so. I believe it is. And you know who's happy right now? S2G fans. They said that they were going to end up being champions. I was doubting it. I sure didn't see it. But now with this back-to-back chicken dinners, even though they didn't end up getting the most points, because as you mentioned, Boom Esports does end up collecting the most points due to those 19 eliminations they ended up with. S2G puts themselves in a great position. We still have one more match today, and on top of that, we still have tomorrow, and you never know what can happen in the final day. S2G showing up big here on day 2, and one team that, oh man, it pains me to point this out. One team that needs the points, one team that needs to respond, and it wasn't there in the first page. That's right, Alpha 7, a team that got those 3 chicken dinners in the first 4 matches of day 1. They're currently not responding in the way that their fans want to see, and they're not responding in a way that a champion would need to respond, as they end up with those 0 points.
They're going to have to do it in this last match, though. They're going to have to. They have no choice, because now it's not even just Team Reject you have to worry about. Now you have to worry about all of these squads coming in at the last second. And out of all the teams, are you kidding me? It's Boom. It's S2G, right? It's IHC. Huge names are now knocking at the door, trying to hunt down first place, because we were talking about it in the game. Right? There's no difference really between 4th and last place. Very small difference in prize pool. So the whole lobby is going against the top 3 here.
Shute, if Alpha 7 doesn't respond here in this final match, do we think that they're done for tomorrow? Like, they're not going to end up champions?
Actually, I feel like this... Now, okay. Unpopular take, for sure. I think this is better for Alpha 7. Every single time going into the last day, Alpha 7's in first place and they choke. Now, finally, they could be the underdogs, not have the immense pressure of maintaining first place, and, you know, have that kind of not Cinderella story, but like that huge comeback story, right? Like, I've said this before. When I was a competitive player, trying to chase your way into the next, top position, it always, for me, felt like easier than trying to hold down that top position. So I'm just throwing it out there. And a small thing to also mention, rechecks, right? They're finally first place. And I don't know if you caught it, but they made a crucial mistake. Is it because they're first place and they're feeling the pressure? Hotjukes called it out. They lost one player unnecessarily. He was caught out in a 1v1 where they knew there could have been, people snaking or camping in corners, ahead of them, but he still went out by himself. So the first place pressure, it's definitely a real thing.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it's a real thing, hands
Jukes?
down. Yeah, it's a real thing. And the thing is that not only is it going to be a real thing, it's going to be more intense going into tomorrow, right? Because, like I said, it's the whole lobby versus the top 3. The top team is also the most researched team by all these squads. They're going to be looking at them like a hawk, looking and see where are you dropping, where are your vehicles going, because we have to take you out. So, I kind of agree with Zute here. I think that it's a lot easier to be in, second or third, trying to hunt down a big, because teams aren't hard focused on you as opposed to when you're just in first place with such a huge lead. Because, they had a massive gap going into today, and it was closed in match number 2.
Yeah, and I would usually agree with you 100% with what you were saying there, Sute, because we even brought it up yesterday whenever they got those 3 chickens. Like, this is a little bit scary for us, right? This would be the perfect scenario. But I feel like they need to find a break in this last match to the awful performance that they have been having so far today. Besides the first game.
Yeah,
after the first game, 12 plays, 3 eliminations. 13 plays, 3 eliminations. 15 plays, 1 elimination. So you can see no placement points still. And the elims, yes, you're being able to get elims, but not to the likes of what the other teams are getting. They need to find something to break that bad momentum currently going their way and hopefully change their mentality to going into tomorrow, because these players, I seen them before. I seen it live where I just look at Revo and he's just looking down and he's like, man, how are we going to be able to come back from this one? And even though I do think, I agree with you on that, I do think it benefits them not being in first place. They need to end up with the good game here, because if they have just a bad scratch here, as much as you have the audience there, as much as you have maybe family members looking at you, that pressure is going to keep building. I just don't know how these players are going to be reacting to that kind of pressure on the final day in their home country with everything on the line.
Yeah, let's be real, right? Teams are going to be looking at Alpha 7 regardless of where they end up, even a good game or bad. So, you're right. I think they definitely need I think they have to. I think I will agree with you. If they don't get a good game here, especially if they go out with a goose egg, I don't think we're going to see them in first place tomorrow. Yeah.
I'll be scared to even see them in top 3.
Yeah.
What are you going to say?
I didn't even hearing that, dude. I can't even believe I can't just hear just thinking of them not even in top 3 just made me because that's so crazy.
Hold on. I want to hear what Sute got to say. What were you going to say?
Mental game.
Yeah.
I was going to say the mental game. You bring up a really good point. Sure, being first place is a lot of pressure, but you brought up how they've been faring the past couple of games. And like you said, if they don't get a good game in now, their mental going into the final day is probably going to be abysmal, and it is just near impossible to continue on from there.
Yeah, well, you know what? We'll have to wait and find out. By the way, don't forget about the Realme 12 Pro Plus. It elevates your photography experience with the 120 times super zoom and performance in games. And don't forget to try out the new PUBG Mobile 6th anniversary. The new modes, Treasure Lies Where Fun Begins. The 6th anniversary now available. Enjoy the sky-high spectacle.
How to be a portrait master.
Boss in the streets, I'm a boss till I call. Boss in the beast, I'm a boss till I fall. I'm a boss on the beat, I'm a boss, spit it raw. I'm a boss, keep it G, and I walk in the talk. I'm a boss.
I'm excited, Hot Jukes, as we are already here on the final Miramar of... Whoa. Hold up a second. Okay, don't scare me like that. I was like, whoa, we jumped all the way already to the end. The last 4 teams are alive. Wait, well, were we talking about Alpha 7 needed to respond for that long?
Oh my goodness, look at this. And not to mention you got Death Wolves already taking out Falcons. What's going on here? This is craziness. Last game of the day. So much is on the line. We saw, you know, Team Falcons get taken out in that last one, and the frustration from Top and the rest of the squad. Oh, you could just see him instantly put his hands on his head when he would get taken out. And then now, look at this. I mean, to start things off, down a player is going to hurt big time. We're finally going to get a look at the leaderboards, and they have definitely shaken up.
A big lead there from Rejects on Alpha 7. Now, I kind of want to talk a little bit more about that until we end up seeing some actual fighting here from some of these teams. Reject now with a 14-point lead on Alpha 7, and this is kind of the downstretch that I was talking about Alpha 7 of how they need to snap out of it, because at one point, what was it, Juice? 20-point lead Alpha 7 had, and for this, for that much of a switch, and now look how close 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place, 6th place is to them. They could end up, I was kind of not being too serious about it, but now I am being serious about it. They could end up not being even on the top 3.
7, it wasn't a 20-point. It was a 28-point. That is insane. You know, almost 30 points. Losing that has got to hurt so bad, especially since that gap was gained in like 2 matches. And really, it was 1 match, right? 1 big match is all it took. And that should just prove to everybody watching just how important every single one of these matches are. And this is also goes back to why at the end of the day yesterday you were criticizing them just a little bit about, hey, like most of your placement points were only in the games you won. You know, you have to get consistent points even when you don't get those favorable zones, and they weren't able to do it here. So I mean, it just goes to show you, 7, that I think without a shadow of a doubt, center zone is now the meta at this high level. I just don't think edge works anymore. It's just not consistent.
Yep. I'm with you in regards to that. I mean, we're talking about the splits too. We're talking now about center zone. We'll have to wait and see who ends up getting blessed by those circles too, because the teams that have been getting blessed by the circles, they've been able to do wonders with it. We saw what Reject was able to do earlier today too, and felt like that was definitely a spark up to their game so far today. I'm going to be looking at some of the other teams. Team Falcons, man, not this start that you wanted to see there out of Team Falcons. Ends up losing 3 players. They're a team that's currently sitting at 67 points. And I mean, in 7th place, I'm sure they wanted to finish off the day in a much better way where they could actually try to fight for some extra points. Yes, they do have that 1 elimination point, but with the way S2G's been playing, I mean, S2G in the past 2 matches, they have jumped up so much that S2G, I think before their last 2 chicken dinners, they were in 10th place with 41 points. And for this team to now be sitting with 84 points in 5th place, that's what can happen when you can spring up back-to-back chicken dinners here, especially in this format that's only 3 days long.
That is unbelievable. And I can't stress that enough, how unbelievable that is, okay? So 10th place, 41 points. 84 points now in 5th place. In case you guys, that are a little bit tough at math, do you guys realize that in 2 games, they've doubled their entire score? How insane is that? I mean, that's ridiculous. And now they're without a doubt in contention for even 1st place, especially if they have another performance like that here in this one.
Hey, they're looking at that prize pool a little bit different now. Remember what you were talking about earlier with the prize pool? I mean, 1st place, 100,000, 2nd place, 50,000, 3rd, 30,000, 4th, 15,000. If they would have stayed in the position where they were earlier, it would have been 14,000. But now they can challenge for even more. Now they can possibly end up challenging for that championship. So we're hearing some of their players wanting to do. A team that definitely needs to snap out of it too. The bad streak that they've been on, it's Nova, because Nova is far away. But I mean, we know Nova can put up points as well. We know what Paraboy is able to do at times with being able to put up a lot of eliminations for his team. It just comes down, can this team do it? Because at the end of day 2, if there was ever a team that I thought was going to actually end up responding in a good way here on the 2nd day, I thought it was going to be Nova, and it's been an absolute disappointment here on day 2.
I mean, yeah, straight up, if Nova doesn't get a chicken dinner here, I'm going to almost stop talking about them. That's how bad it is. because, I mean, they're just not going to have enough breathing room to even get close to these teams, you know? I mean, they're only at 50 points. At first place, I mean, they have to double their score like we saw S2G do to even compete. And Reject, Alpha 7, these squads, they're not going to stop. They're not just going to let up off the gas here, you know? So, yeah, Nova needs a double-digit chicken dinner here and now if they even want an opportunity tomorrow.
It's possible, but we need to see it.
Yeah.
We need to wait and see how this team is going to respond, because there's a lot of other teams started to respond. We saw Reject, what they're able to do. Today, another team that we haven't really gotten a chance to talk about with all the what-ifs, and maybe they will be able to clutch this up. IHC, we really haven't gotten a chance to talk about those dudes. See Vampire Esports taking on some shots there to Regnum Karya. They're going to be able to eliminate that player, turn him into a point. Vampire Esports looking to put themselves in a great position come tomorrow when they can possibly challenge for that championship. But going back to IHC, I mean, so far today, this team, yes, they did end up with a great match earlier in the day. Third place, 16 eliminations. But besides that, they really haven't been able to do much. We've been seeing a lot of 13th place, 1 elim, 14th place, 1 elim, 5th place, 0 elims. So it's not the IHC and the fragging power that we've been used to seeing from yesterday. And right now, that's why everybody's starting to jump down over them, as we do have Vampire Esports. They're starting to feel that urgency. Hodges, they're going to be taking the fight here to Regnum Karya.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they should do. They were able to catch Regnum Karya slipping. They took out Silas already. Or actually, no, they didn't take out Silas, but they took out 2 players from them. They need every single point they can get on. They're going to go and push this 4v2 all day long. But they know that they need to do it quickly, because even though it's still early circle, they don't want to risk a third party.
Yeah, they don't want to risk a third party. Luckily for them is Miramar. Miramar usually a little bit harder to get these third parties in, especially this early in the circle, as you were mentioning. Look at Silas trying to spot any of the players. Silas has been so good for this team, and he's going to be the only one alive here in this building, throwing those nades, defensive nades, trying to make him back off. He's going to have to pre-fire. He doesn't have a shotgun to his name. Here comes the push, and it's just easy pickings right there for Vampire Esports, as they're going to be switching their focus towards trying to find Kiss You, and Kiss You does have a shotgun, so they need to be careful how they end up making this push.
Yeah.
Vampire Esports do not want to lose any players. They're gonna hear that vehicle. Kiss You says, you know what, I'm not even gonna leave it up to a chance to this shotgun. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye
Bye. Gonna try to put up some points on the board. Regnum Karya, man, they were so consistent in day 1, but it just didn't have it, you know, in day 2. Especially when you have these crazy point sponges every game 7. You know, it's insane just how many eliminations we've seen from teams that need it. You know, 10 last game, 19. That is ridiculous. I can't even just stress how huge that was for a squad like Boom. The next circle does go on up. It does head on to the north side, so it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a water treatment zone here. And we're going to see teams make that rotation nice and quick here, as they're on that hunt for that top 3. S2G, Boom's already got 2 eliminations. Are you kidding me?
Alpha 7, a team that we're looking for that response out of them. There you go. This is more what we want to see out of Alpha 7. Royals of War. If you want to do the reject route, do it, Alpha 7. Shoot the boxes, because you guys need that confidence. You guys need that momentum. But this is great for this team. Now, they need to focus towards the end of the match. They need those also placement points. We know they can get the eliminations, Hot Jukes. We've seen them do it over and over again. But we need to start seeing also those placement points out of this team.
I'll tell you what they need, 7. They need someone from the crowd to run up on and give them an eyebrow slit. That'll give them that buff they needed. Meanwhile, Boom is still soaking up some more points against IHC as well. So Boom is on the hunt here towards the end. Like I said, 7, though, if that happens, if we see a couple eyebrow slits on the players of Alpha 7, these guys are going to be unstoppable.
Maybe start dyeing their hair too. Tomorrow they're gonna be showing up with completely different colors on their hair. Boom has made a big jump up, man. 3rd place right now, 86 points, 4 eliminations. This team is looking good. This team is looking to carry momentum, as in the previous 2 matches. 3rd place, 6 elims. 2nd place, 19 elims. And something that I'm glad you mentioned as well earlier was the sponge points. We're starting to see, especially I feel like today, those teams that end up being in 1st and 2nd place, being able to get over 10 eliminations, and that's something that I'm not used to seeing as consistent as we're starting to see here today. With the last match, I mean, we saw what SGG was able to do. We definitely saw what Boom was able to do. And for those teams that needs the points, for those teams, I'm gonna start looking there towards Vampire Esports, Nova, like you were mentioning, and so on. For those teams towards the middle of the pack, they need to start worrying a little bit more out of how heavy those teams at the top are.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. Imagine real quick if Alpha 7 coming tomorrow like the way the Falcons did at PMWI. You remember that?
Imagine.
Just come in straight bald. Dude, that would be a crazy play. Nah, that's not gonna happen though. But you know what? I'll tell you what. Just for them to start off with 4 eliminations here, I think was just huge for their mental. They needed it. They needed just one good fight under their belt to kind of change the pace, you know? Like you mentioned, I think that they realize it, everybody realizes it, how important it is for them to be able to finish strong here. Boom had the same amount of eliminations. They're going to catch them if they're not careful. So Alpha 7, we do not want to even see them close to outside of top 3. Their fans don't. Everybody expected them to be continually on top of how after they performed on day number 1, but this team right here is creeping up on them. And honestly, I can't think of bigger rivals for Alpha 7 lately than SGG.
Oh yeah, we saw what SGG was able to do to Alpha 7 when they were in their home country. I'm pretty sure at some point Alpha 7 is going to be looking to return the favor. We go over to Hi-Fi's now, the last place team, a team that was confident coming into this, and I'm sure they're looking to create some highlights at this point because it's going to be way too far out of their reach to even challenge for a top 3 situation with the way the points are looking like and with the performances that we have seen out of this team. But anything is possible coming to tomorrow. I mean, they could get 2 chicken dinners, add more highlights to their tally, and who knows, we might end up seeing some of this player getting split up, but in different orgs. It always ends up happening, especially after global events. And with what you were talking about with Alpha 7, I kind of want to echo that a little bit more too. If they can just get some good points here, if they can still be within those top 3, right? That's going to be a big confidence booster for the team going to tomorrow. But if they do end up jumping out of those top 3 and they get jump, oh man, that mental state's just going to be completely on the floor. And for that team, I feel like it'll be just tough, man, to snap out of it.
They don't want to be playing catch up tomorrow. That is for sure. So they definitely want to continue strong here. They have a great position. The zone is now centered up. Well, they're pretty much in the center of the circle. If the zone centers up again, they're going to be in a good spot. So we'll see where it ends up going. Boom is still on a tear though, man. That's the one squad I think is gonna have that X factor. Monkey, what are you even doing shooting at that? You got no business. Honestly, like, that's something that I hope that this team learns. Like, shooting from that far distance, why? You're not gonna get the knock. Even if you do get the knock, you're not gonna get the thirst. So you're just wasting ammo, you're wasting util, and you're wasting armor as well. So just focus on where you're gonna go after this circle. There's no point even shooting.
And giving out your position even more to some of the other players too. Keep in mind, these players are pros for a reason. They'll be able to recognize what sound some of those guns are making. We're talking about Alpha 7 earlier. Look at them. They're going to be finding themselves in a good position here already within this circle. But earlier you were talking about the meta is going to be towards the center of the circle. And a team... Let me just rub my eyes real quick. Is that right? Yeah, S2G is currently towards that center of the circle, Hot Jukes, as Nova Esports is losing players to none other than Zebra Masters. Man, everything is just going the wrong way here for Nova Esports.
And honestly, Nova in this like water treatment area, this is usually their circle. I've seen them dominate from positions like this so many times before. Long is just pushing. What is going on here? Long and Paraboy looking to just head straight into Vampire Esports. Yeah, Nova just, you know, not really looking too hot here today or in this tournament so far at all.
I wouldn't be surprised if next time we end up seeing Nova, we're gonna end up seeing some roster changes again with the way they've been playing this tournament so far. Because
I think Nova
right now it's
needed
not
prelims.
working out their way.
I think they really need. I think Nova needed some prelims under their belt. You know, I think they needed a good little warm-up tournament just to kind of get a feel for this lobby, feel for this area, because I've said it before, LAN's a different story, folks. Try to listen to footsteps when you got whistles blowing at max volume right in front of your face. You know what I'm saying? It is not easy for sure. So, but we're seeing teams adapt, right? I mean, Reject all the way from Japan, putting in work. Boom has been really, really getting it done here, especially if they're able to take out next Ruya right next to them.
Yeah, and the firepower Boom has been able to showcase too. I feel like that's what was impressive to me. We always talk about teams that can make those jumps, that can make those leaps. As we're going to be switching over to the fight here with Vampire Esports and Nova. Nova being eliminated. It's only going to be just 2 players alive. And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be none other than Paraboy being the only one alive for that team. And you can see, man, they usually don't give much emotion, but it's not looking good there for them as Falcons. Team Falcons, a team that definitely needed the points as well. We've been hoping that there will be a snap out of their bad streak here. Gets caught out in the open, and that's it for Team Falcons. They end up getting eliminated, and now Alpha 7 on the sides of Boom, and we know what Boom can do.
I can't. Dude, look at that laser shots. That's crazy. Even from that distance, Flyboy had to peek back. He was just kind of like wondering, like, okay, let me make sure these guys are still looking in this direction. Popped a couple shots, and you can see that even these top teams, they're not trying to take crazy shots. They're trying to gather intel. Maybe they'll shoot 1 bullet, just single tap, because they can afford to lose, 5-10 bullets, but they're not spraying like crazy, just dumping resources.
And the thing is, you can't even give these teams like an inch, right? Earlier, when was it? I think it was in Erangel when we were casting too. We saw one player from SCG just standing down in the open for barely a second. And as soon as somebody spotted him, okay, you're knocked.
Yep.
Zero breathing room for a lot of these teams with the skill that we have available here at PUBG Mobile Esports. Boom Esports, though, 4 eliminations. They know, they probably have an idea where Alpha 7 is going to be. They don't know that it's Alpha 7, but they at least know where that team is going to be at. And boy, if they, for some reason, do end up knocking somebody from Alpha 7 and confirming that into elimination, and they know it's Alpha 7, I wouldn't say that we'll see them rush. I wouldn't say that we'll see a big difference on them, but we'll start seeing them focus a little bit more towards that area. Focus on seeing if they can maybe get another angle on a different player and harm their rotation a little bit more.
Let's see what's gonna happen here as the next zone is gonna start creeping up. This is that planning phase, folks. This is gonna start getting intense in the next few minutes. Boom, looking to hold down next Rhea a little bit longer. Paraboy gets a knock on a doozy. And here comes the rest of Tony K, the rest of Vampire Esports. Tony K looking to punish him. And Paraboy's finally saying, oh, I got a little bit of CQC still left in me. But I think that's going to be about it, because here comes the rest of Vampire. And yup, that is going to do it for Nova today.
Stone with the play right there, and something that I keep seeing more and more of Nova Esports, especially when we get into the close quarter fights. I don't know if they just don't like using them, or I don't know if they're just not running across them. But Nova Esports not really using those DBSs as much as we're used to seeing some of the other teams, and I feel like that could be a big meta difference between the global region and what they're used to seeing over there in China. Next, Ruya being very close here to Smoke Gaming. Next, Ruya currently in 4th place, trying to keep on challenging there for that championship spot, that first place. And so far, they've been able to do everything that they need to do. High fives! A team that's in last place. We're wondering what we're going to be doing, and this is what I think they're going to be doing, especially right now and possibly tomorrow as well. They could be hindering some of the teams that could challenge there for that top spot. As we saw, they are not scared. They are not scared from a fight between those top teams, as you were able to see in the qualifier finals.
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, they're not scared anymore. That's for sure. I mean, they got nothing to lose. They're at the bottom of the leaderboards here. If they go out, I mean, so what? So they have everything to gain here. And I think we're going to see teams like Hi-Fi's, D plus Kia, or we should, right? See them just go all out, just push everybody, because that's the only thing you can do. Like, I want to see Smoke Gaming and all these teams just get unbelievably aggressive, because they need like chicken dinners every single game if they want to stand a chance. I mean, so what if you go out early? It just doesn't matter at this point. There's no real big difference in prize pool.
Yeah. And talking about that, is just starting to be a little bit more proactive here with the positioning. Great position by SCG. They're looking at everything. They're looking at see where they're going to be able to get some points. If this team can go back to back, not only like Drake, they're going to go one more, 3 chicken dinners in a row. That would be insane for this team, and we will see an even bigger jump up in regards to the leaderboard, depending on what ends up happening there with Alpha 7 and Boom Esports. Boom Esports is going to have to worry about next Rhea. Next Rhea being able to spot one of the players there from Boom, and Razy gets knocked by none other than Swain. Swain's going to be able to spot another player. Oh, he moves just in time, but this was the opening that next Rhea was looking for, and they're going to be full sending it. They need to be careful, though, because Pombe from Boom Esports does have a DBC to his name, and we know what these teams are able to do with that DBS. Very close by. They're having to slow it down a little bit. Next, Ruya came with a shotgun to his name as well. Who's going to end up taking this fight, Jukes?
That's all he's trying to do. He's just trying to slow it down so that way they can get these reses off, but they're not going to be able to. They're forced to crawl way too far. So it is going to be a 2v3 versus Next Ruya. Oh, that knock from Frozen. So good. Boom, just getting picked apart. Next Ruya finally starting to wake up here. Great shot, though, from Frenzy. Wow.
Frenzy trying to secure as many points for his team as possible. Not only just being patient here within this building, he's gonna possibly try to start being a little bit more aggressive. Meanwhile, if there was ever a time for Alpha 7 to third party a fight, this would be it, considering that Alpha 7 is outside of this circle, and I think that's what they might be doing. They just need to do it in unison, as Boom does end up getting eliminated. Good for Next Ruya right there, being able to get rid of Boom, and I think they only ended up losing, yes, just one player.
And then here comes Frozen. Gonna go ahead and get that Reza or get that heal off as fast as he possibly can, as they are playing on the edge of the circle. There's only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. They're going to have to push up here. But like I was talking about, when it comes to these teams that desperately need these points, right? Next Ruya are in a great position, so they have to still play this carefully. But the rest of the squads, there's still 4 teams at the bottom still alive. They got nothing to lose. They got to go crazy here. And here comes Smoke finally looking to make the push.
Yeah, somebody that's not scared to make this push is going to be Smoke Gaming. Next Ruya, though, they were able to heal off. They were able to get themselves set up now. Smoke Gaming, some of the players are currently low health. You can see there Kane with that shotgun, trying to see if anybody's going to be giving him an angle. And for some reason, Miyaki threw a grenade. I thought that was going to hit. It doesn't end up hitting. We're starting to get grenades as well from Alpha 7. Alpha 7 looking to see if they can get into this action, because if they, for some reason, are able to third party this would be massive for that team. Next Ruya trying to find those angles. Meanwhile, oh my goodness, somebody's stopped Neto, because that was a filthy 180.
And not to mention, with the pump shotgun of all things, he's going to start applying the pressure even more. Smoke need every point they could get, but Next Ruya need these so much more. And Z-Wolf gets knocked by a mini up close and personal. And then now here comes a 3v1 to finish off Next Ruya. And can he pull off a miracle? He needs every single point he can get. He's stuck in the corner in the house. Crazy, but yeah, with the UMP, there's not much you could do. So there they go out in 9th place. No placement points.
No placement points whatsoever, but I mean, I thought we were gonna wait until tomorrow to start seeing this kind of stuff. We're starting to see it right now. At the end of day 2, teams that need those points are starting to get eliminated by those teams towards the bottom that aren't afraid of taking a fight, aren't afraid if they're gonna lose or not because of where they are currently positioned. Zebra Masters yeah. Finally getting spotted there by Hi-Fi's, and that's gonna be massive for some of the other teams, because I think that Zebra Masters player was holding the angles there for Alpha 7. That's why Alpha 7 wasn't able to push up. And on top of that, I think I saw Hi-Fi's as well. Some of their players taking on some shots to Alpha 7. Alpha 7 is not in a good position. S2G right now in a great position, as they are going to have a lot of angles towards everybody, and they're going to just pick and choose who they want to fight. They got to watch out though, Jukes, because I'm looking at this circle here. And depending on what the next circle is, oh yeah, they're gonna have to rotate out.
I was about to say they were in a great position for that second, and then the second the zone pops, see ya. They're starting to hop in their vehicles, and they're gonna have to find something up close. Now I think it's all wide open right down that hill in front of them, so they're gonna have to find some cover, make some cover if they need to. They only have a few vehicles. Yeah, there's nothing. They are gonna be wide out in the open after this one. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do. They can obviously push Smoke Gaming here and try to soak up some points. But we'll see what ends up happening. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 just trying to stay as quiet as possible. Dead center, an absolute war is happening though between Vampire and none other than Hi-Fi's. And it's D plus Kia with the third party taking out Vampire Esports. That one is going to hurt.
D plus Kia saying thank you very much, Hi-Fi's. We will definitely take that help there on making sure that Vampire Esports is next to us. And Hi-Fi's not scared to take on that fight. This is what we were talking about. This is what we expected. Look at all of the other rotations that the teams are going to have to do. STG is going to be super exposed. D plus Kia making sure that they stay on everybody. They know that there's going to be a fight out there. And meanwhile, Hi-Fi's as well, trying to see if they can possibly get some angles on D plus Kia. The madness is about to ensue. Alpha 7 trying to get a little bit closer here within this circle and making sure that they lay down, because they know S2G is going to be up there and S2G could start shooting down on them.
They need to be quiet, no, but instead they take the shots. I'm so shocked that they took that shot there. I think they needed to play it just as quiet as possible, not try to get any attention towards them. S2G had to hear those. I wonder what they're looking and even thinking about doing, because S2G in their position, I don't think they can crest that hill at all. So Alpha 7 are so safe and so sound for the time being. But yeah, Alpha 7 now finally looking in that direction, trying to take some shots. He needs to get this knock on Razy. They have to shut down this angle. They finally do. What a clutch shot there onto S2G.
And luckily for Alpha 7, it was actually D plus Kia that was able to save him there. But now Alpha 7 is just in such an open spot that everybody's taking shots at them. It's not just S2G. Now it's D plus Kia. And on top of that, it's going to be Rejects, and it's going to be so tough. Reject right now in a great position, and they're going to realize that that's Alpha 7, so they're going to make sure that they eliminate them and create a bigger gap. Reject with all the 4 players looking good. I feel like that's going to be it for Alpha 7. Alpha 7 only going to be able to get 5 points there in regards to eliminations, plus the placement points that they're going to be getting. Right now, though, D plus Kia in a great position here, but Reject, you can never give up on Reject. All these teams are currently on a high momentum when we talk about Reject and S2G. Which one is the one that's going to come out on top?
That's going to be the question, and that's why I was so shocked that Alpha 7 took that shot. I mean, I think at the same time, he was hoping to get that initial knock so they could push on the D plus Kia, but at the same time, they weren't even looking in that direction. So I think Alpha 7 should have just tried right then and there to just go for the drive. You know, crash on the compound, you know, see if you could take it, because you're going to go out no matter what if you stay there. But you know what? You still have Revo still alive, so he's outside of this zone. He's just trying to get as many points as he can. It really is up to S2G and to Reject to make it happen. But then now they're out of circle, so we could see a win from the 2 bottom teams here.
Oh, Rebel being able to get himself there within this zone. All these teams are distracted. There you go. S2G is not distracted. Causey said, I see you, buddy. Slow down. Get back to the lobby, as you're only going to end up being in the top 5 situation. Now we're going to have Rejects here versus S2G. And meanwhile, S2G is going to have to be fully exposed to D plus Kia as well. All these teams, this is just such a tough fight here for S2G and for Reject. Meanwhile, Hi-Fi's too is going to be over there next to D plus Kia. Any of these teams can take it when it comes to Hi-Fi and D plus Kia. They're just letting this fight play out, as they're also trying third party. You can see there on the elimination feed, D plus Kia taking on some shots to players from Reject, being able to knock players from Reject as well, and making it easier for S2G.
Making it easier for everybody in the lobby, because all the teams 4th on down need to take out these teams of Reject and S2G. Reject's done for. It's just S2G up left. See you later gets the none other than the MG3. So he's going to be stacked. Finds an easy knock. What were you doing there? That off angle taken away. They should be able to get this res, because they have a little bit of an Alamo situation here with those broken walls. S2G, they got that initial knock. They're going to try to do that drive up, but they know they need at least one more in order to get there even somewhat safely.
CEO with the filthy angle there on that D plus player. And guess what? We are on your favorite circle, Hajux. Circle number 9. Everything's going to start closing in. These teams are going to be forced to fight. Hi-Fi's, meanwhile, with a bunch of smoke all over their place on their area, but they're not really going to be able to do much at the moment. I don't know who's going to end up winning this. I honestly, if I was to, if you were to ask me if my life was on the line, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be able to pick anybody.
If mine was, I'm betting Hi-Fi's. I think their position is just too strong considering how this zone is closing. S2G is hard focused on D plus Kia here. And with this zone starting to press, D plus Kia actually might push on the Hi-Fi's. If they do, S2G could be at a big advantage. But oh, that nade from Robs was just so brutal. Let's see what happens. Hi-Fi's now finally starting to get aggressive, doing what they need to do. And it's all theirs to win here in this final game of day number 2.
And it might not just be it, because S2G still has 3 players alive. We've seen what they've been able to do. There isn't what ifs. There isn't what could happen. This team has showcased it. HiFiZ, as you mentioned, does have the advantage in regards to positioning here. D plus Kia is going to be out. S2G, all they need to find is just an opening to knock a player. They're going to be running around. I don't think they're able to spot the player there on the roof. As HiFiZ being able to surprise all these teams, comes out with the win. Hot Jukes gets to keep his life, and I'm over there up in the clouds, baby.
Let's go. HiFiZ, I think are a little bit of a cloud right here. It's not going to be too high up in the air because they did win the game, but they are so far down on the leaderboard.
Yep.
Regardless, winning a chicken dinner in a global open like this is a major achievement if you're a team that came all the way from the qualifiers here, 7.
Yeah, and if I'm one of those teams like S2G, like Rejects, looking for those extra points, this is not what I want to see here. That's maybe the least thing I want to see here. The team that was in last place being able to get a chicken dinner, being able to get some eliminations as well, because that's just going to give them confidence.
Yep.
That's going to give them more confidence than they already came in with. And we've been saying it. They got nothing to lose. You got absolutely nothing to lose. So if you are going to be taking all those points away from the teams at the top, I'm kind of happy, because that means maybe at the top we'll get a bit closer and closer, and it'll come down to a scenario where possibly at the end of the day tomorrow, anybody that's within the top 5 could become a champion.
Yeah, I will say something that I really like from HiFiZ is what they did in the qualifiers, right? The last game of the day, they knew what the strategy was. We had to drop on Falcons and we have to put up some points. That's exactly what they did. You can see the excitement, the fact that they won this game in the finals. So the thing is you're right. This is worst case scenario for the teams above them, especially for this squad, because if they're confident and they say tomorrow, hey, you know what? We still got a chance, boys. We can do this, you know? All we got to do is hot drop the top squads, take them out, and then frag out. And if they do that, it's going to disrupt everything for these top teams.
I'm all for it, man. I'm all for it. Let the madness begin tomorrow, because with the way today ended, I don't know what's going to be happening tomorrow. And I mean, Alpha 7 in a way, even though they didn't end up getting the points that we wanted them to, they did end up with some good eliminations. S2G as well, being able to play second place here, almost 3 chicken dinners in a row. That's what you want to see, 2 out of those challenging teams. And then not only that, we saw Boom being able to get some elims. We saw Reject being able to get some elims. Sute, I don't know who's going to end up winning tomorrow with the way everything is currently playing out.
I mean, every finals time, there's always so much going into the last day, and I love the way it plays out. It's always like day one, you have your leading superstar, right? And you think that's going to be the storyline, and there's like maybe 3 teams that you're like, oh, they're going to have a chance. It's probably going to be these 4 teams we watch out for, right? But no, day number 2. Everything just gets switched up, and going into day number 3, it's like everybody has a piece of the cake. And I love that you mentioned like HiFiZ, right? The last place team just got a chicken dinner. That just means anybody in this lobby could put out do some pressure, go crazy, go wild, and the top team, the second team, third place, fourth, nobody is safe at this point, like you said.
Absolutely nobody's safe. And on top of that, I mean, teams towards the top, we're talking about Rejects, we're talking about next Ruya at 1.2, S2G. We're still living some big titans out of the conversation that they could insert themselves into the conversation. Look what happened with S2G. S2G inserted themselves into the conversation with just 2 matches. And I was the one nitpicking at them. I was saying, where's this championship team? Where's the team that we saw, even though the roster's a little bit different? I know, everybody calm down. From PMGC when they ended up winning, they're starting to show up. And the crazy part is you're looking at them right now. One team that I was thinking about, Vampire Esports, Team Falcons as well. Those teams could definitely end up getting some chicken dinners and back it up with eliminations, because we know that they're capable of. We know that they have showed that in the past.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we just saw a team double their points in 2 games, I'm talking about USTG, just shows what could still happen tomorrow, the potential, right? Because you're talking about these other squads, Team Falcons, Vampire, these are all the same caliber teams. These are global, level teams here. So I mean, tomorrow's going to be absolute madness, especially considering that, you know, I gotta stress it again, the prize pool, right? 4th place all the way down to 16th. There's only a $3,000 difference. So if any teams want to double it up and try to get top 3, which all of them do, I mean, anything can happen with leaderboards tomorrow.
And not even just the prize pool, too. The honor of saying, hey, we ended up placing this high in a global event for PUBG Mobile Esports, especially in the first ever PMGO for PUBG Mobile Esports. That would be some bragging rights. Hi-Fis can at least now say, hey, we got a chicken dinner. We got a chicken dinner at a global event. Okay, put some respect on our names. S2G, you heard me talking about them. 15 points for them. Great back-to-back games. And there it is. I was mentioning, I know I keep mentioning them a lot, but it's because I wanted to see them snap out of it a little bit, Sute. I don't know if this is going to be enough, but it's a good start. Alpha 7 there with those 8 points.
I think, given the situation, you know, of that last game and how they played it, I think that was pretty good. I think they played it well to a certain degree. I agree with the both of you when they started firing shots down there when they got down to that position. It was a little bit risky, but I feel like they would have gotten spotted out regardless if they shot or didn't. So, you know, when you have 4 players up, try and do something with it. And they tried. Bad situation. I think they made the most out of it. It just all really comes down to tomorrow. And the MVP coming out from Hi-Fis. It will be Rob Zopp with that 5 elimination streaks.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very good performance from them. And you know what? When it comes to Alpha 7, I'll say this, right? That's what we need to see from them. I mean, that's what we needed to see from them, right? Is when they didn't get zone and they get stuck in a bad position, they put up points. And that's been their problem, right? Is, yeah, when they get the zone, they get a chicken dinner and they go crazy. We know they could do that. But they haven't been able to get something on the board, right? They've had too many goose eggs here. And I think that's why we see them struggle. But so it's good to see them at least put something up 7.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they ended up getting their vehicles blown up. If they would have had maybe 2 vehicles there, I think we would have seen a completely different story when it came to Alpha 7 and the push that we were hoping. I know you were mentioning at one point, Hodges, maybe they'll end up just crashing those the vehicle into D plus Kia. It didn't end up working out for them. You know what? It is what it is. At least you finally break that bad streak that you had. You got some placement points. On top of that, you got some eliminations. Good to see a team that didn't get those placement points, a team that didn't get those elimination points. IHC, man, we were so hyped up on this team that today I felt like it was just a completely different IHC from what we saw yesterday.
I won't count them out, though. I won't count them out.
For sure.
The only reason why I'm not counting them out is, and I'm not saying that you even assume that. I mean, the thing is just they could not get a final circle. They weren't getting blessed at all today. So the fact that they were still putting up points and having some pop-off games without that happening makes me very, like, look at them like this, because it could happen like tomorrow. If they get circles tomorrow, they could soak up a ridiculous amount of points. Like, their ceiling is so high. It's just about getting in that good position.
Yeah. And the good thing, too, for IHC, I feel like Sute, and something that might go in their favor with how everything today went, too, that it wasn't Alpha 7 just getting the chicken dinners. It wasn't those teams that were closer to them. Now it was teams like S2G being able to soak up some of those points, stopping them from getting those points. And you mentioned it, too, Hodges. Everything is going to be close. So with that said, do we possibly... I'm sorry, boys. I'm going to put you on the spot here.
Okay,
do we think we'll see an IHC of what we saw in day 1 in regards to points, or do you think it might be we're not going to be seeing that out of them?
I think we are, and the reason why I say that is because I think 4th place on down is going to be so focused at, you know, reject the top 3 that it's going to give an opportunity for that teams right below there to sneak their way in, get a couple eliminations. Teams aren't going to worry about them, and then all of a sudden IHC has a 20 elimination chicken dinner and they're in 1st place.
All I gotta say is remember the IHC comeback last year, right?
True.
They've been in this position before. I'm pretty sure last year going into the final day for PMGC, IHC wasn't like top 3. They were like 6th, 7th, maybe like somewhere 5th, like just around there. And then just give them one more day, and then what do you know? They're the PMGC champs. This is almost the exact same situation that IHC was in before. So pressure-wise, they've been here.
Yep.
they're gonna have the right mindset. They're gonna have that championship mindset because they know they can do it because they have done it. But Boom and S2G today popped off so hard. Hey, who knows what could happen tomorrow? So many things could happen.
I agree with everything you guys said. I especially agree with what you say, Hot Jukes, that today they weren't getting the circles, and I'm so happy that you pointed that out because we even saw it in Erangel at one point. Remember when they ended up crashing onto Vampire Esports and they only ended up losing just one player? That was a wild play for that team.
Yeah.
And they ended up with a lot of eliminations during that match, and they were taking their fights to everybody. It's not like they were willing to take it. They had to take those fights, and we know that they're able to take those fights. So I'm definitely not cutting out IHC. I just want to start seeing more consistency out of team. And no surprise here, Regioso out of Reject getting the performer of the day with those 15 eliminations, 3,562 damage.
Oof, what a performance from Regioso here. I mean, these guys have just gone crazy so far. So let's take it to this main stage.
PMGO Brazil, and I'm here with PMGO CEO, so we can talk a little bit of the fact that he's the best player of the day. He played really, really well. Congratulations, you played amazing. Congratulations. And I want to ask you, basically, if you're satisfied with your personal performance today.
一番いい選手だった今日と言ってたけど、自分のプログレスについてどう思いますか？
特に今日は運が良かったなっていう一日でした。
Hoje foi bom dia para ele. Ele está satisfeito com. He's satisfied with his day today and his progress. It was a nice day for him today.
Thank you. And also want to ask you, because Reject has been playing really, really well. You had a chicken dinner yesterday. Today you had two. So what's the key point so you can have such a consistent performance here?
昨日はチキンのディナーがあったけど、今日もよくしました。そのキーポイントはどうなりますか？何をしなきゃならないでしょう？
敵が見えたらただ倒すだけなんで、ムーブとか特に深く考えず、本当やりたいことをやるのが一番かなと。
They want to think better their strategy about the movement and how they're going to do the game later.
Perfect. And also I want to ask you, how do you plan to spend the rest of your day so you can come tomorrow in your best level?
今日の一日どうしますか？どのように休みます？その明日元気で来るようにどうしますか？
帰ったらすぐに寝て、たくさん寝て、とりあえず明日遊びの気持ちでやれたらいいかなと思います。
They just want to come back to the hotel and sleep a lot, and they're sure they will come tomorrow full of energy.
Perfect. And last, I want to ask you, how do you feel about the possibility of winning the 2024 PMGO, especially when it comes to the fact that it's the first international tournament of the PUBG Mobile's scenario in this year?
今年の一番目の国際イベントで、そのイベントで勝つの可能性についてどう思いますか？
勝てるかどうかは明日になってみないと分かんないんで、ただ1位を取ってる姿を想像しながら、全員で楽しくやれたらいいかなって思ってます。
First of all, they enjoy their time here and they say that they are going to do everything they can to. They will see that tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow they will come and see how it is going on.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And again, congratulations on your performance, not only yours individually, but also to your whole team. You were amazing. Congratulations. And we continue with more content of 2024 PMGO Brazil. Thank you so much. See you soon and stay tuned in your stream.
Hot Jukes, Chute, I've been inspired by that interview. I've been inspired by the performance. So you know what? Let me try my Japanese. Performanso, arigato. That means thank you for your performance there, Reject, because boy, it was one for the books as they are currently in first place there with 111 points. And Alpha 7 at least closes up the gap a little bit in second place with 99 points. But look at S2G.
This is getting too scary. I don't like. I mean, I love this, but I'm also like, just like, look at that. Even boom, 91 total points. Any team, literally, on this first page, could make a crazy run tomorrow after what I've seen today.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that. After what S2G showed us, right? Like 6 games. Heck, even 3 games can turn it around for any of these teams. And maybe not like 11th downwards, like around the 50-point mark, but still, 6 games is a lot of games, a lot of potential.
It is going to be a lot of potential, man. Anything can happen tomorrow, boys. Before we end the day, any final words, anything that surprised you on this day too?
Oh, I mean, obviously, S2G doubling their score of 40 points in 2 games. At this level, it's unbelievable. I mean, the fact that we're seeing such big point sponges is really making me scared tomorrow. All I know is that I am not envious of Alpha 7 at all. Tonight's sleep is going to be rough.
If they get any. How about you, Sute?
Can we just fast forward to tomorrow? Like, let's just get it done. It's too much hype. Too much hype, 7.
I'm with you. I'm having to monitor my heart here. I'm having to calm down, especially with the performances that we have seen today. We got a chance to see Team Falcons. We saw what they were able to do. Maybe we'll end up seeing them tomorrow, or who knows? Maybe we'll have another surprise on the final day of the PUBG Mobile Global Open Brazil 2024. Make sure you guys tune in. Once again, my name is The Seven Worlds Gaming alongside Hot Jukes and Sute, and we'll see you tomorrow.
To be the one hit